Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tenax Proving Grounds number 16. It's me, Zach, your host for today. And yeah, a little bit of a weird one today because I'm on my lonesome for a couple of games. But it's just some personal time between me and you. We have our 16th iteration of the tournament today. And I am super excited because we have some really interesting teams. This first matchup going to be Team Phoenix versus Team Ecstasy. And Team Phoenix, interesting. They are Chinese team, as far as I know. So they are a guest team, but they are living in Europe. So we actually have some European ping. So a little bit of mix region-wise. And then Ecstasy are a team that have been just in the tournament for so long. They've been playing in so many of these. So I'm excited to get some coverage for them today. We got the lobby up actually. It's pretty fast, but I'll show you the picks and bans. Oh, I just have to speed run the microphone because I didn't add it to this scene, which is always fantastic. But there you have it. There are your picks and bans. Blight on Suffocation Pit. We added him back into the pool this time round. I believe it was Nurse and Spirit last time, but we added him back in mainly because of his nerfs. You guys will have seen in the last patch notes that his nerfs came into effect. Now the pallet breaks removed 2 of his tokens. It essentially adds a bit of an extra hurdle to his gameplay. So I've been asking top players like Obi, Momo, about what they think about this change. And they say that top tier blights shouldn't be affected. It should be more of a barrier to those that are new to blight or the people that are maybe not as experienced. But either way, I think we can all agree that this change is pretty long overdue. But yeah, see the bans there in the grey on the left and right. Bit of a mix, to be honest. But yeah, Blight and Suffo, I think it's pretty common on best of ones to have those popular strong killers left over because it's more about the bans than the killer that's remaining, as we've seen in previous games. But yeah, we should be getting underway pretty soon. Ready whenever you guys are. Time's already up, and we'll get into the action pretty soon. Hope you're all well, by the way. I see you all in chat. And do you know, funnily enough, the last time I casted one of these was, I think, the first event, actually. The first or second event, and I've not actually been on the desk since. So this will be interesting. I'm kind of dual-wielding a lot of duties today. I got refereeing, I got producing, and I got casting, and I got observing too. So we'll see if I can. We'll see if we can handle it. I don't know. But yes, later on from the semi-finals onwards, we'll have Emmy and Volkus, 2 really amazing casters, and I will remain on the producing side. So I'll be in the background, I'll be hiding, and those guys will join you later on. But exclamation mark bracket in the chat if you want to see the matchups that we've got going today. Starting off with this first round matchup. And the winner of this matchup will go on to face the winner of the match in Nord versus Regen. So Nord being our first seed coming into the tournament. Regen, a newly formed team. And I wish them the best of luck in that match. Will be the determined opponent for whoever takes the win in this one, because we will be following the winner of this team into the winner of this match into the next round. But yeah, just loading in. Should have some gameplay for you pretty shortly. And do you know what's nice to cast DBD? I've not casted DBD in a long time, so yeah, I might be a little bit rusty. Might take this first trial to warm myself back up. But yeah. How long now? And I sincerely hope that my help is not needed in the background because I'm going to be totally focused on this. We'll see. And there we go. Skibatch Pro, Team Ecstasy. Team Ecstasy going to be killing first against the Survivors of Phoenix. I'm looking forward to see what Phoenix can do. They are what seem to be a new team. Ecstasy are a little bit more experienced. They're coming out higher seed than these guys, so they are the expected victors for this one. And already we have our first chase onto Inno, it looks like. Playing this Ormental pretty nicely. Where's the bump logic going to come in? And we get a nice shoulder flick onto the left. Beautiful work coming in. We're going to take the chase over to Shaq now. And Blight is just such a classic set. I'm sure these guys have scrimmed it a lot. I'm sure they're going to be ready for what's about to happen. But that's a nice early hit. Nothing really too out of the ordinary. But this RNG in the bot side seems to be pretty nice. Not able to get the flick around. That's really well played by Inno there to use the surroundings to the advantage. And a break's going to come in. Of course, the charges are refreshing, so I believe that change only comes into effect when you're at full rushes. Jen's going to be popping there. Switch to the Survivor POV. It's always better to watch the chase from their POV. And I need to be making sure that I update the overlay as well. First down coming in. And so much gen progression for this first chase. Now that is exactly what you want for a Blight set. As with any comp set, you want your tunnel out, but with the stronger killers, this obviously comes in faster. So to have a fast first chase is huge for this team. Playing the hill really well. This is a really important, really impressive survival performance so far from the team. See if they can hold on to it. It's going to be a hit likely, yeah, over the window. On to Neil there. And we'll continue chasing into this 4 lane. Camping the pilot being the preferred option. And that's Champion of Light coming in combination with the stunt. So bit of perk value. Unhook and reset comes in through onto Inno. And we're making a lot of distance right now, but this should be a down. And we've opted to commit chase really far into the top side. Guess they're not seeing the value too much from going for the tunnel. All rushes being expended into the bot side. We found our next chase. Want to be holding on to these bot side gens. I am on a delay, but I do see you in chat, everyone. Lovely to see you. This Ormental really causing a lot of trouble for our Blight. These tiles where there's just so much to maneuver around makes it really difficult for the Blight to really get any form of early hit or injury pressures. And that hit actually went through, which is interesting. And this could be a 2-tap, actually. This is going to be a really early down. This actually is going to give the Blight something to work with after the slow start. But the gens don't seem to be going too fast. Let's have a look around. Let's see. We've got that top gen being worked on. Being doubled, actually. They want it out of the way. Like what I'm seeing so far from Phoenix. Yeah, we're going to scram. And that last rush, unfortunately, not going to be used to swing into the Survivor. So we've got a bit of work now. And we hear someone working on this gen. That is going to be Pizky. On the new Survivor, actually. Not sure how many of the comp games so far have been... What I'm trying to say is, I'm not sure how favored that new Survivor is with comp players. But we found our death at Claudette. This is huge. Is going to swing for that and eat a stun because of it. But again, using this RNG in the mid-map. And a nice little spin there from Inno. A little bit impatient on the Blight side, but it's going to work out. We finally pop main. And yeah, that's not going to work. You have not got Iron Will. We did see a lot of Survivor peeking there. But the first death is going to come in at 2 gens remaining. How are they going to play the 3v1? Of course, the 3v1 being the true test of teams. This is where the game really starts. So if we are a new team, or if we are lacking experience, you can get the measure of a team by how they play that 3v1 after that tunnel out's been through. We've got a good idea of progress. We do see Survivor lurking over there. He's going to be chased down. And the flick isn't going to quite connect. And yeah, the score overlay is a little bit lacking behind. It's okay. You're probably going to see a little bit of delay in the scores as these first two games go on, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll get there eventually. And you know what? Neil's playing these pallets. I mean, as you should, right? That's an unsafe pallet. Blight can rush around it, so you just wait. Play for the stunt. Buying precious seconds. But the Survivor seems to be splitting the map here. We've still got an injury onto 2C. Pisky's going to be taking chase over to this Ormontar's. Pallet's still up. That's one resource going to be going out. And we bait the chase to try and catch the straggler on the gem. We see scratch marks rotating over across. And it's going to be the injured Jake, actually. Neil's going to be close on a gen. So we should be seeing one gen left coming through pretty soon. Such a hard pallet to play. We do get one loop out of it, but eventually are going to fall. And we do fatigue. That's going to give a bit of safety to the Sable. We're close on the last one, too. This could be outs. I mean, this is pretty much guaranteed outs. Waits for the vault. That is going to remain unsafe. Pisky's going to be sticking that gen whilst this Sable gets chased through. This Survivor needs to last, otherwise we could be looking at a 4K0. Oh, but we missed the rock. That's going to give a bit of distance to our Survivor. But we get the shoulder flick. That last gen being completed is going to give the location of the last Survivor. I wouldn't be surprised if you want to rotate. No, we're opting to pick, actually. No, we have a bit of time to work with. No, we do want to slug. We do want to slug. I was expecting that. I was expecting the slug. Oh, we gonna be holding this mid map. If I was them, I'd be taking the. Oh, we found the Survivor. Okay. So, I mean, if all things go well for our Blight here, there should be a 4K0. And I think the thing that really changed this from being outs is finding that injured Jake right there. Plus the Sable greed onto the gen. I guess that's what they're playing for. And there we have it. Final Survivor falling. 4K0 secured. Could be argued that... Oh, the deliverance. Of course. And the pickup again. Do you know what? Do you know what? Who am I? Who am I to forget about deliverance? Christ on a bike. Pickup's going to happen. I'm not sure really what this is going to happen, so I'm just going to watch. Oh, the plot twist being forced out. Feeling the pressure now. We've got that pallet to use. That's a nice flick around. And, well, you thought it was 4K0. That could change things. The rotation, though, up into the bot side of the map. That's not come through. Where's our last Survivor? Oh, he's hid really well over at Shack. And I don't think our Blight knows. I think he still thinks he's in the top side. This could be outs. I mean, this is going to be... Well, he does smell it now. There's not enough time. But Jake's reset now. He's going to be able to get the pickup onto Sable. How much time can Pisky waste here? I don't see a world where the blight prevents outs here, unless the survivors make a really big mistake. Oh my god. Wait, that's two. We're going to get this. Gates open. That's going to be two survivors going out. Or we want to stay in for some reason. Okay, no. No, we don't. Unbreakable onto the Kwantai Young. But hatch is going to open. That's going to get closed. And our survivor should be toast. But damn, getting... what is that? 5 stages out the door? That's huge. The Daddy play into the survivor pickup. That's insane. Wait, the slow vault. Okay. Well, we zone them away. We zone them away. And yeah, just a matter of time now. Who'd have thought, though? Who'd have thought that had been out? All survivors slugged. Yeah, that's a skill issue on my part. For not smelling the deli. And now it's just a 1v1 ladder chase. What can I say? Playing for pride. Yeah, last survivor dies. What is that? That's... 7 stages. 7 stages, 3 fresh. An absolutely insane performance on Survivor for our Team Phoenix. Have to give them credit. It was looking bleak. They turned it around and they played that perfectly. The way that they played that that end game situation, I thought they were toast. I thought they were greedy. I thought that they put too much into getting those 5 gens done. But in the end, I mean, it came down to perks. That is truly, truly incredible. Team Phoenix showing up right here as a newcomer to Tenax. Giving a huge challenge to our Team Ecstasy. I'm going to have a quick look at where they are on the seeding, actually, because I am curious. Very, very curious. I mean, this is 8th versus 9th seed, so this is actually meant to be a pretty close matchup as far as seeding goes. Let me get our survivors in. Invite Rachel. Get our lobby set up nice and quick. 7 stages, 4 fresh. That should be pretty tall task for Ecstasy to beat on Blight. They're going to have a really good first chase. A good early game. I mean, basically a flawless end game. Flawless early game, even. Do you know one of the things about solo casting is you don't have a co-caster to yap with you. So I'm reaching. I'm reaching for things to to cook up here. Getting S in the background. Some things. Of course, being an admin also for the tournament, I have to just give a bit of attention to the Discord too. Ready to go when you guys are. We have Skipatch Pro, our Blight player, on the Ace. Interstellar on Nancy. Legion on the Kate. And Rachel on the Quante Young, the new survivor. Let's get this bracket going on the website. And so WinCon, basically, 8 stages, 3 fresh. or 7 stages on 4 survivors, but it is Blight. So, I mean, we just play our cards right. Should be on our way to a 4K. Let's go through the chat here. Emmy, of course. Emmy's going to be mid-game, so she's not going to be able to hear me. But we've got Zet in chat. We've got Jack as well. We've got Rise. WCaster, WU. We've got Fufu and I as well. And Allison. The feels are real also. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Christ, it's like a podcast. I'm like a host. Not really the formal style you're used to seeing, but I think that's kind of how I've grown as a caster. Doing other games and stuff, you go more into that host mentality, and I think I prefer it. I prefer the more informal touch to the streams too. I think that's what we like to go for at Tenax also. It's one of the things that I did talk to the production team about early on into the Tenax life cycle. But we are loading in. Thank you to the teams for being so fast on lobbies. Sometimes these lobbies do take a while. It really does depend. But they are being pretty fast, so thank you to them for that. And we have gameplay. There we go. We've got Dan on the Blight. A beautiful Ice Cane. Trying to find our survivor spawns. We've got Corrupt Intervention. Didn't we speak about builds last time? I think this is relatively similar to what our last killer player was using. The Infectious Intercaller Brine Eruption. That has been pretty popular with Blight. Of course, Pain Resonance not being available for use because it is too strong on this killer. I wonder if any balance changes are going to be coming in to change that now that he's had a bit of, well, a few changes to his rushes, to his killer power. Rachel trying to play the FEV, but that's a good hit. Nice, easy hit, even with the drop pallet. And that's going to lose us some distance. This should be a down. Force locker. Baiting the exit from the locker. And that's going to be a really fast down onto Rachel there. And pretty impressive. Where are the survivors? Working gens, not near enough. I mean, I was saying that you want that early game coming in to beat a win con like 8 stages. You gotta have a killer first chase, and that is just not going to be enough. Now our Blight not only has early pressure in the top side, he also has a bit of a 4-gen here. Knows the survivors around here, but he's got this huge plane on the map where he can just watch, where he can just scout. There's no way you can hide from him. Let me just take a little peek at our survivor. Yeah, so that's not the Deliverance survivor. So Dan really does think that someone's trying to go for this. I mean, it does make sense. Call of Brian going to trigger on that gen over there. Good information. That is one of the reasons why it is a... Oh, we found our survivor. We found the stealthing ace. It's going to be a trade. The silver lining being that Rachel isn't going to go second. Oh, it's not going to be a trade. We're just going to go straight for it. We're going to deny the deli. Oh, need this to connect. And I don't think that's going to be enough time for Deli to proc, actually. First gen going to be completed. And you have to give it to Dan. Wow. Early second stage, only 1 gen popping, and we know where this other one's being worked. It's right here. It's gonna be a hit through the sprint burst. I think that was. This is a disastrous start. Waiting for eruption. The classic. The reset comes through onto the ace. And Testella also injured, but this is so much early game pressure. And we've crucially stopped that gen there from popping as well. So we're going to confirm a survivor death with not much progress on this side of the map, unless we've had a survivor sneak in over there towards one of those other topside gens. But our Blight's going to be chilling. The more time he can waste... This should be... this should be Deli if we get a bit of a body block come in. And the stun's going to be huge. That's probably going to confirm it. Yeah, the hit tank comes in. And a bit of a lapse from our Blight. Eruption going to proc in the distance, but that's going to be Rachel dead. First kill coming in for our Blight. 2 gens completed on the survivor side. Nice little flare from Skipatch. How do you call it? Skipuk, I guess. Or just Skip. 3rd gen completed. Now, in terms of... I guess when we entered the 3v1, it's not really too dissimilar from last game. There was a really nice recovery from Ecstasy's killer. I remember. We lost that tunnel out initially, but then that Claudette was found pretty quickly another 2 times after that second hook was given. After that second fresh was secured. We may have secured ourselves 3 gens in the process, but I do believe those were on the bot side. So I think that this this mid to late game is going to be a very different story with our Blight having these gens in the bot side. Nosy doesn't really have to leave the side of the map. The resources are dwindling. And you're going to go into a war of attrition basically right here. Whoever is in this side of the map, whoever is playing this gen, you cannot get found. You're basically going to have to pre-run for your life and just hope that you don't take a bad hit in this top side. And a Legion has been found on the Kate. Gonna be saving our life. Ah, nice safety bump there from Dan. That's really good. Smelt the lithe. That's gonna force out a reset from Kate in the bot sides, where I believe we saw Ace. And we did see a survivor sneaking around over here. So we've popped our final bot side gen, and now we're left with the 3 gens on top side. So this is going to be a slow burner for sure on this match. And we're hiding behind a tree. That's not ideal. Using all of our rushes there, but that's going to give infectious proc. That's going to give so much information. Even if you take... we should be able to get a hook in this top side. Not the best hook. We do make some distance, but that's huge information for our black player right now. And the gates have been open. We see scratch marks And that's going to be the ace with the S-flick around the rock. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful S-flick. Oh no, it comes through, but the pressure's starting to build now. And this ace is going to be zoned really far topside. This is going to be the worst, probably the worst case scenario for your survivor. We've misread the scratch marks a little bit. Going to give some distance, but it is a blight, so... Oh my god. Another S-flick coming in from Dan. That is beautiful to watch. Appreciated as a blight player myself. Those feel so good to land. And we have a deep topside hook. The reset comes through onto Nancy, and we're trying to look for an early start. That is the name of the game in 3v1, so you do want a lot of... You don't really want much downtime on your hook survivor. Down with the game sense. And, of course, the Deliverance coming in. How could I forget? That's the second trial in a row, ladies and gentlemen. I've forgotten about Deliverance. You would think that I am a caster for DBD. I don't know. I guess not. I see it. We find anyone? Deliverance coming in clutch. I want to take a peek at the survivors. I'm too curious. Yeah, and I mean, this is really the survivor's game to lose rather than the killer's game to win. Let's get that score overly updated. So we're currently sat at 5 stages on 3 fresh. And we found Legion, though. That's huge. That's the 4th fresh. That's going to be one of the win conditions for this matchup. And there's going to come a point where all he needs to do is basically just commit the next person he finds. And the slow vault's going to come through. The infectious is going to be procced. Oh no, in fact, it's Eruption, actually. He's got aura reading on the next survivor. This is actually going to be probably the pathway to the loss for Ecstasy. You're going to have had to have hightailed it into the bot side. Did we just see someone? I don't know if we did or not. Yeah, the hunter comes through. That's... I don't know, maybe I'm seeing my demons. Oh, that was a fast heal. Was that heal on the hook? It was. Opted to go for the heal. I mean, that Kate is going to be the life player, but this person is... Yeah, it's Skiphack stuck in this top side again. Now sat at 6 stages. We're playing this palette once again. That gen being worked on, but we've just been there. We know how much time we have. Panic Vault going to come through. That's going to be the first tag. And you're basically looking for one more hook stage. And that's going to secure it. That's going to secure the win in this best of 1. You really can't hope for something like that in a... I mean, they get the last gen popped for what it's worth, but we're going to lose out by a single fresh stage. Dan just playing his cards right on this blight. Knows he has this topside 4-3 gen. And the amount of effort that it's going to take from the survivors to actually crack it is going to give them so much time and pressure to just get those stages up. And you're already working with a low win condition on your survivor side, so there you have it. That is going to be a nice little ping hit there. Not going to get that flick here today. That fake's not going to result in anything. Now, I wonder if there's been any result from our other match. Yeah, so Team Nord have taken the victory in match number 1. So it's going to be Team Phoenix versus Team Nord coming up. Actually, at the hook stage, gonna guess a gate's been opened somewhere. Oh, the Blight's gone to the wrong gate. Used all his rushes, so that should be the gate open. And I mean, all things considered, 8 stages on a Blight set. That can't be understated as a good result anyway. I mean, this is super close. These guys were neck and neck. And I mean, 8th and 9th seed, these guys are equal in the standings. I mean, in terms of where they were coming into the tournament. So I think we had probably as close as it gets. GG's to Team Ecstasy. They are going to be eliminated from the tournament. And, you know, kudos to Team Phoenix for coming in on an impressive performance. I'm going to take a quick intermission, folks, whilst I see what's happening with the next matchup. We have our teams decided, so hopefully it won't take too long. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tenax. We are here with our second round of the tournament, our quarterfinals. And as you'll see on my right-hand side, I've got a co-caster. Emmy, how you doing? Oh, it's not. There's no audio. Oh my god. Let me fix that. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Start speaking. Speak. Test.
Hello, we're
There we
testing.
go. There we go. ladies, ladies and gentlemen, Emmy.
Zach, wow.
Oh, it's been a
So
while. It's been a while, hasn't it?
it really has. I think one of the first Tenax was the first one, or the last one we cast together. And I remember it being a bit of a podcast as well because of some production issues. But we are back and we're going to have the quarterfinals between Team Nord and Team Phoenix for y'all's enjoyment. Zach, how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I just seen a pretty good game from Phoenix, so they seem like they have like cool heads. I don't know. It's not a team I was familiar with, so I wasn't really know what to expect. But they put in a good performance, against a pretty strong killer. We're going into this next set, um, on Nurse CT1. So
Ooh.
let's see if there's another practiced set that these guys can really show themselves up for. I don't know.
Well, speaking of familiarity with the teams, I am in fact very familiar with Team Not. They just knocked me out of the tournament. So well played to them. And
How could
they
they?
also have. How could they? I know, it's very mean. They also have a killer player who might be very familiar with the nurse. And if you're a long-time comp enjoyer, you might be familiar with them. It's Finger Guns.
Yeah, he was in Best of the Best, I think. Best of the Best back in the day. That was the original, like the first comp event that kind of took or like put the comp scene on the map. I would say like $10,000 prize pool. You had all the best players in the world basically come to that. Finger Guns was amongst those ranks, and for one reason or another, he went away, did his own thing, and took a break, and he's back now. I don't think he's consistently playing as much as he was, but he's here. He's right in front of us, and we get to see his nose.
Yeah, we've had him in the tournament before. And Team Nord is definitely one of the teams to watch out for in this iteration of Tenax. I think they've shown very good results in all the previous events they've attended. Unfortunately, they've not been able to bring the whole thing home just yet. So maybe today is the day where they can make it happen. But yeah, definitely a really strong team. I think we've broadcast them on different killers in the past. We've seen their twins, we've seen their Deathslinger, now we're going to see their nurse. So a very, yeah, versatile team when it comes to killing and surviving.
I think with I guess, your knowledge of the team, you tend to speak to the sets that you're used to see the play on, but you got a wildcard team that you never seen before. I got no idea what we're about to witness. It could be absolute chaos. Could be I don't know, finger guns getting ran the whole game. I don't know. We've got that edge map usage. I mean, it's Cortile one. This is like the classic set. Like this is the set that all of these guys would have played. I always say this when we get an CT set. It's a set that I pretty much is like your it's like the qualification. It's like if you're starting in comp DBD or you're interested in it, pretty much I'd say 95% chance you're going to be starting on Cortile 1 against a nurse. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to going back to comp roots and just seeing these guys play. I mean, it's been so long since I've seen one of these sets. I think they can get dry sometimes to watch in general, just from a viewing perspective. But in terms of playing, it's really popular.
Oh,
So
yeah.
for me, I'm looking at it with fresh eyes. So I'm excited to see a specialist nurse player who's really got a lot to show against a team who I'm not quite sure how they're going to go into this, right? And
Yeah, if they want to make.
we can go into the specifics of the set, of course, when we load in just a second. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling.
If they want to make a name for themselves, now is the best time to do so. I feel like Nurse is a set that If you're a 1v1 player, you hate it. If you're a strong macro player, you love it. So good chase is definitely not expected. So if one team can just outperform the other on a macro level, that is definitely one way of making an upset happen in this matchup. So we could definitely see something like that happen here. Tenax, best of one. We've seen weirder things happen in the past. But yeah,
Yeah,
Nurse very much about the death spots, about slugging in the 3v1 situation, and potentially making it for that famous 4k1 Nurse result, even though it's always out. It most of the time is a 4k, even though people swear that they should always out a Nurse nowadays. I don't think they consistently can do that as we're loading into the trial.
there we go. Ooh, just a quick buffer on the game capture, but there we are. We're into our nursed set. Pretty standard. We have our corrupt on the top side. Pretty, I mean, this is business as usual. And we're going to go find some survivors.
Yeah, definitely an interesting add-on decision from our killer here, choosing the lower cooldown, but as I just checked our nurse balancing, there are heavy restrictions, and there was a crow disturbed on the edge, and Fingerguns is able to get the fast tag onto Pisky, who is running up the map, edge map. Can they last? Hey, that's already two, one blink survived, and they're gonna die in the corner.
Oh, oh my god, that was so close to not hitting. He was confused for a second, but I mean, yeah, this is like he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's taking his time. But that's going to be
Yeah.
first hook, and relatively early, I might say. We dodged out on a few blinks, so got a bit of time for ourselves, but we're going to cancel Corrupt out early doors.
Yeah, we were able to see on the HUD that the survivors have not really been able to touch gens yet. The rotations haven't come through just quite. And this gen being worked easily interrupted by Ruin. And I've got some bad news if you check out the survivor builds, because the first survivor that has been hooked was the Deliverance survivor trying to stealth that map. So the survivors are already set back quite a bunch by this, and it's a pretty strong looking 4 gen up top here. Fingerguns is going to be happy with this position.
It would be. It's like a nurse's dream. Right, you've got a deep topside hook in your 3 gen. You're going to have so much early pressure from this first stage, maybe going into second. I feel like when you're low on gem pressure, you really can't let that survivor go second stage. So I think Fingerguns kind of expects that and he realizes it, and he's all for it. He's all for securing the second stage. So
this is also a very body blockable hook, as we see our Sable trying to get the unhook, and she does get it. Last second unhook. Fingerguns doesn't quite get the body block, just swings through the BT and is aiming to down our Lori with a quick 2-tap. And that's exactly what doesn't happen because of the base kit BT speed boost. Lori able to make it to the bot side of the map, just surviving a tiny bit longer than Fingerguns had intended. And our nurse seems a little lost right now, not quite getting the down just yet. And Pisky makes a great distance all the way to edge 6, drops the edge map pallet, throws the cracker, and buys valuable time. Well played.
yeah, I mean, running a marathon, and he didn't even go second stage either. So all of that. That nice early game setup that we were talking about and glazing has now just completely gone out the window, especially now that you've made deep bot side. So he's got no options really for a strong hook. It's going to take him as far into the map as possible, as is standard. And he's going to need to go check on his gens now.
Yeah, the situation for the survivors has just improved drastically by Nurse not being able to get the 2-tap there, but a great tag onto Inno on this very high progress gen. Now is Fingerguns just gonna give up on the bot side hook and try to play for the top side survivors? Now the 3-gen gets broken, the unhook comes through, hitting through the BT yet again. Fingerguns making sure that no survivor can have Deliverance in this setup, trying to 2-tap everybody off the hook.
Pathing?
Really good pathing. Pisky sends it back up the map, but that is the 2-tap coming through, but another gen pops.
Look away, that hit on my screen was not pretty, but hey, listen, it's one of the perks of being a killer is your ping. So you have some varying hits now and then. But interestingly enough, for our first kill, Phoenix secure 3 gens. Now, whether they've... I didn't see if
Oh.
they picked that top side. I did not realize there was a Claudette there healing, but that might be a quick
did
two-tap.
realize, great patience, threatening the pallets down on the edge map, but does go down in the end. Now, are we going to slack? The survivors did suffer a couple of injuries,
Wait, they split the map?
but another gen pops. The 3 gen is broken, and this is looking all of a sudden... Well, it's quite unlikely that 5th gen is gonna pop in the 3v1 against the Nurse with Ruin still up. But considering the start being, a bit critical for Team Phoenix, this is a great comeback from the Survivor side.
There it is, and their gem pressure is really impressive for me.
Absolutely.
And that's
Finger
like...
Guns
It's...
does find Tusi up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I mean, that's like... You're not expecting to have such a nice, comfortable start against this guy. I mean, we know his Nurse. We've seen it before. Whether he's out of practice, I'm not sure. Whether he's practicing at all, I have no idea. But this Survivor team definitely seeming like coherent and cohesive in their play, which is just what you want from a wildcard team.
Onto our Jake, and it looks like no, our killer elects to hook instead of playing for some slack pressure here, taking the hook up the map towards the main generator, knowing that there is the progress being made by our Sable, by Neil. Luckily, this build is quite creative with Calm Spirit on the Sable with a flashlight build. I like it. Not usually what you would see versus Nurse, but Finger Guns does see the scratch marks. Maybe a little distraction maneuver. As the skill check gets missed on the generator, which means Finger Guns has perfect information on where every single survivor is. And yeah, this is looking like a 4K1 to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the situation changed when he got info. Because he knows now. He knows that our survivors are on bot side. Ruin is gonna proc on that gen. He's gonna see that. He's gonna know the Sable is injured and in a panic. That rotation is gonna have to come through pretty fast for that unhook. But actually, our Claudette is just still at the gen. Is that enough time to get the unhook? I think it might be. It's just gonna be a trade. I think probably. Yeah, it's gonna be really close. Should be able to get to that second blink in.
Oh, beautiful.
Just in time. Just in time. But at what cost?
Yeah, really beautiful blink from Finger Guns, but also a great unhook from the Survivor side. We do see our Jake in chase now. He has to make something happen, putting the entirety of Team Phoenix on his back as Tusi. Vaults the windows. Is that a live play coming through? Yes, indeed. And Finger Guns on the water tower.
Has to cancel out his DS to get this pickup. Does get the pickup through the desperate measures, and they're going to go up for the Jake, who is trying to sneak back into the map. But it is essentially just janitorial duty. Oh my god, we're playing Rust, farming the pallets. And I think this is exactly what I saw last game, by the way, from Phoenix. They had like a terrible, like... They pushed for those gens, all went down, and somehow had a comeback. I don't know if that's necessarily looking likely this time, but they seem to have recovered a tiny bit off the back of that unhook. Getting that unhook was huge. Let's be real.
Yeah, for sure.
That's changed at least the outlook of this 4K1, for it not being so secure. But how do they recover? This
Ruin is still up. Is still injured and has just used the rest of their medkit onto Sable, onto Neil, who is trying to pressure the main generator as we speak, but Finger Guns does hear some progress on that, so they can just camp both the hook and the main building generator. So this is really awkward for the Survivor side. Yeah, it is going to be a 4K1. The question is, how long is it gonna take us as our Claudette gets spotted trying to pressure the generator? Still injured, using the sprint burst to make some distance, but does go down, and this should spell the end for Team Phoenix here.
Yeah, I actually see the sparks through the wall. I don't know if that was a... Never mind. I'll just see my ghosts, I think. But yeah. And now we start our long drawn out process of waiting for these last survivors to go down after basically the entire game's been played. My favorite.
Oh, that blink is a little too short as 2C dies on the hook. Can we get a generational run from Neil here, trying to make it to the hill for the balanced landing play? But a nurse is in hot pursuit and does get the down. But yeah, honestly, I do think that the Fake one was set in stone. So making it fast instead of a long drawn out slugfest, probably the best for our viewers and maybe for our players as well. Well played to both sides. Definitely a great comeback as the Mori does come through. And yeah, fuck it one. I I called it. I think it's a pretty expected result on Nurse. If you're able to get the tunnel out relatively quickly, this is usually what the result is going to look like. So I think this is tieable, but it usually does take quite a long time till this result gets reached, just due to slugging and map pressure and pickups and resets and stealth. And I do think that this was quite the fast 4K one compared to other nurse sets.
Yeah, and I think Ruin really played a part in that. Just securing it, I guess. You said it yourself, it was still up, and when you're in that situation of having that ruin grind down your gens, when you're essentially not being productive, it's so hard to recover against a nurse. So,
Yeah.
having that crucial totem up is going to give you all the agency you need to, I guess, lock the result in. But like you said, like the how fast are we going to achieve this? Because that is a factor in this tournament.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the tournament format, we have a tie condition based on time. So if both teams get the same result, whoever got there faster is going to win the set. I do like the creativity that Team Phoenix showed with the builds. I definitely think that Champion of Light and Calm Spirit is an interesting adaptation. Unfortunately, they didn't bring a ton of reset perks, which did end up hurting them towards the end in the 3v1. But yeah, I do always like to see some creativity when it comes to builds. And from the nurse, we saw a gold standard, right? You see the Ruin Eruption, Corrupt Intervention. So, and wait, what was the last perk again? Am I losing it? But yeah, one perk that I would oh yeah, it was Call of Brine. So finger guns just playing off the ruin completely, just showing how strong of a perk that is. Just that you run 2 perks as backup in case it ever runs out. Now, one thing I would really like to see on the killer side for Team Phoenix would be genetic limits, because genetic limits has recently been changed. And now when you hit the survivor, the exhaustion is going to apply before overcome can proc. And it makes nurse oh so oppressive in chase if the survivor with overcome is not able to make any distance, if the balanced landing survivor cannot get their exhaustion perk off in time. It is really powerful, and it is something that I've seen in scrims quite a lot. So quite curious if we're going to see that come into play.
Yeah, it's. I swear you have like a core of 3 perks on Nurse most of the time, and it's always about who's going to change up the game with that 4th perk. We've seen Undying just on its own before. We've seen Genetic Limits. I think there's been other ones like even Phantom Fear slipping in there sometimes. I mean that was before it was caught out as like being just ridiculous. And
Yeah.
like those organizers just like, yeah, I think we just need to get rid of that. Like that is not good at all. We do not want that in our tournament. Rightfully so, because that is a for a set that requires so much rotating and has a lot of line of sight. That perk is just absolutely guaranteed to always get value and probably change a lot of games. But yeah, like you said, the exhaustion applied on that genetic limits, getting those just whittling down those that perk value on the survivor side too, where essentially it goes from being a pretty safe spot for them to just being totally dangerous and game changing, especially when it's about where you die in these sets. It's where you want
Yes.
to position yourselves on the map. So if you're going to deny an exhaustion that's going to get you so much distance, that is rightfully so. I think a sensible choice.
Yeah, it's all about that distance and about death spots. We also have some interesting other perks available for a lot of info. I'm looking at Infectious Fright, which would be quite interesting since the undetectable add-on is banned in our balancing. We also have Rancor, which could be a niche pickup as well. And one that I would love to see, it's not gonna happen, but I would love to see Deathbound. Just you see survivors
Oh
resetting and you
yeah.
get their information because of them screaming. I think that would be very fun. But of course, the killers do have stronger perks available. But sometimes the meta read is just about catching the team off guard and bringing something that they've never seen before in scrims and that they cannot expect.
Yeah, I think when you come into this as the underdog as well, a curveball sometimes is needed. We try to introduce unique maps to do that for some teams, but rightfully so. Teams have no interest in them. It's more
Yeah,
about
that's
playing
why I
in.
was laughing as well. It's
Yeah,
always like, okay, can we just agree to play Wreckers for Spirit? I
you
don't want to go to Toba.
you do see teams like target that though. I think it is it's just another
Aha!
element.
Look at the analyst over here. We've got genetic limits on Mrs. Nurse.
I'm a little bit sus of that because you can see these team chats. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not throwing accusations around, but I'm just kidding.
Hey, you took
I'm
my
just kidding.
permissions, okay? I can't see anything.
What do you mean you've got them back? I'm just kidding. Anyway, bit of a weird corrupt mid map. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Miz sees survivors crossing aggressively already. But if someone presents themselves basically screaming, hey, I'm here, chase me, you can expect them to be a survivor that has a lot of anti-tunnel, as Miz does miss the swing onto Lincoln on the Kate, just drops the chase, goes topside again, not interested in chasing in the corrupt intervention at all. So we might see our survivor team stealth it out here and only have Lincoln play aggressively. I like that strategy.
Have we spotted someone? We have.
Oh, what a find! Oh, that's
Oh
so
my-
good!
Oh my god, got the eyes of a hawk. That is crazy. I did not notice that survivor there, but Miz clearly
And
having.
you can see the sprint burst was still on cooldown. That is not genetic limits. So some caught edge map with their pants down. Miz is going to be very happy with this one. Great, pretty fast first down, and because the survivors were looking to stealth out the corrupt intervention, there's no gen progress just yet.
Nothing yet. That is a nice early down. And
Miz right now just looking, trying to see if they can catch the unhooker out of position. But I do feel like Team Nord is one of the more experienced teams in this tournament, and they're definitely going to play it really slow and make sure that the Deliverance survivor gets the unhook in this situation. Miz holding the blink, decides to now interrupt the topside gen, wants to apply Eruption and Call of Brine, and sees Courtney. Oh, bit of a misclick there, probably. The unhook does come through, the nurse stuck on the other side of the map, and the reset happens as well. Really clean, patient survivor play. And Miz is on the back foot right now.
Yeah, safe unhook, quick reset, and you're basically back to square one. You do want a bit of you want to know where that tunnel out is, but I don't think that's an option for Miz right now, especially now that we've got those gens on the top side popping. Clearly Team Nord have the 3 gen in their sights. That is essentially what you elect to try and clear off in these sets. And with that corrupt early on, I think that really set them up for success. Even though they had that quick early down, this gem's pretty close. Carty's going to take a tag and run behind main building. Not sure if he's going to make too much distance, though.
Oh,
Unless
nice
we
stun.
stun the nurse. There we go.
Yeah, I was really liking Miz's approach on the gen there. Courtney goes down, Eruption comes through, and Miz gets the information of survivors still working that topside generator, sees the aura. Can they interrupt this hook, this gen in time before it pops? It's looking grim. I think the 3 gen is gonna get broken right now.
Yeah, and you've got basically no one on the verge of death. This is like worst case scenario. worst case scenario for your nurse player?
Yeah, the map is split, the tunnel out is working a bot gen somewhere, and now the survivors are in a super comfy position where they can give as much hook time as they want. 70 seconds against the nurse with that low mobility, and survivors tucked away safely on the bottom side of the map. We do see Lincoln posturing aggressively again. Might just go for a straight up trade here. Does get the Anuk for free, no trade necessary. And Courtney just posturing aggressively with the base kit borrowed time and stuck on this filler right now. No, actually makes a distance to the pallet and gets grabbed. Well played by Miz. Beautiful play.
I did notice that he has the dead hard, but he opted for the vault into like I honestly, yeah. He might have had genetic limits actually. That is also a factor I think in dead hard too. If you're exhausted, you can't use it. And you're also in deep wound. What am I saying?
Yeah.
You can't even use it.
It's a
So that's his only
nightmare
option.
situation for
I'm sorry,
Courtney
Courtney. I'm sorry I doubted you. Look at me with my cast of knowledge. Anyway, that's the second stage for Courtney. A little bit of recovery on the killer side, and we do find the reset. So a little bit of pressure building up in this mid game, and that should be. Never mind, it's not a down. We'll throw that pallet, but we haven't got much more options left. We'll just run to the corner of the map. Actually, not committing.
Oh, wow. Lincoln playing really well there, getting the exhaustion back mid-chase, so was ready to just vault for life. As our nurse tries to make it back to the top side to interrupt this heal, but the reset does come through. A desperate swing, unfortunately only connecting with the air, and Miz knows that the pressure is on right now. Yes, you can tunnel out Courtney, but does that win you the game? Great use of the tree for line of sight blockage, and Courtney has some great distance onto our nurse here. Only has the dead heart, which is not gonna work with genetic limits in play, but just beautiful chase versus the nurse, just holding that distance so well. Does get tagged now, but in this area of the map, the gen has already completed, so Courtney just runs edge map, accepts that they are the tunnel out, and yeah, doesn't bother that.
Oh my
Actually
God.
jukes the nurse one more time, extends the chase by a good 10 seconds at least. What a run by Courtney.
And that's going to be the last gen pop. That's going to be the win condition. Look at that. 5 gens popped. And yeah, Nord are going to take the win. And I think that they have every right to with how they played today.
Oh, yeah, really clean performance by Team Nord. Definitely showing their experience, even though some got caught out pretty early without a lot of gen progress being available for the team. They got the deliverance, which didn't even end up mattering. They got the tunnel out to safety. And they're gonna win because of it. Sorry, I've got the spectator bug.
It's okay. We've got some being chased out the gate. They're basically being escorted out. That's how I describe what's happening right now. And we're body blocking each other.
Block. Yep.
Well, there we have it. A quick conclusion to our set, our best of one. And actually not something you really see on nurse sets. They tend to drag out, so I'm happy. I'm happy we've had a quick set, really.
Yeah, well played to both teams. Nord will be advancing to the semi-finals. Phoenix, thank you so much for playing. Y'all were great. And we hope to see you again in the future.
Just having a quick look. Of course, Nord taking that win. We do have our other matchups across the bracket. We've got Onyx versus Ascension, Oh Boy versus Aviditas, and Arcadia versus Duality. Interesting. Arcadia is a team I'm looking forward to see. Although I think that I'll actually have to question that one. But yeah, Oh Boy. Tell me what you think about Oh Boy, right? Because they have been so close to I guess on the cusp of getting into these, final 2 rounds. I think they're really searching for a win here. They're a team that stand out to me, and I think that they do have of all of their attempts so far this in Tenax. This is probably the one time I think that they really do have a good chance of winning it and coming out on top. But I don't know what their roster's looking like today. I'll be honest. It's totally down to whether they're around or not asleep.
Yeah, I think Oboy made it to the grand finals in the second 10x ever versus Team Mercy, and unfortunately came short just on the finish line. The last time we saw them on the broadcast was versus Team Aphelion, where unfortunately they came up short in the semifinals. So oh boy, really need a success story here. They really want to make it to the finals and maybe take home the prize money of our tournament. Because as you said, they've been pretty close, but I'm not sure. I feel like they've been playing pretty loose against lower seeded teams, and I think
You
it's been costing them in the past. I think that's my
you
most neutral
talking about the timeout incident.
analysis that I can give. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I knew that. I knew it. I knew it. And for context, we had a blight set. I think it was Aphelion, right? They made a miracle run to grand finals
Yes.
versus Team Rocket. They did get 2-0'd, unfortunately, but they took down Oh Boy, which was, I think, probably the biggest upset we've seen in the tournament so far as it goes. Um, and oh, wow, like, yeah, I mean, I don't thought it was a fluke or if I was just having a bad day, but he was just using rushes on the edge map, and then it ended up just buying them so much time. But they did take it. But yeah, I think Oh Boy are they can be a wild card sometimes, but they are a really strong team.
Yes, for sure. Also a story team with a lot of history. Pretty big name in the competitive scene. They've been around for a long time, even with a lot of roster changes coming through. There's still a couple of OG players on there. But another team that I think could make a deep run in this this iteration of Tenax is going to be Team Onyx, which is a newly formed team consistent of previous Team Astral and a bit of Team Mercy mixed in there as well. Definitely a team that I would keep my eye out for.
Yeah, Onyx, they actually I feel bad for them because last 10x they had a DC, which is always difficult to really like for a team that strong, especially when you're poised to win it, but all of a sudden, game gets you. But they
Yeah.
unfortunately fell out of the tournament because of that last time. So I'm also, I got my fingers crossed for them to see them in that final game. But they are going to be up against Nord. Whoever takes that, they are. Yeah, it's Onyx versus Ascension. Ascension, they're also a strong team. They have some really underrated players uh, on their killer side as well. So we've got a really like exciting, I think, tournament lined up.
Yeah, what I really like about this iteration is that we don't have a clear favorite, right? We don't have a Team Rocket, Team Summer, uh, Team Gorilla, or anything attending this time. So this one's really up for grabs. And yeah, I always love seeing new names. Uh, and I would love a success story for Oh Boy as well.
Yeah, so Oh Boy and Onyx, those are our two teams that we've got our eyes on. I am for one. I mean, I have friends playing in the tournament. I see Arcadia. I would like them to do well also. But that's just my bias as the as the man in charge. But yeah, one actually noticed that Excalibur Aviditas, that round one matchup. By the way, exclamation mark bracket. By the way, guys, in chat, if you'd like to see what we're kind of looking at, we both got got the bracket. We're just talking about the teams because yeah, there are some newcomers this time around. And Aviditas, they have been in the past couple of um events. I don't necessarily know if they're going to take it from Oh Boy, but they have some strong points on that team. I've not seen them play. I don't think we've actually had coverage of them so far in the tournament, but some of these teams that slip through the net, we could be looking at some content in semi-finals. But yeah, I don't know. Well, unless you have anything else to add, Emmy, I think we can throw it to a quick intermission whilst we wait for some of these quarterfinals games to wrap up and for a semi-finals to emerge. And then I'll be leaving the desk. Sadly, it's been short but sweet, and you're
Yes.
going to be joined by Volkus. focus.
I loved getting to cast with you again. It's always a pleasure. And
Likewise.
the semifinals are going to be super fun either way. I think it's never been closer in Tenax. So do stick around, cheer for your favorite teams, and we're going to be right back.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, guys.
everybody. We are so back, bringing you the semifinals of Tenax Proving Grounds between Arcadia and Oh Boy. Zach had to leave the caster desk, but I am joined by none other than Volkus. How are you feeling today? It's so good to have you.
Hello, Emmy. Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you so much for having me here yet again for another 10x. I'm feeling incredible, especially even better now that I've seen these picks and bans. But I don't want to spoil anything just yet. I don't want to
Ooh,
talk
I
about it too
know.
soon. But I kind of want to talk about it. But I kind of don't want to talk about it. Less to say, we're gonna have some super exciting semifinals going on here, and I just can't wait. I love Tenax. It's great. It's great. The 1 day tournament format where everybody is sort of, it feels like everybody's rushing together to try to make the best games possible happen for us, and I just love that.
Yeah, and we definitely got some super exciting teams this time, as we talked about previously. We don't have any clear favorite to take it all. And I do think Arcadia and Oh Boy, this could go either way. Or do you think a clear favorite is gonna emerge from this one?
Ooh, okay. Completely unbiased. I think I have a sort of a legal duty to inform everybody in the stands that 2 of my Pandemonium teammates are currently playing for Arcadia. So unbiased. A part of me might be rooting for Arcadia, but if we look at it factually, that matchup is pretty close, and it should be. There is no clear-cut winner here for sure. As much as I want to say that yeah, Arcadia should sweep, it will definitely not be an easy match. And Obo is a very good and a very experienced team. They've shown time and time again in the big leagues that they can perform, and I'm certain they will give us even more of that here today.
Yeah, we've seen them in the semifinals, in the grand finals, and 10x previously, but we've yet to see them take home the grand prize. So they will definitely try really hard to play a clean semifinals game to make it to the grand finals for a shot at the prize money. You want to talk about picks and bans? Which ones have you excited?
Oh, everything. Of course, with the big patch happening just yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Wow. Feels like so long
Time
ago
flies.
already. Or I know, right? Time flies when you're not playing pubs because of 2v8. But I just. So, yes, with such a big patch, making a lot of many different changes, we are actually going to be seeing 2 killers that were very affected by changes overall. So, we have the blight on suffocation pint one. Of course, everybody that is familiar with Dead by Daylight at any sort of level is aware of the menace that is the blight, the 1 person weapon that is this double S tier killer that used to terrorize everybody, and now has been slightly nerfed. Not quite so much to the point where, in my opinion, it's still not one of, if not the strongest killer in the game, but definitely been nerfed in a significant manner, which changes the way you would play the Blight normally. So, for those of you that are not aware, the Blight used to be a 115/4.6 movement speed killer, whereas now he has been reduced to a 4.4/110 movement speed killer. This means that your normal M1 mechanics, your gameplay around loops, is going to be more advantageous towards the survivor and not as sort of straightforward for the Blight. Additionally, what has changed is that the Blight now, whenever breaking a pallet, will only have a maximum 3 rushes at his disposal. If you're counting, of course, with the standard 5, this does not apply the same way for the Iridescent add-on, but he will now only have the 3 rushes available to him, and that will be giving the opportunities to the survivors to make a bit more distance after he breaks a pallet. So basically, the Blight is now forced to play a lot more around his actual M2 power and cannot really rely on M1 and zoning as much, which, Emmy, as I'm sure you'll agree, is a step in the right direction to actually sort of reward the killer player for knowing and being good and practiced at the mechanics of the specific killer, instead of just being able to play M1 or zone a pallet and then immediately catch up with a very lethal rush.
Well, I think it really depends because Blight obviously has to rely on bump logic to outplay certain filler loops or certain tiles, and is heavily dependent on RNG. Do you have an object to bump off in the right spot? No? Well, now you gotta play this weird filler as a 110 killer. And if the
Mm-hmm.
survivor is just patient, never drops the pallet, you're gonna have a lot less pressure. Now, I do think that in a controlled setting, which in the comp DVD, of course, we do have, uh, It allows the Blight to be put on a map where Bump Logic is fairly efficient. But I think a lot of pop players are going to be quite unhappy with the changes just because, you get thrown into these maps with awkward collision. But since we are going to be playing on Suffocation Pit 1, as is tradition for Blight, I think the main changes are going to be on those slightly awkward box fillers, if you know what I'm talking about. The fillers between main building and the top side of the map, or shack and the mid map. Those can be really tricky to outplay with your power. So I feel like most Blights have gravitated towards just playing those as a pure M1 killer and then catching back up with the rushes, as you pointed out. So I'm definitely interested to see how our killers are going to approach those, if they are mechanically gifted enough to outplay them, or if they're going to take a lot more time than they previously did.
No, you're definitely right. When it comes to putting Blight on any sort of map and sort of hoping for the best, that is definitely a problematic situation that can arise a lot more now. Still, I believe the Blight has a lot of tools and a lot of skill ceiling available for him to take advantage of many of these situations without having to rely so much on the M1. But nevertheless, this is a big change to the killer that definitely affects how the dynamic is going to be between the survivors and the killer. And especially, I think it's even more interesting, in my opinion, the fact that we are playing on the Suffocation Pit 1, which is of course a very practiced map, a very common learned map for Blight players and survivors to go against the Blight. And of course, with the changes only coming yesterday, we have not been able yet to see a very high level sort of exhibition of the Blight skills, both from the killer and the survivor side. So I'm really interested to see what sort of adaptations our teams will make to these new changes on the fly.
Yeah, there are definitely some Blight players out there that are pretty famous for their rush usage and bump logic, and others that are just a lot deadlier and forcing great M1 gameplay. So I think there's going to be a split between the top tier Blight players, and we have to see if some of them are going to be left behind just a little bit. Luckily, the Blight has a very dedicated player base, and I think people are going to figure out how to min max even with the recent nerfs. Everybody was saying Blight was dead when Hacktech got removed, and he stayed at the very top of the tier list for the longest time. Now, as the lobby is getting ready, we can quickly talk about the other matchups that we have coming, because we also have Dredge on Midwich, and then one that you're gonna like a lot, Ghoul on Ormond Lake Mine as the tiebreaker.
Ooh, yeah, baby,
The
let's go.
Ghoul.
My favorite. Yes, definitely. Oh, I'm eating really good here, Emmy. I have to say, Blight, one of my favorite killers. Dredge, one of my favorite sets. Ghoul, probably my favorite set in setting all of comp right now. I am just like I'm just eating good. I came here. Zach did all the heavy lifting for me anyway on the casting desk, and you, of course. And then I come in here, I swoop in. Oh, guys, I'm here with my favorite sets. I'm very excited. Yes, yes, all good. But yeah, no, I'm definitely very, very happy about this. And of course, we all know Dredge, another significant buff to the killer, now holding Remnant from 3.8 meters per second movement speed to 4.0. So I couldn't even tell the difference really because I don't play Dredge, but all of my Dredge players really made sure to be very vocal in my DMs and say, "Oh my
Let's
god,
go.
this is such a good change for Dredge." So I'm also again very, very excited to see that. And Ghoul still Ghoul. Nothing changed this patch, but hey, we still love to see it. And it seems that now we are in on our game. Daimao on the Blight, and Ruin, Wretched Fate, Eruption.
The bump logic coming in clutch off the spawn already. Unfortunately, taking a couple too many rushes to traverse the map properly, but that's okay. Whoever plays that rock there is going to pay later. Daimao now looking in the bot side of the map. Sees Winter at it on Shack, but is not interested in pursuing that chase. Yeah, as you pointed out, we do have a Wretched Fate, we have a Ruin, and as a little backup, we also have Eruption. Our survivors are playing it really slow, but Daimao does see a crow just returning to this rock, so one of the survivors has already crossed.
And we can see here Ryob, and oh, there goes Ruin. Ah, well, that was a short-lived Ruin. I mean, solo Ruin on Suffocation Pit. The Suffocation Pit totem spawns are quite well known So it's not something you would expect to last very long. But again, very, very unfortunate to see it go this early on. However, this does allow the Blight to use their backup of Eruption. A very, very strong killer perk, as we all know, and especially very good on the Blight. Yeah, Daimao not really having the most explosive early game. A few rotates happened without his knowledge there. Wasn't able to convert the first few sets of rushes. And now, yeah, a bit slow. But now the survivors definitely have had the opportunity to be wherever they want on the map and position accordingly. Some good resources near them. The jungle gym here that will be quite safe for a bit against the Blight, and immediately Lilith in chase. Great stun here, and now that's exactly it. So because the Blighter was below 3 rushes, that doesn't change anything. No need to take a penalty of the pallet break there, but that is exactly one of those situations where the newer Blight will have to deal with things differently. Daimao opting not to commit that chase back towards the corrupt area, and instead going back to the top side to catch a different survivor.
Yeah, Daimao playing it really slow here, has a nice forge on top side, happy to just deplete some resources before getting the fast tag. Now we see Lilith in chase again. She's been posturing very aggressively this entire time. Does have another pallet, gets another stun, beautifully played. Vaults the window, and that is Lithe coming through, does get downed, unfortunately. Eruption on the main building. But with the survivors playing this conservative at the start, we might suspect the right survivor having been the first chase here. And if we look at the build, Lilith is indeed our tunnel out survivor with the decisive strike, as she gets hooked on the top side of the map.
And most importantly here for Team Arcadia, Lilith is not the Deliverance survivor, so that will be a perk that will definitely be coming into play. We see here that Daimao opted to hook Lilith on the sort of middle side, top mid, actually more towards the top side of the map. And that will be a good advantageous hook here. He can watch that hook just visually, doesn't really have to go up too close to it. It's not obscured behind anything, so he will be trying to prevent the Deliverance from coming in, but he's not able to do that as Lilith does get pulled, and we see the Delhi survivor not going after Lilith just yet, probably understanding that the decisive strike is in play. But now we should also be aware that this is the Deliverance survivor, as is common. The first pull is a safe bet to say that it's always going to be Deliverance. And now Daimao is going to take this injury, though. Is he going to choose to commit this all the way through to a down? Maybe. Looking around. And we're here at the Pallet Gym. It's going to be quite difficult to convert anything. So we're going to just have to break and pray here. Yep, Blight not able to rush afterwards anymore. Has to wait a couple more seconds, which will hopefully allow Winter Edit here to make another... Oh, the flare! Absolutely beautifully done by Winter there to avoid getting hit. We're not...
Pallet.
Swing
This
for the pallet
is
does not do
110
anything.
Blight coming into play right now. This filler is so much safer as the killer if the killer is just a little slower. And this hook spawn makes it really awkward to Daimao to actually get the rush on the pallet. So has to play this as an M1 killer. Loses the mind game. Winter Edit super patient. This makes it so awkward. And
Oh my
Daimao
God.
gets auto-aimed onto the pallet break. Winter Edit buying so much time for their team. Just confidently dying edge map. So much time bought. And the Deliverance active as well. Is Daimao going for the hook here? Does have to hook. But so much great gem pressure from the survivors. One generator already popped. And this main generator is so close to popping as well.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that doing all of that, having such an incredible chase there from Winter Edit, to then have this be delivered, and it's just such a kick in the teeth for Daimao. And of course, I understand that he didn't want to focus Lilith because of decisive, and perhaps to get some more value out of that wretched fate, but that it's just simply not going to be very good for him. It's not going to put him in a situation. He has no progress towards a tunnel out, and now the Deliverance is on hook. So all the time that the survivors are taking here is absolutely for free. Winter Edit choosing to pop the Deliverance there and get himself out off of that hook. However, does he have anything to prevent himself being tunneled out? Daimao even actually sort of losing track of Winter. I believe I saw Winter heading towards the backside of main. Yeah, indeed, that is where he is right now. Stealthing there. Oh, however, Daimao does have eyes onto Winter again. Trying to convert this rush to someone. Finds Ryok doing the gen. Is going to be taking the tab while Winter is here zoned and broken from the Deliverance.
Yeah,
Are we gonna be
Arcadia
able to have the chase?
overextending just a tiny bit here, trying to pop that main generator, but Ryob just takes a tag, misses a skill check, really unlucky, and Winter Edit goes down on the highest progress generator. And the Deliverance survivor rarely has anything to aid them with tunneling, and it is the same in this situation. So Winter Edit, stage 2, hooked on the active generator. This was such a good start for Arcadia, but now Daimao is clawing his way back into the game. Also, I need to know what ping Daimao is on because he's getting stunned every single time. It's so unfortunate to see.
Absolutely true. If I'm not mistaken, Daimao plays out of the Middle East. Is that right? Or am I mistaken on that? I'm not 100% sure. French? Ah, okay. So it shouldn't be too much of a ping difference there. But again, he has been taking a lot of these stuns. Moving back
Yeah.
now towards the the hook here. Again, as you said, Emmy, next to this most progress generator, it's going to be very difficult for the survivors to put any real progress onto that. And I believe that Team Arcadia is more likely than not going to either pull Daimao quickly off of this hook. Well, I say pull Daimao, pull Winter off of this hook so they can continue to work this generator, or just redirect their efforts into putting another generator on high progress. Riot is able to sneak in, but this is going to be a trade. And this is great from Daimao here. Not allowing this unhook to come out for free is going to give him a lot more momentum. Going to put Riot on this hook here. I think Daimao may be considering the fact that he might be unable to 4K with this current situation. So just taking, of course, Blight has the mobility to be able to catch up, no problem whatsoever. But just taking that safety extra fresh hook here is going to be great. Good reconversion there onto Winter Red. And that's going to be Winter gone and out of
Yeah.
this game at one generator remaining.
I thought for sure that with Daimao going for the hook onto Ryup, that Winter would make something, but Winter is unable to do so. And now Daimao is all of a sudden in a position where 4K is possible with just 3 survivors left in the trial. 3 gens still intact. Does find Lilith here, does not get the tag. Good positioning. And Lilith does just leave to the bot side, knowing that this is going to be the safe haven for Arcadia. Daimao never able to overextend because he has to keep an eye on this main generator that the survivors have been trying to pop for the entirety of this game. Ryop gets found. No more resources available here. And Daimao
Ryop
gets
trying
the
out-
tag.
Right, trying out some of that unique pathing there. You need to be doing those jukes, that jiggy and juke we always keep talking about in the public games. Whenever you have nothing to do against a Blight, you have to try some stuff like this. This is quite awkward for a Blight to dash around from this side, but a Daimao is able to do it. Is going to leave Ryop slugged here, of course, to interrupt that generator. Hopefully that it doesn't pop. Lilith, again, being found on this gen. It's going to be quite an awkward object, but Daimao, very wisely, in my opinion, choosing not to bump around that. However, he does do it now as he realizes that Lilith will be reaching that that filler pallet. I even forget that Blight is now 110 and he's not able to get that that straight M1 there. But now Ryop going down on the top side here within the progress generators. This is bound to cause problems for our survivors.
Yeah, Daimao choosing a really good hook position here, aware that he hasn't seen Karma for a long time, and snuffs out this generator at roughly 80%, so great. Proc from the survivors, very aggressive unhook, just trying to get the tunnel out to the bot side of the map. Hit through BT comes through, but I don't think that Daimao can contest this. I think Ryop is gonna be safe on the bottom side of the map for now, because Daimao really can't let this last generator pop.
Yeah, Daimao absolutely cannot be doing that whatsoever. He cannot be letting this happen. He has a very, very strong position here. Definitely one that the Blight can hold. Even though these generators seem slightly spread apart, they are definitely not by Blight standards. They are very close together and can easily be contested. Now Daimao gets the visual confirmation that both of those high progress generators are regressing. So he makes it back to the bottom to hopefully find Ryop, which he does, but the stun comes out. And it's gonna take a second for him to catch up due to the dying the champion of light here. So
Oh, what a
my
tag!
God!
What a
Oh,
beautiful
Daimao.
outplay on the filler pallet. Daimao just 2 rushes Ryop there, gets the elimination, and Karma is still injured, stuck on this bottom side of the map. The topside generator is not gonna pop in time, and now we're going into the 2v1.
This is so incredibly difficult for our survivors here. Excellent Blight mechanics there from Daimao to get that quick hit onto Ryop. Really needed that to make sure and confirm that there is not going to be any chance that the survivors are going to put significant progress on these generators while Daimao is busy on the bottom side of the map. Now,
Daimao finds Lilith here.
this is going to be almost impossible to get another gen done before. So 4k1 is the most likely result here. Going to take the down onto Lilith. Gotta slug that and make it back to the top side of the map to try to get the injured Karma, who has gracefully decided to give himself over to Daimao, and that is going to be a 4k1. for Team Oboy here, first up on the Blight. A great result. The what would be an expected result almost here, Emmy, but again, with a freshly changed killer and a teams not having had the time to adapt to it, there is a lot of ifs.
Yeah, I was fully with you, thinking that Dan Mao wouldn't be in a position to play for the 4K. But the find onto the Death Hook Winter Edit, after also being able to hook Riot for free, completely snowballed the game into Dan Mao's favor. And from there, it was just a bit of slugging, a bit of 3-genning, and you get your 4K1. Incredible macro play, and just, yeah, leaving no room for the survivors to make any comeback.
Definitely, and Daimao showing that despite the new Blight changes, despite him not being, I believe the Blight is not one of his most favorited killers, he can still use his high-level macro abilities to make the correct decisions that will lead to the conversion. And Blight is definitely in big part a killer that has to play off of certain survivor mistakes. The survivors have a lot of tools in their disposal when it comes to perks, when faced with a high tier killer such as the Blight. So the survivors, it's really, even though it's hard for them to play in chase, they can definitely still make something happen with their perks. And as the killer, you need to sort of establish that dominance that they will not be able to get the upper hand on you via those tools. And I think Daimao did just that, so very well played for him. And now this puts a 4K2 win condition onto Arcadia. Now, despite Blight being almost expected to 4K1 or 4K in general, so that will most likely be either 4K1 or 4K0, 4K2 is gonna be a lot to ask for here, I feel,
Yeah.
Emmy. So what do you think is gonna be the possibility of us seeing a 4K2?
So first of all, I want to give a lot of credit to Arcadia. I think the way they played the early game was textbook. They had the two survivors with anti-tunnel perk working gens aggressively, while the two more vulnerable survivor were just stealthing and playing the game slow. So I really like that approach. They got a lot of progress under the main generator and were almost able to pop it. But I think with that generator not popping, everything kind of fell apart. So what the killer has to avoid is the survivors breaking their 3-gen for the first for the duration of the first chase, which I think is very doable for Karma, who is going to be on killer for Arcadia. But for K2, you will have to maybe find the Deliverance player as your first chase. Uh, Maybe have some macro misplays happen, but usually on the high level comp gameplay, 4K2 really depends on survivors making mistakes rather than the killer having a pop-off performance. There's only so much you can do, right? Suffocation Pit is a huge map and mainly a macro-focused one. So even if you have the greatest blight mechanics of all time, you're just going to get your gens popped by the survivors unless they
It's
mess up.
For sure. It's like I said earlier, and obviously you've reiterated beautifully here, is that the killer definitely relies on the survivors making a mistake, and especially when it comes to having a win condition such as this, of course, the killer being an incredible player makes a very big difference. And the killer being a good player means that those survivors' mistakes will go punished instead of unpunished, and then the survivors could sort of get away with things. But as you said, Emmy, we're not expecting these survivors to be making any horrendous mistakes here or anything like that. And Team Arcadia survivors did play an incredible early game last time, and it was so close to being outs. I was so confident
Yes.
that we were going to get outs that game with how it was looking. The gen spread was still favorable for the Blight, but it was just the tunnel out. Those rushes being converted onto Winter there at the end after the hook on Ryob was definitely the turning point of that game, I believe. And now, yes, but that 4K1 is something that can happen, and 4K2 is something that shouldn't happen on paper. Again, mistakes can definitely happen. The killer can make a very good find onto a deliver survivor, maybe even find a savior, stealthing somewhere that will derail the game, as the Blight's chase potential will put that survivor onto the ground pretty quickly on. But we we just kind of have to wait and see here. I can't. I'm just too excited for when things like this happen. When you get the expected result on a killer or near enough the expected result, and then the opposite team has to make something happen. I think this is where the game gets most exciting. Setting the win con is the scariest part, but when you have the win con set and then the killer player realizes, okay, I need to do something crazy here, that is when the real gems and clips and plays really do happen.
Yeah, how do you think perks could affect the situation? Because one thing that I've been talking about during our nurse set earlier applies to the blight set as well. I would like to see genetic limits. I think especially after its recent buffs, it's gone from a sleeper pick to a really strong choice on our ST killers.
Genetic.
Because now the exhaustion gets applied before overcome can activate.
I was
And
gonna say, isn't there?
it just makes it so hard, right? You're always like, "Ah, I'm overcome, I can always trade." And all of a sudden, you're exhausted and you cannot trade. And you have to play so much more cautiously, or you're the balanced landing dead hard survivor, and all of a sudden, you're exhausted before you can balanced. You get hit off hook and you can't dead hard. And playing versus Blight without exhaustion perks, pretty killer sided, I must say.
Oh, hot take there from Emmy. But yeah, no, definitely a very killer-sided endeavor there. I was going to ask you, literally, isn't the genetic limits now just the overcome killer? That's all I really know so much about the perk. And forgive me, I don't know off the top of my heart all the perks that the blight would be allowed in our current rule set. But yeah, genetic limits is definitely it's an interesting perk choice. I personally, I'm usually not the biggest fan of perks that come in just to counterplay other perks. So having a perk on the killer be like, okay, just to get rid of overcome or to get rid of dead hard, I think it's not exactly the what I love to see the most, but it's definitely something that can turn the tide of the game immediately, right? Because suddenly, as you said, we're going from, oh yeah, I have overcome, I have BL, I'm fine, I'm chilling, I'm all good, I make top, I make bottom, I make whatever I need, I make perfect dead spot, I'm dead. It's over. Guys, I
I'm
died on
pooped up.
active. Team
Yep.
on 2-tap.
But yeah, there's a lot of perks actually available. Infectious Fright is always one that I like to
Classic.
see experimented with on
The
with
Deli
Blight.
killer.
Yeah, the Deli killer. You just die too close to Deli, the person screams, and all of a sudden the game is over.
Over, yeah. I was going to say, like, I was waiting for you to say something. Oh, the game is slightly precarious, or there's a bit of a problem. I was going to say, no, Amy, the game is over, but you said over, and I'm very happy you did, because if that happens, that is a very, very big problem. Again, this is all assuming that we are playing with high level killers like the ones we see here,
Yes.
definitely in the semifinals and finals of Tenax. So I believe if whether it's Daimao or Karma or the killer side, we will definitely see those kind of mistakes will not go unpunished. I promise you that. Uh, Another blight perk that you do sometimes see is a gift of pain. So that might be
Right.
something that could come into play. I'm not 100% sure if it's allowed here. I believe it should be.
It is not allowed. I
It
can
is
tell
not
you that.
allowed. No, no,
No
somebody.
skirt checks for our
Zach.
Blight.
No. How terrible. But yeah, never mind then. Ignore the silly old Volkus speaking here. And it looks like we're about to get ready to go
Yeah.
into our game. So again, this could also be a tied situation, but as of course all of you, our 10x watchers here know, the ties do not exist in the classical sense, so it will come down to the time. So even if you can't get a 4K2, if you get a faster 4K1, you could still win. I feel like the 4K1 we saw last game was not particularly fast. Of
I
course,
think it was quite fast, especially with Lilith going down and then our Nia being found
Mhm.
right next to it. You could have just bought a little bit more time there if you want to play into this unusual tiebreaker condition, but oftentimes the players only become aware of it when
You know,
it
you might
really
be right.
matters.
You might be right on that one. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think it was a bit faster now that I think about it.
I was seeing the exact same build from Karma.
No changes here
The
from
one
Karma.
that Damar brought. Yeah, I do think that on paper, this is straight up the most powerful build you can bring on Blight in our balancing. But we saw that Daimao was not able to get any ruin value, so let's see how Karma can fare with it. Trying to find a survivor on the bottom side of the map, very similar gen situation to last game. I think ruin is in the exact same spot as it was last game too, and he does
Oh my.
find Daimao here.
Ruin being the exact same. So it's almost poetic because I simply wanted to talk about for a second how this introduces the RNG element of how long Ruin will last and where it will spawn. But it seems that no, we were going to be having the exact same result here. Very nice tag onto Mathis, but immediately this is a very different game from the one we saw before. A lot more faster paced. Karma being able to get eyes on 3 at least survivors here and being able to convert an early hit onto them. Now, again though, this is 110 speed, so your mind games are not going to be as comfortable. They're not going to feel as familiar. and that pallet break with the Champion of Light will extend this chase nicely. The Shack pallet will undoubtedly also get dropped now. So a very, very nice first chase here from Mathis, and Karma will be wanting to convert this immediately and try to get this down.
This is so awkward.
This is so rough for Blight players.
Well played by Karma though. Good movement, zoning Mathis away from the pallet. But I want to point something out at the start there. We saw that Daimao was carrying a little medkit, was playing extra stealthy, and then all of a sudden Mathis gets quote unquote caught out of position. And now if we look at the builds, we see Daimao was the Deliverance survivor. So maybe Mathis intentionally stealing chase for his teammate there, being the hero that the team needed.
That is exactly the kind of hero that you would need. And I was about to say earlier, I don't know if you saw it, Emmy, but Daima was actually working on a Hex Totem as a Deliverance survivor. I was about to be very, very scared that he was actually going to complete his unbinding of said Hex Totem. But it seems that this is not the case. Now, Karma did also take an extra bit of time, if we notice, to look around the basement, to look for a potential Deliverance there. However, he was not able to do so, but he's going to be continuing to look. This is a big risk here. If he finds the Deliverance survivor, this is an excellent payout, massive reward here for for Karma. But if he does not, which he hasn't, now the survivors have had so much uninterrupted time on the gens, and the pull might even come in a bit freer, but no, the bait, he baits the rotation from Deliverer Survivor. The pull will come through, but now at least he can get a bit more progress towards his tunnel out.
Karma cannot get the body block here, just has to take the BT tap onto Mathis and hope for the best, but these boxes, very treacherous. Can we get the conversion? No, Mathis gets the Champion of Light, which is extra lethal on the now slower Blight. Look at him crawling behind the survivor. That is Deliverance active on Daima, who is now playing for the hit tank, preventing the tunnel out. The stun comes through as well. Generator on the top side pops. This is disaster for Karma, unfortunately.
But beautifully played by Daima there to just come in from off screen and provide that safety that Mathis needed. Also very well played from Mathis to make the Blight extinguish all 5 of the rushes, given a 10-second cooldown to now what is a 110 killer. So most definitely no opportunity to catch up with the M1. But now wait, we hook the Deliverance and we immediately find somebody onto the totem. But what an incredible juke there. That is so huge. Team Oh Boy pulling out all of the stops here on the survivor side, making excellent work of these Blight mechanics. Very practiced, and that is not going to be a conversion onto Hope either. So this is just becoming just more and more dire here, Emmy.
Yeah, I was giggling a little there because this is the second snake tile that Team Oboy has to deal with, as Hope gets a beautiful stun onto Karma. But yeah, while Team Arcade had jungle gyms, pallet gyms, Oboy is only working with snake tiles, but they're making them work so well. Another gen pops. This would be the win condition if Karma can 4K right now, but it's not looking likely. Pallet comes down, 4 rushes used, and a lot of distance for Daimao, I think. Yeah, Karma drops the chase, sees the rotation, doesn't have a 3-gen anymore. Well, very loose 3-gen on the bot side. This is so rough for a killer player here.
Definitely very, very rough, and we can already tell that even if a 4K1 happens, I think it will be safe to say that it will come in slower than the one that befell upon Team Arcadia earlier. So now, Daima here was at a plot twist, I believe, that just came out onto Daima, so he's going to be hopefully timing that correctly to get off of that, and another set of rushes just not connecting onto this here.
And he can't get the M1 because he's too slow. Oh, this feels so bad. Luckily, Dystopia greets the pallet and Karma is able to connect with the M1. Has the rushes available now for a quick down onto Alara, and does get Dystopia before they can make the pallet. Beautiful down.
I was definitely really expecting that to be vacuumed into the pallet break, and I was ready to say that it's going to be so hard for Karma to deal with, but alas, that is not the case here. And now Karma, however, he cannot be staying on this top side of the map whatsoever. He needs to get a never mind, unless he finds another survivor right here. Can we convert these rushes? This would be huge if possible, but no, not quite the case. And beautiful movement there from Mathis to go down the hole, back up, and still get the vault with plenty of distance to spare. Incredibly well played. And if you're Karma here, here, Emmy, you just have to let this gen go. You put Eruption on it, and you hope that you can get another down, maybe to delay it a bit more, but the only possibility you have out of 4K1 is on the bottom side of the map. It's very loose, it's unlikely, but it's all you have. A quick down, however, coming down onto Dystopia, and now, however, is that a good old decisive strike that is active there? Yes, it is, and Karma knows
Yeah.
that he snuffed it out, so now he realizes that eating a DS here would definitely be not in his best interest. Therefore, he moves back to the top side and finds Daima once again. He just doesn't have the momentum on his side here. Too many non-converted flicks, too much inability to play with the 110. And again, of course, we don't expect our players to be able to get used to this in one day, but beautifully done by Team Oldboy here to just play around it oh so effortlessly. They make it look so easy, and even with not as good tiles as Team Arcadia was given before, like you said, Emmy. So excellent stuff here. Can we convert this? Yes, we can. Well played there by Karma to be able to get that down, but that is a gen popped on the bottom side of the map, so now this gen split has become completely impossible to hold, in my opinion, Emmy.
Yeah, unless we see the fumble of the century, this is going to be outs for the survivor side, or at the very least, the last generator popping. The survivors have a high generator on the top side of the map and can just fully split the map if they choose so. Karma cannot hold onto any hook, barely can hold onto his gen. Does see two survivors here on the bottom side, two sets of scratch marks. Does see Dystopia as well, knows that Mathis is rotating for the top side, but yeah, two survivors top side, two survivors bottom side. What can you do if you're 110 killer?
It's funny to be referring to Blight as just a 110 killer now, but yeah, you're 100% right. There is really not much to be done here, even with Blight's all of his mobility.
That was so good!
Oh, I'm flabbergasted by what I just saw. Incredibly well played by Dystopia there. But yeah, no matter what, even with all the mobility in the world, this gen split is just too far. 4 survivors alive. It's just too much. Great timing there from Karma, actually, to be able to win that mind game. But again, you get this hook, and what do you do from here? Even if you make it all the way to the top side of the map, the generator is, let's have a quick look, about 70% done. Even if you make it, even if you interrupt it, then you have another gen on the bottom to worry about. The pool's gonna come through, and macro-wise, this is just too much here. Incredibly well done by Team Oldboy for creating this endgame scenario. For Karma to not be able to deal with it almost whatsoever, he would certainly need a miracle here.
Yeah, the Anuk comes through. We saw earlier already that the Decisive Strike is in play, so the only injured survivor who is on Death Hook right now has that tool available. And we see Daimao in the distance, ready to drop all of the pallets, just extend the chase time oh so much. But we do see Hope and Dystopia resetting on the bot side right now, which means that right now no generators are being pressured.
Oh, the auto aim!
Aw,
That feels
that's
so bad.
unfortunate.
It's one of those things that can happen when you're playing Killer in Dead by Daylight that just feels also horrible, but it's just, you just have to grit your teeth and bear it. You have to move forward with the game regardless, unfortunately. And now, I think committing on to Daimao here, it's about the only thing you can do by Daimao. Look, he's moving so beautifully to the edge of the map, the perfect dead spot here. But can you even really afford to pick this? Unless you have a hook nearby so that when your rushes are back, you can go straight away. Does Karma have said hook? It does. Okay, he can afford to pick this and get Daima out of the game. Very high progress generator. Will the Blight be able to intercept it in time? They might pop this for attack, but I believe they should be able to pop this here. I mean, that will solidify Arcadia, Team Oldboy as the 1-0 up in these semifinals. That is indeed what has happened. So well done to them. Great first set, but it is of course not anywhere near over yet.
Yeah, really clean play. I think what broke the game for Karma was him really banking on finding the deliverance. As you said, if you can find the person who's playing for pull, it can make such a difference. So I like going for the risky play in a situation where you need to make an impossible win condition happen, but it didn't work out, and the result is on full display here. It's going to be 4 stages out of the door. Really well played by both teams, as Dystopia is having a banger chase right now, but Mathis and Hope are ready to leave the trial.
Karma did not pick the greatest of time to show off his Blight mechanics after the win condition has already slipped through his fingers. But again, really well played by Karma. I mean, I think he did what he had to do. I think he had to make, as we say, a risky play happen. It's high risk, but it's also very, very high reward. He had to make something happen for this situation to be in any way possible for them, but it just it simply just couldn't work out. Had he had found Daimao stealthing for the Iron Hook, we would be talking about a very different game. Just imagine it, Emmy. 2 in basement. Oh,
That
2
would
in
have been
basement.
so good.
No Delhi in play. You could simply camp that out until they both die, and that you would get a 4K2 pretty much. You wouldn't even have to move really with how early that could have happened. So yeah, really, really well played from them there. But now we have a dredge set to move on to. Ooh, spooky.
I do like the dredge. Well, I do like casting dredge games. I do find them to be quite exciting because seeing such a low tier killer being that lethal in a competitive setting is just always very fun. Dredge, one of the highest 4K rate killers in comp. So all the dredge enthusiasts are eating good on Midwich as always.
Most
And yeah,
definitely is the
I
case.
can't wait to see the changes come into play. I do think that the balancing that has been established for the dredge already puts him in a very strong position. So making him even stronger on his already strongest map is going to be pretty fun to watch. But yeah, I wish they would revert the pallet spawn logic on Midwich and just give us guaranteed spawns again. It makes
Did
for
they not?
such. Did they? I don't
Did
think
they?
it's been changed.
Has it
It's
not?
not
Because
been in
we
the patch
noticed
notes. But
it's
yeah,
not been in the patch notes.
it
Neither
would
was
just
it
make for
originally, though.
such a great balanced competitive environment, right? If one team just doesn't get one of those 5 or 11 guard pellets that the other one does, it's just immediately a huge disadvantage
Mhm.
and can make the fast chase so much
I
faster.
want to say my team, we love the dredge. We scream dredge a lot. We have a very dedicated dredge player here, so we definitely pay a lot of attention. There was a time, not this patch, but the one before. If you remember, well, actually, let's take a trip back in time. It wasn't even in the patch notes when initially the midwich spawn logic for the pallets was sort of messed up. It appeared to be, and the gold pallets couldn't spawn. A lot of the fillers couldn't spawn. You end up with empty rooms where you wouldn't have them normally. But it seems to be, I believe that the patch before last that did get changed, and now both gold pallets at least are guaranteed spawn. I can't tell you about the fillers, but the gold pallets I believe now spawn every time. Throughout my personal experience in scrims, you could have had something different, and you can definitely please tell me if you have. But if you have had something different, but I definitely think that both of the gold pallets are now a guaranteed spawn. So we can at least expect that. But yes, as you say, Dredge, a very, very exciting matchup on a weak killer that being put on the right map with the right perks can, and almost always 4Ks. One of my favorite things to see when it comes to a Dredge matchup, Emmy, is when we have the classic. I'm not sure if everybody at home remembers this. I believe it was some point said in DBD League that almost always when the generators that are remaining when the game goes into a 3v1 is the generators remaining that the 4K happens. They say that it's almost impossible to pop another generator versus the Dredge. And I have to say, throughout all of the Dredge games I have ever casted, that has almost always been the case. In 95% of cases, that has been the case. And I just can't wait to see if it will happen again. It's just so exciting to see the 3v1 being pushed so hard for just one more generator, just to increase that condition, the win condition, by just a little bit. And the survivors have to try it so hard, and yet it very rarely is a fruitful endeavor. So I'll be curious to see if it happens again this time around.
Yeah, I know that Oh Boy are big fans of the Dredge. Whenever they can get their hands on him, they pick him. But I also know that Winter Edit is a very experienced indoor map killer player. So gonna be super familiar with the matchup as is the team. So yeah, I think the balancing is a little bit looser on the survivor side than it usually is in other leagues. I do see that adrenaline is allowed, for example, but to get
Oi.
adrenaline value,
Oi.
you've got to pop those generators, and that oftentimes is more difficult than you would assume. But of
No.
course, healing perks heavily restricted, exhaustion perks heavily restricted, and the killer just gets to do whatever they want. This is their playground, and we love to see it. I love giving weak killers plays where they can shine, and we do have a very strong perk allowed on the dredge tier, which is going to be Hex Pentimento. With Hex builds already being quite popular on Dredge, I can definitely see that one coming into play. It makes the 3v1 situation completely impossible and slows down the 4v1 so much.
No, definitely. The hexes will always be very popular under this thing. Ruin Undying is a very common combination you see, not only because of the mid-witch hex spawns, but just the sheer amount of pressure that the dredge can put onto the map with his nightfall, with harassing survivors off of generators, and with how stealthily and carefully you also have to play against the dredge sometimes. It definitely gives a lot of space for Ruin to shine specifically. A great perk, and of course, Pentimento means that you now have a double-edged sword on your hands. Whereas if you cleanse Ruin, now you have to worry about Pentimento, and then you have to go try cleanse Pentimento again, and the killer knows that you want to cleanse Pentimento, so he's going to be defending it, and it's probably going to be near a locker, and it's just a whole big mess. But regardless of that, I am sure our teams are very, very well equipped to deal with this. Now, Amy, I do want to ask you a philosophical question, almost, right?
Ooh.
Oh, do you think that now I was talking about this with some of my friends earlier, and I thought the answer would be no, but I would really like your opinion on this. Do you think that now with Dredge having 4.0 speed while holding the Remnant instead of 3.8, do you believe this will make competitive Dead by Daylight leagues allow for more perks onto the Dredge for the survivors? Do you think we may perhaps start seeing a balanced landing or a smash hit on Dredge?
No, I absolutely don't think so. I think the power usage is still mainly going to come down to a 50-50. I'm not a Dredge player, but from watching a lot of Dredge games, that is what every chase looks like, right? Either you are successfully sending it through the Remnant, or you're winning on the double bag, or you get the pallet drops. So it's I am not sure how much some additional movement changes in that dynamic. Do you disagree?
No, I thought this was insanity when I first heard it. Honestly, I thought you were absolutely having you're having a fever dream there, my friend. If you think we're gonna get balanced on Dredge
Yeah, especially
after
on
the
mid-range.
yeah, no, I thought this was it was kind of wacky. Honestly, the whole idea, the whole premise behind this is that now the Dredge can hold the Gemini for better. He can zone you better, so you need a tool as a survivor to be able to unzone yourself, lest the chase is over too quickly. But I think a lot of the time, if the Dredge plays incredibly and the Dredge really knows his way around Midwich and how to zone set pallets, the chases will probably be over very quickly unless you get the gold pallets and some of the good window plus long pallet filler setups that can spawn on Midwich to happen. But apart from that, Dredge chases should not be that long, and if they are going to be lengthened, it's going to be by winning 50s and positioning yourself properly as survivor. So no, I don't believe we will be seeing any exhaustion perks, especially not balanced,
Yeah.
coming out onto Midwich. But it is a topic of discussion here, and of course, whenever we get a new patch, one that makes a lot of balance adjustments to a killer, and especially a killer that is not only powerful in competitive Dead by Daylight, but also a really popular pick, you're bound to have these questions rise up, I feel. So it's important that we address them. And of course, even though nobody asked, we got to give our opinion. We have to give our opinion.
Yeah, we're the number one yappers. But
Of
I want to
course.
retract, I want to change my statement a little bit. I know that the Dredge, of course, is not playing 50s with the power. It's more like forcing the survivors into 70-30s rather than 50-50s that are weighted towards the killer. So whenever a survivor successfully outplays the Remnant just by guessing correctly, quote unquote, winning the 50, it was not a true 50. It was very much in the favor of the killer, and the survivor just made an even more exceptional play by winning in that situation. So yeah, Dredge definitely the power role, but maybe it just shifts it to like an 80-20 instead of a 70-30. I'm not sure. But yeah,
Would be a lot.
definitely doesn't warrant the use of exhaustion packs, in my opinion.
No,
Unless
definitely
you
not.
want to make a balancing that's like more accessible for survivors, then I could definitely see it. But
Of
if you
course.
want to keep our killer lethal, it's gonna stay like this.
Absolutely, definitely the case. And I'm very excited to see how all of these really experienced Dredge players will be will be taking advantage of this new buff. And saying that, we are now seeing ourselves in the game right now, Winter Edit on the Dredge. As you said, a very, very experienced killer player. He's been around the competitive Dead by Daylight for a really long time, and he has been playing indoor Dredge sets also for a very, very long time. Now, on to Midwich, the very first thing we need to do is find a survivor. Let's see
I'm
how
sorry,
our
I got
Rosalba plays.
jump scared so hard by that wall breaking noise because I think it's incredibly loud on the
Oh,
Survivor
you
client.
you need to definitely turn your game volume. My game volume down 5% now. That is not going up anytime soon until they fix this slight accessibility issue that has been created, unfortunately, due to this
Yeah.
recent patch. But
Winter Red is
regardless,
having a very interesting build, in my opinion. I think many dredges
yeah,
have
I
been
agree.
shying away from the corrupt intervention, as Winter Red is able to find Diamao as the first chase here. Diamao has access to the window, gets hit through the pallet. Beautiful play by Winter Red. But another, great
Oh
mind
my
game!
god, the
Just a pure
read!
M1 mind game. Oh
No,
my
but
god, Diamao barely makes the vault there. Just a little bit of imperfect pathing by Winter Edit, and this lets Diamao reach the toilet pallet, which immediately gets thrown down. Winter Edit playing this very interestingly.
I'm not sure exactly what happened at the very end there, but that was a beautiful read on Winter End's part, knowing that Daima would want to go onto the God Palette there and try to extend this first chase as much as possible, especially with Corrupt Intervention in play, as you brought up, Emmy. But here, Winter is able to win this. Pretty much, this is an unwinnable situation, essentially, versus the
Yes.
Dredge. If you have a good Remnant placement there and you can listen out for the Survivor, then it's pretty much impossible to ever win that situation. That's a guaranteed down, and Winter Edit make sure that it remains that way. Pain Resonance coming out then, and we are swiftly approaching our very first Nightfall with eyes on another Survivor here. No Sloppy Butcher is going to make it so that our tunnel outs and in general all these very, very valuable tags that the Dredge gets are quickly mended. But for now, the Nightfall is indeed approaching and interrupting the pull. Incredible game sense from Winter Andy there to stop that rotate at the perfect time, and now able to stay on Daimao in Nightfall. This is looking quite difficult for the survivors here, Emmy.
Yeah, Winter Edit decides to break the Zaka pallet, not trying to outplay that one, as Daimao finds himself in chase, still injured. Luckily had the God pallet available. And gets it through
Oh
the
my
pallet again,
God!
Daimao, no! Oh, Winter Edit's ping is just too strong, and Daimao goes down for a second time during Nightfall, still at 5 generators. And this was the other perk that I wanted to talk about. Scourge of Pain Resonance has been seeing much less popularity in Dredge sets, just because of the Scourge hook spawns on mid, which being so inconsistent. But it's definitely working into Winter Edit's favor here, getting the Eruption on the only active generator right now, or one of the few active generators. And this is a Death Hook survivor at 5 gens remaining.
But Emmy, sorry to interrupt, but this locker not being blocked off is criminal, no? Wow, that locker is not blocked off by the survivor being hooked there. That is absolutely insane. And Winter Reddit has had such a strong showing in this game in the beginning that he can just afford to camp Daimao almost to death
look
here,
at
keeping
that.
eyes. Wow, this is the experience on Dredge really coming out, wouldn't you say so? This is something you don't see every day on Dredge. And
I'm not
this
camping,
goes to
guys, I
show.
promise. Look
I'm
at
not
the anti
camping.
camp. It's not going up. But no, I really want to comment on Winter Edit's remnant placement, which have been super impressive to me. On the dropped, as he finds and body blocks Mathis successfully. Is Daimao going to just get eliminated here? Mathis knows he can't get it, and nobody else is playing for pull. This is going to be the elimination.
Wow, this is such an incredible. I don't even want to call it the start of the game, because technically we're in the mid game. We have a survivor 4 generators remaining. Emmy, hold my hand. What are they going to
This is a
do?
4K4?
No, surely not. You jest. There's no ruin. So at least now, at least it's not going to be a 4K4. I believe we will be able to get this down to a 4K3 at the very, very minimum, because of ruin being cleansed already. But now what is really, really important here is the next tag, as
Yeah,
we need to be getting that Nightfall charged up, as this is where the Dredge would be beginning to shine. Winter Redding is going to choose to commit here, seeing that there's not many safe resources for Dystopia to make their way towards. However, great pathing by Dystopia to double back at the perfect time. Yeah, that generator was simply too high in progress. So now, again, this God Palette isn't here anymore, so Dystopia will in fact be going down after this window vault, if I am not mistaken. Come on, Winter, don't make me eat my words. There we go.
Dying full edge in the super inconvenient corner. Winter that has to break the breakable door now. And we see
lot of time
another
waste.
generator getting completed here, which means at best this is going to be a 4K2, which is possible, but I do have to really applaud the survivors for this very gen efficient gameplay. Uh, you said as soon as we enter the 3v1, no more generators get completed. Luckily for T-Mobile, that was not the case. But yeah, what I was going to talk about was Winter at its remnant placement on the bathroom pallet. He put the remnant into the stall so that the survivor couldn't break it but just vault him back through the pallet. And then when camping, and putting down the remnant there, he put it on top of the stairs so that he would have line of sight if a survivor would ever get close to breaking the remnant that way. So really showing the expertise on the killer and just super cool little tricks as Methods gets a nice pallet stand here and the blind under the killer. But that's another god pallet being used up.
Definitely the experience being shown through, and now of course those two generators popping were the consequence of Daimao dying immediately that early on into the game at 4 generators. Of course the survivors were not just sitting there idly twiddling their thumbs. They were getting a lot of pressure onto those gens, but now we are in the situation that there is no more gen progress on the map and nightfall is here. Thankfully, we only have one of these survivors injured. If we had any more injuries, I believe this would be pretty much a done deal. Definitely some possibility from the survivors to make some sort of comeback, but before anything happens, they're gonna have to get this nightfall done and over with. They cannot afford to give any more injuries during this nightfall, and they certainly cannot afford to be working any gens lest they get found by Winter Edit. Now, unfortunately, the pull does have to happen at some point, and Winter Edit is very fast to return to that. Now, let's see if he's able to get this into a 2v1, then we definitely have big problems.
All survivors are here.
Everyone is here, though. This is very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate.
Body blocks are
Double
going to
back.
come through, but then you have to reset your survivor again. You can get slapped, you can be another pain resonance hook. Winterhead just has full control over this game. And Dystopia tries to win the mind game on the double back here. Has a very unsafe pallet to play. Plays it very well though. Loses the remnant. And this is going to be the elimination onto Dystopia. Are the survivors going to be able to stack a generator before they get interrupted? And this turns into a 4K2.
I think it's almost very possible here. Of course, Winter Edit knows exactly what generator they're going to be working towards. Will they be able to?
Yeah, they're just
do
committing
this?
those.
They can. Oh,
Wait.
But unfortunately, grabbing them off the hook. No, this is going to pop, right? Sure. No, it doesn't. It doesn't pop. Hook him. There we go.
Is
Winter
that a
Edit
pain
with
res?
the hook.
Not a
Is that a
pain res,
pain res?
okay.
No. That would be who. And very smart from Winter Edit, not getting too ahead of the game, realizing that hey, I gotta kick this gen, even though the end game is in sight. The game is pretty much over, but you can never know. You never know what might happen in a game of Dead by Daylight. And now Winter Edit with Francesco in his sights. It's gonna be a matter of one last chase, maybe an impressive one. Winter Edit just swings through everything. This man, I have screamed against this killer so many times, and I know exactly what it feels like to play against Winter Edit and his ping and his swings, and they always catch you off guard, no matter how experienced of a player you are. But 4K2 for Team Arcadia here, a very good result, we must say. 4K1 win condition, however, for the survivors is still not an easy win condition whatsoever. To pop
Yeah.
4 generators against Dredge, it's hard. It's very difficult.
Poor Fra, just on gen duty as a bystander throughout this entire game, and then unfortunately not able to commit to the last generator. It would have been very interesting had Fra been the one getting grabbed there, because Mathis did have the flashlight, so maybe something could have happened there. Unfortunately, the communication didn't come through, and we do get that 4K2. 4K2 is very hard to tie, in my opinion.
For sure.
But it is possible. I feel like especially the best of the best teams have been doing so phenomenally versus Dredge lately that we've even been seeing outs at the very top. So if Team Arcadia is able to lock in here on Survivor's side, maybe we can see something truly great happen. But Winter Edit definitely setting their team up for success with this result.
And not only setting up the team for success, but putting on a really impressive Dredge showing. I know we commented on it during the game, but I am in awe of, like, you can simply tell that the experience is exuding from the pores of Winter Edit in that in that game. You see all the remnant placements, the macro decisions, it all just simply made sense. And it almost made me think, I don't know, in my mind, it almost felt, Emmy, like it was just like an oh, yeah, that makes sense. It kind of felt like that moment. I don't play Dredge myself, so I'm not the one to. Of course, I'm going to be the one to be impressed by these things. But yeah, it was very very impressive to see. Nonetheless, let's see if Hope will be able to put the same fear of the Dredge into the heart of the survivors.
Yeah, back when I was not casting and only playing and watching this game, I found Dredge to be quite boring. But once you're there with the survivors, spectating over their shoulders and watching the killer plan every move ahead, it just gets so much more exciting. So I do think that Dredge is quite the acquired taste, and if you can enjoy it, you're in for one of the most fun sets in a competitive setting. Um, we did see uh, not a single missing palette from what I was able to observe. We had both guard palettes, we had the bathroom palette, we
Yeah,
had the piano palette. So everything seems to be in order on Midwich, and
for now.
hopefully, the for now, Arcadia survivors can have the same RNG. But yeah, if Midwich was static again, I would be over the moon. It's one of my favorite maps as Survivor because once
No,
you learn how to play this map, you
surely not.
can have such a good first chase.
No, surely not, Emmy. Sure. Okay, first chase, yes. You're 100%. I will give you that. Is this really one of your favorite maps?
Yes, absolutely. I think
Wow,
it's
crazy.
like just looping and chaining the guard and strong pallets so well, knowing when to pre-drop what pallet to make some extra distance, and the small intricacies of just skipping the pallet on the gate on 12 to just jiggy to the 11 guard pallet. It's just so fun. It's just so such fluid gameplay in my opinion. Even the rather unsafe library palettes are so fun to play if you do manage to outplay the killer. There's so much intricacy on this map that just stays hidden from most survivor players who just associate Midwood with a nurse bringing an offering and just slugging
Oh
at 5
no.
gens. But yeah, I think if you truly learn Midwood, you can you can really appreciate the map even on survivor side.
You know what? That is a fresh perspective on Midwich that I will not be listening. I'm joking. I'm of course joking. But yeah, no, definitely one way to think about the map. I've personally never been too big of a fan of the map. I'm much more of a fan of it on Survivor, I must say. On Killer, I don't know why. Even though on paper it's probably the best killer map in the entire game, I just can't vibe with it. Now I know what you're all gonna say, but Volkos, you play all the dash slope M2s, and of course it's a very crowded map, so it stops your movement. I don't care. Leave me be. Let me have my dash slope in peace. God damn it. But whenever
Yeah,
no, when
I
if
do
I ever
want to
pick,
specify. I only like Midwich on Survivor. On Killer, I play Artist, so it's a two-story map, which means no birds for you. I play
yep.
Spirit, which means you just have random sirens blasting your ears while you're
Oh
trying to
my
track
god.
during phase. And I play Billy, so like, no Midwich for me, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that is definitely very, very unfortunate. And like, I must say that the how do I explain it? There's a certain like anti-quality of life that happens with Midwich for me personally. As somebody who is sensitive to sounds in general, having just the sirens and just the
Yes.
random noises of Midwich, it just annoys me. Recently, I also started learning to play the spirit, trying to expand my killer pool. And one of my first games, mind you, I played one game on the game on Gideon.
Ah.
I played against Dan and Anna. Fantastic, right from my first game of Spirit. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Del by Daylight MMR. Let's say that doesn't even really count as a game. And then I loaded up into Midwich. So I'm like, oh, surely this is good for me. Like, I don't see how they're gonna outplay these pallets. And then all I could hear in my ear were these sirens and these bells and just everything. I was
Yeah.
like, how are you supposed to play on this map at the best of times, let alone on Spirit? I do not know. I do not know.
Funnily enough, I played my first Ghoul game against Anya and then on Midwich, so we're not we're not alone in getting incredible matchmaking. But yeah, we're taking a little longer to set up the lobby because there is an unexpected DBD patch happening for
The
some of the
mastermind.
players. Quite unusual timing for that, but we'll try to get everything back up and running as soon as possible. Thank you so much for y'all's patience. Luckily, you're stuck here with the two yappers, and
Oh yes.
we are prepared for this.
We are no strangers to the Yapathon. Take time to mute the tab right now. I'm joking, of course. Please do not. We like being heard. But yeah, definitely. Why is it always Emmy that when we are together, we have to wait for some unexpected circumstance, source of like force of God, to make us have to yap even more?
Yeah,
This just always seems to happen. Always seems to happen.
this
I'm
is
not
the
complaining.
most unusual timing for a patch ever. I'm not complaining either. It's just really weird. I know that the last patch was so big that one of my teammates barely finished patching in time for Tenax today, after having the game patch overnight and stuff. So another patch right now for people with maybe some slower connections might be devastating. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, and we'll be able to resume the tournament in no time, because the patch
Mhm.
does seem to be very small.
Mine's finished. I believe
Yeah,
yours
mine
is
as
too.
well.
Okay, okay. So it's. I think we both have quite good internet connection. I would assume from that. But yes, definitely definitely something that can happen. The Did you hear about what happened yesterday? Funnily enough, to a little bit of such a with Team Summer and the patch.
Oh, please tell me.
Oh, Team Summer. So I believe it was Zafis who was it Zafis? I believe it was who Team Summer was supposed to be playing a main stage match yesterday, and they in fact did not. Zafis was not able to complete the download for the patch in time, so they played with a bot.
With the bot.
They played with William Bill Overbeck on the Nurse versus Team Abyss, and they won.
No way,
Yeah,
that's
they got out. The bot didn't even get fully tunneled out, I believe, until the
so.
until endgame.
Oh my god, there's
How
gotta
bad
be a
must that
better
feel?
solution. That feels so bad for the killer player.
Yeah, that is so sad. I can say okay, the patch is installed and the mastermind is not re-enabled. So before anybody rushes to it, I can tell you the mastermind is in fact not back with us just yet.
Oh,
So that
seven
is not what
Wesker
that was about.
enjoyers.
Of course, of course. Tell you what, I of course I've got about 1,000 hours on Wesker. I used to love Wesker. Then they messed him up a little bit, and I stopped wanting to play him. And now they kind of fixed him a little bit more, and I wanted to play him again. And then they kill switch him. I mean,
Yeah,
why am I cursed?
I'm
Why
sure
am
you
I
liked
cursed?
playing him yesterday. It was a very fun experience for the killer side.
I didn't
For
actually
survivors,
encounter
not
the
so
bug.
much.
I did not. I did not encounter the bug whatsoever. I played a few games with him, not many, of course, because the plague of 2v8 is upon us, and we
Oh
have
yeah.
to wait for 10 minutes for the queues. Um, but I only got to play a couple games with him, and I was only later alerted by my chat on stream to say, by the way, Volkus, the mastermind is broken. I'm like, guys, what do you mean? It's not broken. It's fine. I don't feel anything. And they send me a clip. I'm like, oh no, that's wrong. Yeah, that should not happen. That is definitely broken. Not much I can say about that, apart from whoopsie.
Yeah, wouldn't be a major patch without a killer being kill switched. Unfortunately, that's been the reality we've been finding ourselves in with Dead by Daylight for a bit now. I do have to say that performance-wise, this has been quite a decent patch for me for custom games. There have been some nice improvements to the spectator client as well, because we can now hover parks and add-ons, which is going to save me whenever I cast Freddy or night or like animatronic sets. It's gonna be such a great quality of life feature. But yeah, 2v8 always the bane of killer players' existence. At
Oh my
least there
god,
is
Amy.
play while you wait now in 1v4.
Oh, yippee. And then they re-enable Legion, so I have to go against Legion. First game on. Yeah, no, definitely very, very difficult time for the survivors, for the sorry, excuse me, for the killer players to when 2v8 comes around. I feel like every few months we wait for it. I think this time they started it off being 20 days, so hopefully there will be no extension on the 2v8 this time, and they will end at the time that it is sort of expected to, not required to. I was going to say required to. Required would be early in my opinion, but expected to end at that time. Thankfully, I see we have both found different ways of what is it of counteracting this. You're playing Elden Ring. I play Scrims and Ladder on stream, so no pubs required. We're all good. We have fun in our own different ways here. So even though 2v8 is upon us to mess with us, there's still always a light at the end of the tunnel. There's still always some hope, guys. Just remember.
Yes. The comp community always finds ways, which is very sweet. I also love that both of us have multiple friends in this tournament, or like were playing in this tournament earlier, right? It's so
Mhm.
nice how much of a tight knit community, especially the lower to mid tier teams are, because everybody just knows everyone. They scrim together. Maybe there's a little rivalry sometimes, but most
Of
of the
course.
time you can always cheer for a friend, and I think that that's something that I really appreciate about Tenax. Is just I'm always rooting for someone in the tournament because I know somebody.
No, for sure. It's definitely when getting into competitive Dead by Daylight, it's almost quite hard to get into.
Yeah,
Because you need to have a certain level of play for some teams to look at you seriously. But to get a certain level, it's kind of like an entry level job. You go to an entry level job, you apply, and then they want a PhD with 8 years
yeah,
experience.
three
Well, I
years
don't have that.
experience,
I
rank
don't
one
have that.
ladder.
Rank one ladder can beat Pedro. Like you're chilling. But no, it's definitely a situation of, well, if you have the opportunity to get into it and you're able to make yourself known either by already existing connections or by being noticed in ladder or community events or charity tournaments, or maybe if you're a content creator, you can have an opportunity that way. But if you're able to get into it, I would say especially the higher tier of comp is understandably a bit more secluded from the lower echelon, but it's definitely, if you get up there, and even the people that I've spoken to that are high level comp players have always been nothing but welcoming and nothing but understanding also about the lower tier comp players, especially when I believe I was um watching, I believe it was Invictus Pedro playing, and he was pretty much saying, watching somebody play, and I believe he was literally talking about, like, okay, these are the improvements you can make. This is just this is just this, and it all sounded very empathetic and from a place of understanding, which a lot of the time I feel like we are perceived as comp players, and especially on the higher level, to be a bit more, for lack of a better phrase, egotistical. To say that people believe that they are the best, and blah blah blah. And while there is definitely a bit of friendly competition and a bit of banter between them, and a lot of the time people do exaggerate that for the content. Let's be real.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is for content, and these people's egos are really not as big as you think. But it's really refreshing and sort of comforting to me as a more newer competitive player to see from other really really experienced players that there is empathy for being in the situation where you're starting out and taking the game seriously, and you may not always know exactly what you're doing, but your efforts do not go unnoticed.
Yeah, and I think that is like one thing that I really wanna bring across to people. Like no matter who you are, always treat everybody with respect. It's gonna come back to you eventually. And yeah, always be nice to the people you scrim, even if the scrims aren't going to your expectations. Just say thank you for scrims and move on. I don't know. I think we can all work together for a brighter future in comp. And I do think there's still a big barrier of entry, especially towards uh, yeah, more diverse people when it comes to women, especially. So yeah, if you're open to having newer players on your team, women on your team, experienced players on your team, just people are going to be very grateful. So yeah, I do think that we all share the passion about this game in a very particular sense. We're all super passionate about competitive DBD, so we should all be nice to each other. I think
That's
that
a
would
great
be a
sentiment.
beautiful future for comp DBD and something I really want.
No, definitely. That is something I really want to. And I'd like actually take a moment to highlight a lot of the incredible women's events that have been taking place lately in the competitive scene. The Altruism League Female World Cup, the Champions of the Fog, Female World Cup. What did they call it? Female World Cup? Did they call it something else? Oh my god, I'm starting to forget the
It was
exact
called
name.
it was called that, yes.
Yes. So
FWC.
yes, the FWC. It was incredible to watch. Really. I was quite a big part of it being in the staff team as well for COTF and for Altruism League. So it was definitely lovely to see behind the scenes and a lot of more female talent showing up in the in the comp scene overall. I think a lot of the time, obviously, due to prejudices and a lot of inbuilt biases across the player base. So many great players go unnoticed simply
Yeah.
because they don't have the same opportunity to be shown. So it's really, really wonderful to see these events happening and being put on and being taken seriously by the community as well, to the extent where a lot of great women in the space can showcase their gameplay and their skills and everything. So I really, really hope to see a lot more of that in the future.
Yeah, and I want to see Lilith pop off.
Oh, Lilith the Goat, of course. I mean, yeah, call me biased towards women, I guess, but somebody with a lot of with a lot of women on my own competitive Derbadella team that very, very often will whoop me in the game, especially Lilith. Macro wise, Lilith will destroy me every day of the week. And of course, she's playing right now in for Arcadia, so you can definitely tell that there is a big level here, and that is just like something that would not go unnoticed. That would go unnoticed if it wasn't for Team Pandemonium specifically starting off as a almost a women for women team. So it's exactly somebody always needs to make the move. I feel somebody needs to be the first person to go. Listen, okay, I need to do something to showcase it, and a lot of the time that is the women in the space starting a women's team or trying to organize a women's event or having something of the sort happen. But in whichever way it comes, the more we can highlight people from these groups, of course, such as women, to be able to come along and show us what they are made of in such just fantastic ways. I just love it. I love it. Call me crazy.
Wow.
I
You
know,
want
hot take,
good
right?
people to play the game and show their skills?
No
Me too.
way. What? No, you wouldn't be a woman. You you wouldn't want to show off your own like really good gameplay.
But yeah,
Oh yeah.
we are still struggling to get all the games patched right now. Please forgive us the
We're
delay.
getting there though. We're getting
We
there
are
though.
getting there.
We're
We're
very close.
90% there. Actually, we're launching the game.
It's in fact it is in fact only the people at Tenax holding us back. Zach.
Yeah,
No, I'm
sorry about
joking, of
that.
course. It's okay though. It's okay. Please just be a little bit patient with us, ladies and gentlemen, while we await for this to finish. And but yeah, I mean, regardless of that, with having such these I don't know how to say. I wanted to speak. I wanted to say for a second something about the events that are going to be upcoming with these new balance changes in mind. Also, because now just this fact that you said the word patch, and my mind immediately went back to all the changes, all the changes. I wonder if we're going to be seeing behavior taking some more. I don't want to say radical, but some more radical, groundbreaking changes into effect. I wonder, sort of, because Blight is a killer that was, for example, not nerfed for many, many years, despite being the strongest killer in the game. So, do you think, I mean, we'll be seeing more changes that affect the top killers or that really buff up the weaker killers? What would you like to see?
You want to have a hot take here?
Of course, I do. My favorite.
I think it's healthy for the game if Blight is a high tier killer. I think it's Blight has much more outplay potential at his strength. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Blight before the nerfs was undisputedly the strongest killer in the game. Just when it comes to both chase power and map pressure. But I think the way you get to interact with his power on the survivor side is really healthy. You get to drop pallets, you get to
Mm-hmm.
do cool movement techs like blocking his rushes or crouching, flaring him. I think killers like Blight, Billy, and to an extent Ghoul being high tier is very good.
Yes.
I think it would be so horrible if, for example, a killer like Doctor or Legion was an S tier killer, right? Because you would have
Mm-hmm.
to buff their stats or their power to just incredible levels to make them that strong. So if people talk about people wanting to have like D tier killers brought up to A tier, they're not gonna be happy with how the counterplay against those is gonna look because it's gonna be very boring.
You know what, Emmy? How is that a hot take? I don't believe that's a hot take whatsoever. You're 100% right. In fact, I will die on whatever hill you are on right now. Definitely. No, you put that across brilliantly. Me personally, for example, I dislike going against killers like the first and the nurse. I'm just gonna say the type of counterplay that you need to put in for these killers is not the one I find desirable, and I completely agree that killers like The Ghoul and the Blight are really, really fun and in a way healthy for both sides. And of course, the game needs high tier and lower tier killers so as to because if everybody was the same, let's say everybody was B tier, the game would be pretty much uninteractive. I feel you would have to make such changes to the killers into where it would become very boring very quickly because you'd have the same counterplay for every killer. Regardless of that, we're about to go in with a D tier killer as our players are finally ready and we're loading up into the match with, I believe, was it 4K3 win condition? Am I right? Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. 4K3 win condition for our Dredge player here for Team Oh Boy. We have Hope on the Dredge, and now these are there. Here come the hexes. Oh my god, I'm deaf.
Yep,
so
me
we-
too.
Oh my god. I forgot to turn down my game again. Forgive me, I started the game and I forgot to turn it down. But regardless, we see here that Hope has indeed chosen to go for the full Hex pick. Ruin, Wretched Fate, Undying, and Pentimento is able to quickly get a...
Oh, no pallet
right
here.
No pallet! Oh.
Lilith got scammed, and unfortunately is the first tag in the game. Hopefully this is not an empty classroom. It luckily is not, but Hope having good pathing here. Zoning Lilith away back into the empty room. Only this pallet to play, and Lilith unfortunately is not able to break the remnant in time. It goes down rather quickly into the match. Great down by Hope.
No, definitely very well played by Hope there, but it's just so unfortunate to see the RNG playing such a big role there. Lilith should have absolutely not had taken that first hit because that pallet that should spawn there normally should spawn there. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So, hey, this will be one way for Team Oboy to try to get their foot in the door with a strong, solid early game and try to make some progress on that win condition, especially if Winter Edit gets found here, going for the unhook and making it a trade. Now, are we going to choose to hook? No, of course, we're going to continue going after Lilith here. Not going to try to make much happen. Winter Edit being on the ground as well also speeds up the Nightfall timer. So even if Lilith is able to last here beyond the BT, then we will still be in a situation where the Nightfall would be coming. But however, Lilith does go down. And we're going to have, again, a second stage at 5, excuse me, 1 second, make that 4 generators.
Yeah, of course, Hope without Pain Resonance does not have the upfront regression that Winter had available. As said, Winter gets picked up by Ryab. But yeah, really a ton of pressure by the killer. No totems have been cleansed yet, which also means a nasty interaction between Pentimento and Wretched Fate being in play. Because if you don't cleanse Wretched Fate, you are going to be slower on your generators. If you do cleanse it, well, guess what? You're also going to be slower on your generators. In fact, your entire team is going to be, as Lilith does get unhooked. Can she make it to a resource? Should still have a God pallet available here. I really like Karma staying close, potentially being able to break the remnant. But Lilith is stuck on this pallet here. Does not get the smash. It unfortunately doesn't die under the pallet either, and this is going to be the elimination. Ruin is still up, so is Undying, as is Wretched Fate. This is not looking too good for the survivors.
No, this is definitely very, very difficult for our survivors here. As you said, all of these hex totems are stacking on top of each other, and Undying is doing the biggest work right now, just being the threat of looming over the survivors, that they know that no matter, even if they try to cleanse something, Undying will be there to prevent them from doing so efficiently. And of course, Lilith being the person who is dead is not the obsession. This is Karma, who we see being tagged. So Wretched Fate is in full effect, full force here. Hope, beautiful teleport there to try to cut off Karma. Isn't able to get it quite at the right timing here. But this is a pallet that Dredge just absolutely defeats with his power. This is not really a pallet you can outplay.
So lethal.
And yeah, that is Karma going down here. I believe it's going to be... we are now in the situation that another gen shouldn't pop. If we are being honest with ourselves, Karma is slugged, so is Winter Edit. Ryob is back for the pickup onto Karma. Is he going to be able to come out quick enough? I am not so certain of that. I mean, we might actually be seeing a 4K4 here. Karma does get
Winter Edit getting a taste of their own medicine there. Getting hit through the pallet by Hope, just swinging through it. But this is where Ruin is just so powerful. You cannot heal, you cannot do gens, you cannot pick up, you just get slugged. And now it's only Ryab on the Adam alive, trying to make it back to Winter Edit, who has fully recovered thanks to tenacity. Hope does not have a locker nearby. Winter Edit gets picked up. but
It's great that
has
Ryab has
nowhere to
remained
go.
healthy. Definitely, excuse me. It's great that Ryab has remained healthy, so it is not an immediate down when he goes up to pick up a slug, and it's very, very vital if Team Arcadia is going to have any chance here of recovering this game that Ryab does in fact stay healthy. But this game, I mean, I'm sure you would agree, pretty much has a timer put on it, as the next time the Nightfall comes around, it is going to be pretty much nothing to do. The next Nightfall is going to allow Dredge that extra mobility. If Ryab gets tagged here, that is going to be another almost win condition. But we do manage to get both of these tags picked up here, but Ryab is going to get tagged. That's going to be everybody injured. We're going to need to see some resets coming in, lest the Nightfall is able to claim 3 victims at the same time. This is so stressful for our survivors here. We need to get these resets in. We need to try to be healthy. We need to stay away from the Dredge. And there is just so much to do, and it's just so difficult to recover. Winter Eddy getting caught off guard slightly, getting dropped down upon by Hope, who now can freely teleport across the other map and try to look for the reset spot that is surely being made right now. No. In fact, if
Ryab
we
is
look,
on
we
a
see a totem being
totem.
cleansed and a gen being progressed.
This...
Unfortunately, Karma is the one on the gen, so that's
Oh, look
Wretched
at
Fate
this.
and now Pentimento. Oh, I can't watch this.
Yeah, you're telling me there's a timer on this game, but it's not the survivors who have a timer. In fact, no gens, no pickups. All there is are slugs, and now Pentimento is going to slow down the speed at which the survivors pick up as well. Winter Edit gets found, the door gets broken. All gens should be at 0 right now, and there's still 3 very powerful hex packs active. Hope just playing this methodically clean until the very conclusion of the game, which seems to be a 4k4 in Nightfall. Winter Rider just got slugged, does have the tenacity, no sloppy in play, but Karma does finally get found, and this is going to seal the deal, unless a truly special outplay can happen on this
I mean,
very impossible palette. Yep, there we go, 4k4 for Hope, which means 2-0 for Team Oboy.
incredibly well played. Incredibly well played by Hope here to capitalize on everything that has happened. I think bringing this build into the game, Emmy, in and of itself gives you sort of an edge. Even though the build Winter Edit chose is a very solid all-around build that gives you early game regression, it gives you mid game regression, gives you late game regression, but this build is just brutal right now. The combination of Ruin, Dying, and Wretched Fate with Pentimento as a backup, it's simply too much. I don't want to say, of course, that the build carried the player whatsoever. No, that was not the case here. Hope put on an incredible showing, both mechanically and macro-wise, onto the Dredge. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like this build is just so brutal, Emmy.
Yeah, it's so good as long as you are ahead on the killer, right? If the survivors are able to extend the first chase, maybe pop a couple of gens early, or are able to cleanse, ruin, and undying before the first chase ends. Don't get me wrong, there's still Pentimento and Wretched Fate, but without ruin, it would change so much. So this is the most snowbally build that the Dredge could have available, and they just played it out beautifully. Great snowball into a 4k fight. It really shouldn't get better than this as Dredge.
I think a lot of the time, quite a few players who may not have as much experience on the Dredge look at the results the Dredge gets in comp and are like, oh, this must be an easy set to play from the killer side because you see 4Ks. That is not the case whatsoever. Even keeping track of your slugs is impressive enough in this game a lot of the times. If you've never scrimmed Dredge against some good survivors, I recommend you go out and do it. You try your best, because I think you will very quickly find that it's not as easy as it looks. And that is exactly what Hope just did there. He made it look easy. He was able to get great reads onto the survivors. He was able to really capitalize off of every mistake, every sort of mispath, the map in and of itself, his own build. So I think that was just supremely well played. Having said that, that will be a 2-0 for Team O Boy, and that does in fact solidify their position in the grand final. So congratulations to them. Very big congratulations also to Team Arcadia for coming up, making it to the semifinals, and giving us very exciting and beautiful games. I'll never forgive them from taking away my ghoul, but that's okay. Um, but of course, no, incredibly well played to them. Big shout out to them.
yeah, we're going to be throwing it over to a quick break while the teams are getting the picks and bans ready for the grand finals. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It is going to be Team Onyx versus Team Oh Boy. Very happy to see that Team Onyx have made it all the way through. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tenax. The grand finals are upon us. We are here with Onyx versus Oh Boy on the grand finals for this iteration of Tenax. Beautiful, beautiful stuff on the horizon. And as of course you all know, I am joined here by the lovely, the wonderful Emmy. Emmy, how are we feeling? I know you're particularly excited to see Onyx in the grand finals.
Yes, thank you so much, Falcons. We've got Onyx versus Oh Boy. We just saw Oh Boy sweeping the semifinals with really strong results. But on the other side of the bracket, Onyx has made it all the way through. And yeah, I think these two are pretty evenly matched. They've agreed on some really fun picks because we will be seeing Blydon Sappho, which was picked by Onyx, which we've already seen Daimar play. So definitely both teams very willing and very confident in their ability to pilot the Blight even after the changes. And then Oh Boy picking the Dark Lord on Ratchet Chub. So, and we yet again have a Ghoul tiebreaker. So the new kid on the block, the Dark Lord, really fun set, in my opinion. How do you feel about it?
Oh, I am eating spectacularly today, Emmy. Not just eating good. I thought I was eating good in the semifinals, but now they've picked three of my top five killers to play in comp and sets to verse in general. Like I just love these killers. They are incredible, and they are, I think, currently my top three most played killers in order are probably Ghoul, Dark Lord, Blight. So in scrims, in pubs, in everything, I love these
Very
killers.
nice.
They are very fun mechanically. They are very interesting in how the sets play out. The only thing I will say, and this might be a bit of a hot take here, Red Shop Drac needs a shakeup. I'm saying it.
Oh,
I think this set needs a shakeup. This is a set that has been played a lot over the last year or so, and maybe even longer. Uh, I think the teams are a bit too well versed with Wretched Shop Dark Lord. I feel like the sets can a lot of the time go the same way, and it's either 7 stages refresh or 4K1. I feel like you very
yes, so
rarely
true.
see you. When do you see a different Dark Lord result on Red Shop? Tell me right now you don't. If you have
Yeah,
equal teams on sort of the same level, that is pretty much exactly what I'm expecting to see here as well. I would expect to see a um what is it called, a very similar result on the Dark Lord. So maybe a map change could benefit the Dark Lord. Maybe some perk shakeups could benefit the Dark Lord to make it a bit more interesting. I still think the set is very fun for both sides to play, and I think it's also very fun to watch a great Dark Lord player in action and how the survivors can deal with that. But I do think it can get a bit repetitive in the terms of you kind of know what to expect. You feel me? You get where I'm coming from?
I definitely get where you're coming from, and I want to hear your suggestions as to what the solution to the Dark Lord Ratchet Shop problem could be when we get there. But of course, right now, the teams are almost ready to load into their Blight game. Um, I personally am not a fan of the Yamaoka run. I think
Hmm,
the graphics are a little bit outdated and the gameplay on Family Residence 2 is atrocious. So I'm pretty happy with Ratchet Chop. I'm a person who likes to stick to the standards and just learn out of the in and outs of a singular map.
definitely.
But some meta shakeups always add add a bit of spice, right? You can't get complacent if you want to stay at the top. So a lot of
Mhm.
the top teams are on the forefront when it comes to learning the ins and outs of new maps, of maps that killers recently got introduced to. And I think one of the most uh, recent examples of that is Almond Lake Mine, because Ghoul used to be
Yeah,
played so much on Bloodlodge, where we're currently having a PC restart issue, so we've got time to yap even more. But yeah, Ghoul Bloodlodge was basically the gold standard. Then people discovered Almond Lake Mine. Then people thought that the downstairs main building palette was a god palette. Then people learned how to outplay it. And yeah, always innovating, always trying to be creative in scrims. Learning new things is what really separates the good teams, the great teams from the good teams. So yeah, I do think shakeups can be so very refreshing.
No, I'm 1,000,000% with you on that, Emmy. I think as somebody who definitely feels the need to learn something in and out, especially when we're talking about a passion of mine like competitive Dead by Daylight. I am the kind of person who I believe, like you, wants to take a killer on a map and we're like, okay, what do we do? Exactly this, exactly this. How do we outplay
Yeah.
this? How do we do this? How do we do this? But alas, of course, as Dead by Daylight is growing in the competitive scene also, I think it's really important to keep things fresh, to give the really intelligent players in some of these teams the opportunity to innovate, to go forward and pull something out of the woodwork that just works, and now everybody has to adapt to it. And there are very few things more exciting than, for example, I'm gonna take what you said earlier about the downstairs main god palette in Ormond Lake Mine. I remember seeing Nightlight
Yes.
outplay that god palette for the first time. Like, what? You can do that? Works?
And
And ever
everybody's
since,
jaw dropped. And ever since,
oh
everybody's
my
been
god.
adapting and learning how to outplay it. And that innovation is what's such an interesting part about comp, right? When we Jason brought rapid brutality on artist and everybody was laughing, and
Yes.
now we see it every time. Stuff like that is just, oh, it's so nice. It's so cool to see.
No, absolutely. You're 100% right. We definitely, this is how sort of innovation is born, by taking things that work and going, what if it didn't? What if it's different from what you expect it to be? And of course, that would not be possible without our great players, but it also wouldn't be possible without the people brave enough to maybe even to accept the criticism, to say, okay, yeah, I am going to make this killer on this not so intuitive map, and I think it might work out for this reason. Let's see if our players can do it. That is really where the fun stems out to be. Of course, you can definitely go too much one way and end up in Forgotten Ruins, for example, and then you have a big problem.
We would never do that
We would never.
on this broadcast. We haven't had multiple
No,
Forgotten Ruin lit tiebreakers.
no, 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 no. That's never been the case, as far as I remember. I was not casting them, therefore it did not happen. So, yeah, that's definitely. But again, we need these things to happen. I think we need people even in smaller leagues, even more than the bigger leagues. I believe there is a lot of good placements to test where killers can go and how they can make use of it. Yeah, I think, of course, Ormond Lake Mine has definitely been the latest and best example of all of this happening. Uh, I believe Blood Lodge is a map that should not be frequented by any killer.
Yes.
Leave Blood Lodge out. Let's just
Good
put Blood
take.
Lodge. Yeah, Blood Lodge can go. We can, and not even because of the gameplay of the map, but because of how RNG heavy that map can be as well.
Yeah.
Also, even if you like the loops and the fillers that can spawn on it, you have to admit that that map can definitely mess up one team and heavily favor the other, or vice versa, or mess up both teams or favor both teams, and then it becomes unenjoyable. So definitely not one of the maps I want to see being continued, and I'm really happy that Ormond Lake Mine came to take its place. And there is also, of course, speaking of the Lich is also now quite frequently being put on Ormond Lake Mine instead of the more standard DDS. And again, you wouldn't expect the Lich to be able to 4K on Ormond Lake Mine. It's a large map. It's all of this, and before even on DDS, sometimes he was struggling. So seeing very very experienced players that know how to play the Lich and know how to play around the Lich going to these lengths to show us that, hey, even a normal Lake Mine, we can 4K2 with a Lich, a good team, a really really strong solid team. So again, beautiful innovation to see happen. And now we're getting ready to load into our Blight game. Again, this one is a bit more standard though. We've talked about all of this not so standard stuff, but it does not get much more standard than Suffocation Pit 1 Blight. But then here we get to experience how our teams over the years have refined and played against it. We do have the new variable of the new Blight, but again, I do still believe these teams are going to show off what they've learned over all of this time.
Yeah, this is a set that I will never get tired of. Our teams are warmed up, both having previously played a Blight on the way to the Grand Finals. Uh, Damao having achieved a really impressive 4K1 earlier from a desperate situation at that. So I really want to see if Onyx's Blight can keep up, considering that is the killer that they have picked. And we're going to have Rasa on the killer first for Team Onyx. And we do see
Rancor.
one of those underused information pugs. In this case, it's going to be a Rancor, which can be so mean if you're the Delhi Survivor, because there is no way to tell if Rancor is in play until you find out about it.
Definitely. When that first gen pops, you best believe there will be a bit of panic in team in Team Oh Boys VC there.
No way.
Oh, Daimao?
We are seeing the exact same play, but with reversed roles. This time it's Mathis on the Dallas, on the Delhi, and Daimao running into his chase.
But Mathis is here, and I believe Raza
Raza-
should be aware.
Raza doesn't
Another
fall for it.
S-Tile.
Oh my god. I'm bringing my cursed RNG to Suffocation Pit. I'm so
Emmy
sorry,
RNG.
teams. But this is such a good first chase for Raza, finding the Deliverance Survivor here. Confirming that by seeing the medkit, by seeing the overcome. And oh, Mathis juking a lot, but in the end going down on this dropped filler.
All right. I mean, that is how much of a better start can you ask for Raza?
Yeah.
The only thing that could be better is that your ruin wouldn't get cleansed, but alas, that's what disruption is for. Finding the Deliverance Survivor here, being able to put him in the basement also, this is just a great start here for Raza. No real time for the survivors of Team Oh Boy to be able to put any significant pressure onto these generators, so Raza is now currently free to go around and perhaps even look for a savior if he so chooses to do, which might not be necessary in the situation considering how much early game pressure he has. So maybe not the best idea to take that risk, but that's up to Raza to decide. But he again just also has the time to go and collect all the info he needs while Mathis makes his progression towards that second stage.
This is so interesting to me because if you check the survivor builds, you can see that Daimao this time has the flashlight with Champion of Light and Sprint Burst. So the exact build that Mathis had last time, and Mathis just switched to the Delhi. So if they were trying to meta game this based on player preferences, they unfortunately failed because Raza was able to snuff it out and not fall for the very obvious attempt of Daimao stealing the chase. So yeah, we might even see the first instance of Rancor value coming through right here as the
Here it
first
is.
generator gets popped and the survivor playing for the Unhook gets found. And this is going to confirm second stage onto Mathis for 2 generators popping. Really nice start for Raza.
Not only an excellent start, Emmy, but it's going to head into an even more excellent mid game, as now that the Rancor information shows Raza that there is absolutely nobody saving, confirming the second stage onto Mathis. Tag coming out onto Daimao. We're surely going to be looking for another tag here onto Hope, and it's going to become very, very hard now. 2 generators have fully popped, but there's no more gen progress on the map for Team Oh Boy. So now
Finds the pull again.
yes, so now these healing resources are going to have to
Rush
get
logic.
goal. That was beautiful bump logic there from Raza, showing off those blind mechanics and maybe even potentially getting it down. This will be very, very bad if Hope goes down right here.
Yeah, Raza knows that he can commit here, going for the V1 tech. Doesn't quite get it, only 1 rush remaining, has to fatigue. But he does find Dystopia crossing. Mathis about to get eliminated. Our heroic Lara jumping through the window with life.
Can she get the pull?
I think
Is
they
there enough
can.
time? I think they should be able to. That was close and that was scary, but there is no Delhi trade, and I believe no unbreakable either on that one. Was Lara maybe perhaps able to plot twist at the end? I don't believe that was the case. That should go hit up pretty much during the unhook animation. So no plot twist to worry about either. And now we can finalize our tunnel out onto Mathis. 1 dead at 3. This is definitely everybody injured going into the 3v1. 1 person slugged. This could be a 4K at high gens here, Emmy.
Yeah, Raza is not messing around, absolutely showing up when it matters most. And as you pointed out, even though Dystopia had Unbreakable on the Decisive Strike build during the last trial, this time the Oh Boy survivors decided to switch it up and put Plot Twist on the Decisive and have Unbreakable on the Delhi. So unfortunately, even though there was a lot of creativity with the builds, everything backfired for Team Oh Boy, and they're finding themselves in a horrible position as Daimao gets found.
Can we convert? No, surely not. Okay. Raza unable to convert here. Hope is going to be popping that generator, but what now? What?
Raza's just playing for the 4K2 here, and he's happy with that, I'm pretty sure. Breaks the pallet, no blind coming through, unlucky. Daimao just has to die edge here and hope that Hope, haha, can make it in time for the unhook, but then Hope is going to be slugged, and Dystopia has to make something happen with Plot Twist Decisive. So this is definitely problems for Team Oh Boy right now.
Very big problems from Team Oh Boy. Rather, they're even choosing to tag the BT of Dystopia. I'm not exactly sure what
the
the
plot
play
twist.
is there. I'm surprised we didn't go straight for Hope. I'll be 100% honest. I'm not sure why we didn't go straight for Hope there, knowing that there should be a decisive there. But of course, the plot twist has come out, so Dystopia is probably going to arise from the ground fully healthy, and we need to get Hope down in the meantime. We definitely cannot afford to let Dystopia get up healthy and go pick Daimao for free, lest we give the survivors another opportunity to get into the game here. It seems that Hope has in fact decided to go and force the locker into the basement. Very, very smart play. I love it, because it will exactly allow what I said earlier. Dystopia going to pick up Daimao, which has happened, and now the survivors get another a moment to breathe. Not a very big moment to breathe, but a moment to breathe nonetheless.
Yeah, an absolute hero play from Dystopia coming through, getting the plot twist. Rasa decides to slug, and Hope being able to last on Shaq, even though the pallet was already gone, making the difference for the team there. Now, Oh Boy are not out of this situation by any means. They still, well, actually, they do have a little bit of gen progress, as Eruption does get applied. But they are not going to break this 3-gen most likely, and they're still scrambling to get Hope out of the basement. And Raza does find Dalmao on the top side here. Can this be a quick down? Yes, it can. And we can just return back to the basement, where we're going to find 2 more survivors. Second wind on Hope, though, is going to be very efficient here.
Yeah, textbook conversion onto Daimao there to be able to get him down very, very efficiently and quickly. And now you have to make a choice. Do you try to go and tag Hope's second win so that he doesn't pop off? But that doesn't seem like it's going to be realistic here. We will instead choose to get another injury onto Dystopia, as we know that Hope needs to rotate around to get the pick onto Daimao. But I believe I saw 2 sets of scratch marks here, if I'm not mistaken. Both survivors are here.
Nice
Great
flare.
flare there from Dystopia to avoid that lethal rush. And that might buy just the amount of time needed for the survivors to get slightly even more back in the game. The double vault coming out, and I believe we saw Hope in the distance.
No way! Dystopia absolutely styling on Rasa on the snake tile window, making it look like a god window right there as Rasa returns to the top side of the map. Needs to re-slug Daimao as fast as possible. I am definitely seeing a world where Oh Boy can pop at least another generator here. They are playing this 3v1 exceptionally well from a horrible position.
A beautiful recovery here, and I do believe it does sort of stem from Raza's mistake of not going for Hope out of the basement. Who absolute shot there with a 50 cal through that pallet. But regardless, yeah, I do believe that that was maybe the error that could potentially cost another generator, saying that it is definitely still not easy. And even though the survivors of Team Oh Boy have proven time and time again that they are not to be trifled with on these blight sets, they need to still be locked in gear to make sure that another sort of a slugging fiesta doesn't occur.
Yeah, I think had Rasa gotten the 4K2, that would have been an exceptional result. If the survivors can somehow fight tooth and nail and get this last one more generator done, 4K1 is an entirely different story, as Rasa tries to find the reset on the top side and does find it just a little bit too late. Both survivors are healthy. Only Daimao still injured. Never mind, Daimao wasn't able to get reset. So only Hope got the reset. Oh, you can't swing through the pallet if you're 110 like that. That's not gonna work anymore. Daimao makes great distance as another safe filler. But Rasa needs to leave and defend his generators again.
And this is sort of the long 3v1 game. A lot of players will tell you that the real game doesn't even start until the 3v1. And this is exactly one of those situations where you can see that happening. They can't afford to take the time. I like that decision of taking the eruption hit onto that generator. And now Dystopia is the only injured survivor, but Dystopia kind of has had Raza in the chokehold in these chases. So we'll need to see if this sort of continues on. Oh, beautiful.
Greed, incredible.
Beautiful greed, so risky, but so high reward play there from Dystopia. And
How?
it seems to... Okay, Dystopia, you are making magic happen right now, my friend. Oh no, we have to leave.
Bro, the survivors are double splitting. If Rasa overcommits
They're so
this,
comfortable.
oh my god, that was long overdue. Incredible chase by Dystopia, who finally goes down, and Rasa definitely sweating a little bit there.
Dystopia, kind of the MVP of this match for Team Oboy here. I'm pretty sure you will agree with me that these chases have single-handedly being able to be a sort of a lifeline, the only tether holding Team Oboy to not being getting 4K2'd here. Fortunately, we're going to be doing a hook right next to this active generator here. So Raza still in a position to 4K2, most definitely, knowing that somebody's been on this journey. Gonna put Eruption on this for sure. The fast pull coming out, another great decision here, I think, on the DS Survivor. DS still in play. Plot twist is not, but DS definitely is. So we cannot be committing onto Dystopia, the tag onto Daimao here. Every single tag you can get in the 3v1 is just so much value. They compound with themselves. And now we're gonna go back to this active generator. We're gonna find hope here. We're gonna get every single survivor injured. This is a snowball waiting to happen, but alas, we still need to keep this gen in mind because we want to 4K2. It's not even that greedy, I think, in this situation to say that Raza should 4K2 this, and that he should be playing for that, because that will be the... Oh no, but the gen pops. I wasn't even paying attention, and Raza must be heartbroken after seeing that, but now he needs to definitely lock in and not allow this generator to pop whatsoever. We cannot be getting out of this match.
Yeah, I don't think it's greedy to say that Rasa should play for the 4K2 here at all, but I think he should have 4K2'd like 5 minutes ago. This is slipping out of his grasp quickly. And Hope hits the DH
Dead
as
hard.
well. This is insane. What a gorgeous survivor performance when everything was looking like a 4K2 for the killer.
This has to be
Dystopia
one of
also
the-
gets reset.
Yeah, Dystopia getting reset here. Hope is going to get slugged finally, but this is going to get down finally, excuse me. But this has to be up there, I mean, as one of the best survivor recoveries I have ever seen against an
Yes.
S tier killer. There is, wow, so exciting. Team Old Boy just coming up and point. I was like, no, we're not done yet. Shaky early game, rough mid game, but no, we are not done. And Raza being forced to play nice guy streak here. However, Dystopia getting found is very unfortunate. Daimon needs to make something happen here. Maybe even just stick the generator. Why not? The deja vu extra speed there, but now needs to not get converted upon the spring burst, makes it so that he can leave that interaction safely. Hope again, second wind has been charged up again though, so he's gonna be healthy in a bit. Oh, what do you do here if you're Raza? You need to commit something. You need to get these slugs happening, and you need to happen fast. There's a lot of progress on this generator, and
Look
there's
at
been
this
a
as well.
lot of kicks on it.
A lot of kicks, just like you mentioned. And I do think if you're Rasa, you have to somehow stay calm, because you know that these survivors are currently overperforming, and they're gonna be playing with a lot of confidence. They're playing fast. They're not letting you camp the hook. They're pressuring the gen. They're pressuring the unhook. They don't care if they're on death hook, because they know exactly how far they can push it. And even with all of these snake tiles and 4 lanes, they are somehow still in this game fighting. Beautiful
convert that.
conversion from Raza onto Dystopia. Quick rush combination, but can he commit it? No, he does see Hope on the top side of the map. Decides to go for another tag here, not committing the death hook Lara. But he has to be aware
needs
of
to
that
go
bot
back.
side generator. Sees the scratch mark. Sprint burst 99 on Daimao again. Last rush does not connect. This is going to be so much distance once the sprint burst gets used.
This is going to have to be a stop committing immediately. Yeah, that's that sprint burst coming out. And now, maybe now the survivors team want to, yeah, they're choosing to play a little bit slower, a bit safer, getting that Death Hook survivor healed up so that to give themselves the opportunity to pop that generator. And dare I say, they're planning to get high stages out the door. I think they are playing to get the fresh out. They're going to decide to throw the Death Hook survivors at this generator until it sticks. That generator has had a lot of time to regress now, however, and everybody's sort of stealthing around the top part of the map here. Hope able to finally cross now down onto bottom, but we have 2 survivors around this main building. This chase happening here, and Raza, he must be thinking it's time to go back. Yeah, I believe
look
he's
at
now
that.
at the bottom.
Daimao has been using up the flashlight with Champion of Light to get the sprint burst back. A beautiful play, I love it. But yeah, Raza does leave, sees that the generator is still regressing. And I was about to ask if there's still any pallets left on the map, and on the main building we saw the answer, which was also the answer as to why Rasa was unable to commit to Daimao there, who was representing the Fresh Oak. Because if just one or two of those main building pallets come down, that last generator is going to pop for sure.
No, you're absolutely right there, Emmy. And I think Raza needs to be breathing a breath of fresh air here to say, listen, oh my god, the bump logic on Raza is so clean,
He's
incredible.
so clean,
to
he's so
see.
fast. It's so fun to watch.
Yes, it's almost reminiscent of Pedro. Kind of, I feel like I'm watching Pedro Blight in a way with his mechanics. Very, very well played. But yeah, Raza needs to be a bit more relaxed now, seeing that that gen has regressed a lot enough, and that the fact that the eruption is still applied on it means that there is at least this sort of regression event left on it. So if somebody goes down, it will still be able to take that damage. And now,
we're just stuck in a loop
Pacifiers?
where Daimao is trying to cross, gets caught by Rasa, and then gets reset by Dystopia on top side. Meanwhile, Hope has finally made his way back down into that bot side generator. Pallet comes down, but Dystopia is on death hook. That's Lithe. The swing misses.
Lithe
Can
plus
Rasa get
110
into
swing.
here? This chase can't be too long. Oh,
We need to
another
leave.
swing and a miss. The cane is not long enough, and Rasa has to go back to the bot side of the map. Double bumps accidentally.
That double
Still
bump
makes
might
it all the
actually
way
cost him
down.
a lot more. Might cost him this conversion here, as he normally he would have another bump. Oh, if he had converted that, that would have been so huge. But unfortunately, it's not the case. And I think now he realizes that Hope had crossed a lot earlier than Raza was expecting. So now he needs to readjust his game sense clock and try to make something happen. Hopefully, be able to get a quick 1-2 here. Not even choosing to commit to Hope, really believing in the efficiency of
Raza's
Team
so
Obo's
smart.
retention.
I'm so impressed with all of these micro decisions that our killer player is making. Just immediately knowing that the survivors are going to be doubling another gen, taking the tag, leaving again, expecting Hope to be on edge 6. Rasa is playing such a good game, but unfortunately for him, the survivors are matching him every step of the way, and it is so fun to watch. Now, Rasa trying to get a conversion rush onto Dystopia, gets it on the double window tile, has to leave again, just because this bot side generator is so close to popping. Rasa does find Daimao. Daimao does not have any pallets left. If Aquan gets hooked bot side on this active generator, that might be the nail in the coffin for Oh Boy. Daimao trying desperately to cross topside, but there are no pallets left in this area of the map. Only the dropped four-lane pallet. Can he force locker in time? He cannot. Does go down. And Rasa is slugging for pressure again.
Yeah, unable to comfortably, with a 110 movement speed, get Daimao onto bottom where he needs him to be, near in between all these active generators. And it's, as you said, Emmy, like a beautifully played macro game through and through from both sides here, making really, really smart decisions. And it feels like a game of chess. There is a lot of back and forth. One person is reading the other, one person is outplaying the other. And yeah, it's just been such a joy to watch. But now Raza does in fact get the pick down on Daimao, hoping to be able to get him onto the Suki. Will be able to. So yeah, despite the 110 movement speed, able to get this very, very good hook position for him here. Very deep in the bottom gens. And now he needs to get more tags going. I think the survivors of Team Oboy have been doing a great job making these injuries count for nothing, getting these really, really quick resets, and just really efficient or their rotations overall, I feel. So now Raza has to put himself into overdrive here. This game has been taking a long time for them. He needs to make something happen sooner or later. Otherwise, the gens are going to start to get work. Beautiful conversion onto Dystopia there, and there's no pallet. So I think we might finally be seeing the death of Dystopia.
Rasa looking back to the generator, knowing very well that if this generator pops, there might still be outs. Can Dystopia do anything? It looks like the bottom generator is out of kicks as well now. No eruption coming through. Rasa slugging again. Sees Hope, sees maybe Daimao. Does see Daimao as well. No pallets. Only an edge map window. And we keep... Oh no! The first flare! Oh, unfortunately, Raza misses the hit when it matters so much. Flashlight also depleted, so Daimao can't play for the safe here. Maybe just wants to take a tag to delay the hook by a tiny bit, offering himself up as some juicy bait as Hope works the generator. But Raza's not gonna fall for that. Too smart. Tag onto Hope. This game
Beautiful.
is so close.
Beautiful steering to counter the conversion. No eruption applied onto that gen. That was in fact the last kick of that generator. So anything from now on
Oh no.
is just going to be a lot. And normal M1 tag here would allow
Oh, this might be it though.
Raza to follow up. Wait a minute. He needs to look out for Hope. Very smart, but he does also need to be able to get this down. Oh, beautiful down. And finally, I think there is nothing more to give. I think Hope does have a dead heart available for him to use, if I'm not mistaken, still.
He sure does, but this has been such a battle. This was the most hard fought 4K1 on Blight that I have ever seen. What an incredible match from both sides.
If there is such a thing as match of the day, I believe this needs to go to it. I mean, this has been just one of the greatest Blights that I have personally ever watched. And it goes to show you that our teams have what it takes to go all the way no matter what. Raza with his mechanics, the team Dystopia with the incredible chases, great rotations from the Survivor, very good macro decisions from Raza. What could have definitely been a 4K2 situation for the Survivors was relentlessly pounded from the Survivor team down to a 4K1. And honestly, even if they had popped the last generator Amy, I think we could all look at each other and say, yeah, that was deserved. They played that very well against all odds. However, the 4K1 is the final result. Never to say though, we did see before that Daimao had an incredible performance on the Blight. So a little bit more of that once again, and we see a 4K2. That would be soul crushing for Raza. I haven't played so well.
Yeah, this game went from 4K2 to outs to maybe 4K0 to 4K1. It went all the way, and both sides had some incredible plays to take us here. But as you said, yeah, well deserved 40,000 points on the Blight for Rasa. This was so good. And if the next game with Daimao, presumably on Killer, is going to be half as good, it's still going to be the second best game of the day.
I think I'm going to be. I think I'm going to be laying awake at night today thinking about this game. And this is one of the games you witness, and I just feel overjoyed. I feel overjoyed to have the opportunity to witness such an incredible sort of display from both sides. Not to glaze too much. I don't want to be labeled an overglazer, but I need to glaze. Absolutely incredible performances here. And yeah, how do you even follow this up?
Yeah, you try to take things slow. You wanna get the game state into a situation where you are comfortable, where you're familiar with. You don't want any accidents to happen. So the
Well,
survivors are gonna.
hopefully you don't get your deli found. That'd be
Yep,
nice.
that's always the best start to a blight set that you can have. Don't get the daily found. In best case, you also get the daily unhook, right? Which should happen shortly after. But yeah, as long as the Onyx survivors are able to stay in control of this game, not steer away from the standard too much, they should be fine. Because even a 4K wins you the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh my, I want to go back to the insane meta level mind games that happened during this game, starting with the build switch up between methods and Daimao, just in case your opponent was watching your previous game and knows who was going to be more likely to be on the daily, to the survivors in the 3v1 pulling so aggressively to pretend that one survivor is still working topside, while in fact all three survivors are bot side, and Rasa not falling for it. There were so many multi-level insane macro plays during this set. I am overjoyed. I love this so much.
I legitimately think this is one of those sets we could sit at it and analyze and pick, and we can make a 2-hour sort of video about
honestly,
all the intricacies that happened during that game.
I would love long form comp DBD content so much. I
Yes.
wish we had some talented content creators out there who would take the time to make something like that happen. Because I would watch the shit out of it. I love that kind of content. But of course, it's a lot of work.
I mean,
But
it's a
yeah,
lot of work. Firstly, you need the knowledge, and you need the editing, you need the patience. There is just so much that goes into content creation for high level Dead by Daylight.
yeah, and you need to be
That
at that high level too, right? So
exactly. You need to be able. You need to know what's going on. You need to know what's going on. Like me personally, I wouldn't trust myself to go onto this game and say, "Oh yeah, I know what happened, every single facet of it," because that was just so high level and just incredibly well played. But I do want there is one other part that I believe we need to discuss the old Tenax specific part. Ma
mm,
that was a long game. That
yes,
was a
this
very
was
long
a
game.
very long game for sure. And if
We
the
can't
type
tie.
no, we cannot. If this goes to a 4K1, I think Onyx just takes it. And they know that. So they're gonna maybe work the gens I mean, of course, as efficiently as possible. But they know that it's on the killer to make something happen. Because even if Damao 4K1's here, it just needs to be more. Because you're not tying, as you just pointed out.
Yeah, no, 100% definitely. And I think that is, of course, it is being a 10x specific thing. I'm sure a lot of people are not maybe we not as pleased with it because they think, oh, we just go tiebreaker, just count it as 1-0 or sorry, as like 0-0
Yeah.
or whatever and go forward. But I think this is the type of innovation that makes you have to adjust your gameplay because, as you just said, if Daimao here realizes that this is going to be going towards a 4K1, he needs it to he knows that he has time to play with, and that makes such a big difference when you've gone to from not knowing exactly how much have time you have to having a lot of time. That can make a big mental difference in for the players on both sides. So it'll
And
be very
you've
interesting to
been
see.
there in scrims so many times, right?
Mhm.
Just pop 4 gens versus Blight. Like on paper, it should be super easy if you're this caliber of survivor player.
Mhm.
So the pressure is really just going to be on the killer, and I want to see some more cheese. Um, I'm pretty sure that Daimao is gonna go with the standard here that worked for him earlier, right? Because getting a 4K1 just you can't ask for much more, so usually a result that you're happy with. So you're probably gonna send in those builds again. But I do think a bit of cheese could go a long way here. I loved the rancor and the value that it provided. It was just palpable, and
Rancor was
it
actually
did
really
so
fun there.
much.
Yeah, Rancor was really fun to watch. It's one again, a weird pick, but it worked out in the end. Oh, I don't know. I feel like if I'm honestly the survivor, okay, not to get too conspiracy theory here, okay, just hear me out for one moment. If I am the survivors, I am playing this early game dead slow. I am going to be. I need the killer to push into me before I push back. I feel like because the Daimao knows what he needs to go for, and exactly because he knows that this is not by any means too difficult for this caliber of survivor team, he needs like I believe if the survivors sort of starve you of information and if they starve you of pressure, then it might become difficult. So hold me on to this one. They might go slow. Hold me
Yeah.
to this one.
And it's gonna mess with your mental as well. I think we talked
Exactly.
about it in private that if we get stealthed when we're playing a high tier killer, it's just the worst feeling of all
Oh,
time. And
horrendous.
with the pressure being on Daimao, if he's not able to find an early chase, he's gonna be feeling that pressure for sure. We're loading into the trial. The win condition for our killer is 4K2, and our survivors only need to pop uh, probably 4 generators. The win condition is, of course, 4K0, but the tie condition is on a very generous timer. So,
Hmm. Who knows? Maybe if they pop 4 generators, then they will go for a full stealth play to delay the timer. You never know. You never know. Regardless, okay, we see Daima. We're loaded in with the Wretched Fate Ruin Eruption. Okay, no crazy perks here. Because when Wretched Fate is allowed, it is usually a perk that you do end up going for. And Daimao going to be heading straight to the top side of the map, try to catch some early game rotations. And what are
yeah,
we
he doesn't
saying?
wanna get his ruin cleansed immediately again. So,
Look,
checking on that right away, doesn't see any crows disturbed. So, getting a little bit of information off of that.
but
Might suspect a survivor to still be in that area, not having
Amy, I'm so
crossed
sorry to
just
cut
yet.
into you, but I need to point this out. Look at the build. Look at what Bew is holding. He's holding what? Did, did my game freeze? Did Bew just stand still to completely avoid timeout's rush? Okay.
What a great play.
Aura.
The Aura farming yet again.
Aura.
Excuse me, is we lagging out? I assume that is the case, which is very bad if you are the Deliverance survivor. I'm not sure what kind of issue is happening there, but Daimao is happy to just break the pallet, zone the survivor into a dead zone. Now you're playing a 50 pallet and you're losing that 50.
I was going to point out that Buey, I believe, might have put that toolbox on as a red herring to
Yes.
de-incentivize Daimao from committing them, believing that they would not be the Deliverance survivor. The Deliverance survivor usually holding the medkit, but now holding the toolbox, and the medkit survivor being somebody else entirely, being actually Scroily, who crossed very aggressively in the early game here. So I think that was a great macro idea from our survivors here, but it could not have paid off, unfortunately. I don't know what exactly happened with Buey's chase there in the beginning. I don't know if it was a product of lag or something else happening, but definitely something did not go as intended. And for the people coming out onto the now tunnel out Buey. So let's see if we can extend this chase and really get our foot in the door for the survivor side, because this is not the start you want.
Yeah, they were able to successfully pop a generator already. Beautiful movement by Buey over here. Drops down, makes it to the bot side and avoids getting tagged. Really well done. As
now I would-
unfortunately, the blight is bugged out for me, so you take over real quick.
I would love to. The blight is also bugged out for me. As much as I would love to. But the case, what is happening right now is what I would assume is that we go and look for Scroily. Yes, okay, I have the blight back. Yeah, we would go look for Scroily as Buey took a fantastic pathing in his chase towards the bottom side and is unable, especially knowing the overcome is in play, he would reach Shag, a lot of things would happen. And now we want to go and find an easier target, and that is what has happened on the injured and broken from For the People Scroily. We must also say, however, Scroily is the wretched fate, so the gens are going to be going at their normal speed, but Ruin is still up. This is the first time in today's Tenax where the Ruin has lasted this long and the Blight set. So
Oh
let's
my
see-
goodness, what a find.
No, but we find Aaron on the edge map. This is horrendous. This is really, really bad. If Daimao is able to convert this, if Aaron doesn't get out of this safely somehow, then it's going to be a big, big issue right now, Emmy.
And you see in this gen setup, right? Daimao has a full 4-gen topside, has the Ruin up here, had a hook up here, gets the tag into Elo, who was able to pull Scoroily, luckily, even with Aaron getting found. But these survivors will have to pop one of the topside generators to make the tie condition. And Daimao is very well aware of that, happily. What?
Oh, how?
It just bounces off Elo. That's just a little bit of a force field happening on the survivor side. I don't know if that's banned or not. But Daimao has
perk.
dropped Chase. And finds
find
Aaron.
Aaron.
Oh no. So we're right back where we started. No, Daimao once more knows that Scroily is still around, slugs Aaron, and goes for the injured Ace instead, who still has the Decisive Strike running. Does also have the plot twist available, but Daimao has to have a timer going and is able to catch out Scroily finally. Oh,
But the dead
beautiful
heart.
dead heart. Scroily not panicking, waiting out the safety rush of Daimao before dead hearting. Really, really good play, and makes it to the middle of the map where a lot of resources are still available.
But how unique from Daimao also to expect our survivor team here to stack DS and DH on the same survivor. Wow, incredible. I mean, I would not have expected that. Seriously, stacking up 2 anti-tunnels is a lot. This chase is getting oh so juicy here. If Scroily keeps lasting like this, they've completely reset Aaron.
Oh my god, so close.
We can say that this chase has definitely proved its worth. Now, 3 miscellaneous generators have popped. The real game starts now, where we have this 4-gen top that is just absolutely brutal for our survivors. We need to make both of them pop, ideally. There's no 4K1 will not be good enough, since our last Raza had a sort of slowed 4K1. It took a lot of time, so there's definitely no chance to prevent that game. We need to pop all of these gens, and we need to make it happen now. But the resources will be running thin. The fast pull coming out onto Scroily. Still Decisive Strike available. Still plot twist available, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, still plot twist available. So Daimao choosing to commit this can definitely be a difficult choice. Oh my god, the vaults! Timeout. Squarely just winning everything here. Wow. Oh my god, completely bamboozles Daimao along those rushes and is going to gain so much valuable distance to the point where Daimao just simply has to leave. You cannot commit all of that just to get the S at the end of it.
Oh, look at this generator. Such high progress. Is Aaron just gonna stick this? Yes, they are. Generator pops in Daimao's face, who had everything on the top side. A hook, a gen, ruin, a swing, and a miss. As Bowie takes another chase, gets tagged with overcome, still available, makes it to a pallet. Daimao knows that this game is slowly slipping away. No elimination in the cards just yet. Pallet vacuum, great vault. And now our Nancy can die in a very, very good spot. Just runs edge, finds the ruin, calls it out to the team. And Daimao gets flared on the edge map. There's no way.
Oh no. Oh no. Daimao getting flared. I think, was that the second or third time this has happened this match? Wow, these little mechanical outplays can really stack up by a lot of time for the Survivor team here. And we can see, if we look at our survivors, that we are now splitting 2 generators in this region. Scorley has indeed located the ruin, which this will be absolutely huge. If this is the ruin, and not the Wretch Fate, by the way, which is still active, getting rid of the ruin here would pretty much make this into a 1 game. There is no elimination, the only potential tunnel outs. One is on the hook and can be afforded some time to hang, and Scorley is nice and healthy, just finished cleansing that ruin. Beautiful flick there onto Elo to get another tag, and now Buey does in fact get pulled. We need to somehow make it to the bottom side if we want something good to happen here, but I just don't see that path coming forward without a hit tank.
Oh,
Working
no.
this gen in the face, but no, the hit tank does in fact come out, and Buey does make it to this resource. Is Daimao going to be able to convert this? This might be a game-winning conversion. Can he do it? The bump logic is coming out, and he does manage to get that conversion. This is now all in Daimao's hands. This could definitely prove to be a 1 game. Needs to get this elimination going. Because of the ruin lasting for so long, there is no generator event kicks happened yet, so all of these gens can be regressed plenty, and this 3 gen is quite tight here for our survivors.
Yeah, and guess what? The only survivor who was able to work gens was Scroily, who is still affected by that gnarly wretched fate. So this could have been so much more progress, but it just isn't. Our survivors were able to reset. They also have a bit of progress on this hill generator. Daimao sees the cross. Can he get another conversion? Just breaks the pallet, sees Aaron.
And Aaron here needs to be able to get a good chase in. Again, I mean, chases always need to be good, as we say, but now we see that Elo has, in fact, as not being the Wretched Fate survivor, has gone back to work onto a generator. Scorley has indeed also been seen heading towards the dope side, making for quite a juicy target. No many resources to play around here. Can he convert this with the bump logic? Oh, so close, but he's gonna buy precious time for his team to get pressure onto that generator, and Daimao needs to not overcommit this, or he will risk losing this match point as that generator is getting closer to popping.
Yeah, Scroily going for a casual stroll right there, knowing full well that if this chase lasts only a little longer, the last generator might pop, and Scroily does still have the dead heart, flares Daimao beautifully there. The last generator pops, and this is going to be the 1-0 for Onyx. Even with Scroily going down, there's still 2 fresh survivors that are about to escape the trial. Daimao sees Aaron on the gate. Cracker gets thrown. Light's still available. Daimao cannot get the conversion here. Elo is there to pick up Scroily. And, even with finesse, the tag comes through. Light on the edge map. Good movement, another flare.
Beautiful. Again, Daimao been getting flared so much this game by multiple different survivors, and it just goes to show you, were we trying for something different? No. We're just gonna take the tag onto Elo here. Of course, this is already a 1 game, but still an opportunity for our survivors and our killer to show us something beautiful. Aaron going to be going down here on the very corner of the map. The other gate, however, is all the way on the bottom side. I don't believe any of our survivors have had time. Beautiful conversion there onto Scroily. And wow, what a back and forth game this was, Emmy.
They are so aggressive in this endgame. It's such a joy to watch. And if you're ever feeling bad about getting flared, just imagine Just remember that it can happen at any level of play. Even these top tier Blight players who've put thousands of hours into the killers are not immune. And unfortunately, Daimao is suffering from that very problem right now.
I
We
also just now
also, yeah,
forgive me. We also just now got confirmation as to what happened with Buey standing still and having this uncharacteristic movement. We are now finding out that his controller disconnected or died during those chases. Incredible, and the aura farm dead hard on top of it. Stop it, Scorley. The but yes, Buey, that is indeed what happened. He was not just standing still for the aura farm. He was simply having some technical difficulties with his controller, but alas, they were able to win despite that. One little detail, Emmy, that I am not sure if everybody at home caught on to, that I would definitely like to point out, is the fact that when that last generator was being done and Scroily was in chase, even though the Blight was rushing right in front of him, the comm to get off the Gen 4 eruption was not given. Nobody, they did not get off the Gen 4 eruption, so Scroily was so confident that he
yes.
was either going to hit a dead hard or flare out Daimao that he risked the entire game on that call. And that is just one of those moments, that incredible, high risk, high reward moment that just makes this game beautiful to me.
It didn't even have to be risky, you know? Scroily had the Dead Heart that you can just use there. If you miss it, okay. If you hit it, your gen pops, right? But no, just full confidence. And I think that is also something that is so much fun to watch. People playing with confidence, because you can only play at your best when you believe in yourself. And I think we're definitely seeing that from Team Onyx right now.
Yeah, most definitely what we are seeing. And wow, wow, heading into the Dark Lord set with that, how does this work out in your mental, Emmy? Like
You're
we
telling me
we
we have another set?
yeah,
I
exactly.
need a break.
No, 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 no. The yap must continue. But I mean, I think one of the aspects that a lot of the people do not understand, or is not being, if you haven't played it, you can't really feel it in the same way. It's the mental aspect of Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is such a strategic macro game at the high level where your mental really, really affects how the game can go. So how do you think, Emmy, the each team's mental will be affected after that blight set?
I think these teams consist of such experienced players that they will be unfazed. This
Mm-hmm.
was Onyx's pick. Of course, Daimao is gonna be a little upset about getting flared a couple of times. You know, it happens, as we just said,
Mm-hmm.
happens all the time. But it is not uncommon for the team that picks their killer to win that set, right? They pick that killer because they think they are at an advantage on that very set. So Oboy is going into the Dark Lord set with the advantage of that being their most practiced and most comfortable pick in this grand finals. But at the same time, Team Onyx is going in with the rush of just having, yeah, outed a really strong Blight player. And even if I do think Oboy will be able to shrug it off, it might just be gnawing away at them at the back of their heads. Just don't chase Scroily, don't let him get in your head, you know. Maybe you're making some callouts like that to your teammate.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is gonna be very fun to see. But the survivors are definitely here to play, and yeah, if I'm Hope, maybe I'm not chasing Scroily, you know, and maybe that's gonna cost me the game. You never know.
Yeah, and I think it's also very important to realize when and recognize when a survivor or killer player is just having an extra good day. I believe like Scroily is, to realize that the player is playing great mechanically and just seems very confident, seems to be on a roll, seems to be sort of in that locked in mindset. It's as you say, I mean, maybe we don't chase them. Maybe we don't, maybe we chase them when it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe we commit for a tag, maybe we do something like this. So I think it's very interesting how you play around mental in and of itself in this game. And of course, what happens when you have I believe, a more, how should I say, isolated level of playing competitive Dead by Daylight, as competitive Dead by Daylight is not the biggest scene in esports history in general. It is fair to say that these survivors, a lot of sort of content and experience playing against each other or understanding how other people play. So having seen Scroily, for example, you can see them in Team Mercy VODs, you can see him in a lot of different VODs. And again, same thing with Raza, has played a lot of competitive sets. So definitely you can make something happen by just knowing the player and knowing how they play, and you knowing, okay, if Scroily is feeling himself, for example, maybe now is not a good, you know?
Yeah.
So that is something to consider also and always.
It's also the perfect stereotype of the quote unquote comp ace, right? Running the chill build with plot twist decisive, dead hard, being in the killer's face, carrying the game. It's just fun when some stereotypes come true in comp DVD. Listen, most of the time there's a reason why a player demands the ace. They're feeling themselves. They like the movement. They know they're gonna carry, and yeah, you trust them, right? The ace
I think
pick
if you
comes
give
with
them
a
the
lot of
ace,
responsibility.
you have the ace, you better juice. I'm just
Exactly.
saying, Scroily, you might be getting off the team if you don't juice. You get downgraded to the detective tap or something. I don't know. Something else might
You're on
happen.
Michaela duty.
No, 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 no. No, you might as well put him to pubs now. You're saying get him out of comp at that point. I'm joking, of course, to all my Michaela lovers out there. Even though I don't understand you, I respect you. And it's the same thing, yeah. As you say, it is a fun little culture that has definitely been sort of fed into with competitive Dead by Daylight, and these little ins and outs that you might not understand at first. And it's like, oh, okay, what's so important about like giving up, like who gets to play ace? You know, it's whatever. It's just a character. Like there's other movement like characters with that movement. The new take one is with that movement. You know, Renato kind of has similar movement, but it's not the same. It's simply not the same.
I mean, I played Jeff and I played Jane. I don't care about movement.
You played
If you're
Jeff and
confident, you
Jane.
you carry on any character.
Not, what about your beloved Sable?
I don't carry on Sable. I'm sorry.
You
You
don't carry on
exposed
Sable?
me.
Okay.
Listen, I love Sable, but I don't play her in comp. I know one day I will have the confidence to make it happen, but for now I'm having a bit of a Yunjin phase, and she's
Yun
treating me
Jin,
well.
tell you what, I've always I'm very sort of particular. I never played Survivor, but when I did, I started playing Tori, and I love Tori, and I thought I could
Oh,
never see myself playing anybody but Tori. I love Tori. She's always gonna be who I pick in comp in 1v4. But in
very good.
1v1, I have to have the ace out.
It
I
gotta
don't
be
know
the
why.
ace. Yeah, makes
I
sense.
just feel locked in when I'm on the ace. I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's
Tori's a
true.
great survivor, though. We have to. All
Have
my Tori lovers.
Did you see the roadmap, the cosmetic roadmap?
Oh, I did. Oh, I did. And let's just say wallets will be opened. Let's just say
They
that.
will be.
I
But
tell
yeah,
you what,
I'm a huge Tory fan as well. But I'm still trying to find my main survivor. But
hmm.
you were talking about changing the map for Dark Lord. Do you have any suggestions if you are so sick and
Oh,
tired of this darn ratchet shop?
disgusting. Get the Retro Shop out of here. Of course not. I mean, Retro Shop is still a great map. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against Retro Shop. It's just like in the same way, if I eat chocolate one day, I might not want it tomorrow. You know, it might be something like that. But in terms of suggestions, obviously, I believe before we even go to the map ideas, I think that we need to consider everything that can be changed around before we then go to the map. Because there is even
Hmm.
simpler things to change rather than the map. What is the key issue with Wretched Shop? The key issue with Wretched Shop as a map, and the reason it leads to such gameplay is the way the gen splits can happen, specifically with the gens on 2 and 6. Those two generators and the incredible death spot Edge 7. If you're ever screaming and you don't know where to die, Edge 7 is probably the right answer. Edge 1 and Edge 7 are great death spots, especially Edge 7. But um, definitely to watch out for. Those two generators lead to a very specific problem of, okay, we need to get this generator stacked and out of the way, and the killer always wants to hook there. So what can we do in exchange? A lot of people I've heard say maybe put Dark Lord on the Wrecker's Yard. Interesting, I respond. I think that's a very interesting idea that could be explored in some scrims, but I'm not sure it's quite been in the oven long enough to make it out into the tournaments yet, right?
Yeah, I
Wrecker's
agree.
Yard, yeah, Wrecker's Yard is a map. It's a very condensed map. It's a small map. It has central generators, and it doesn't tend to spawn apart from obviously the connections you can have between Shack Gen and two other gens that might be adjacent to each other, it doesn't tend to spawn like crazy 3 gens, you know? So it still has resources for the what is it? For the survivors to use, but I feel like it's just a bit too condensed, a bit too packed for somebody with as much mobility as the Dark Lord. I think putting Dark Lord on Wreckers will definitely make it into a more 4K set. And but we kind of have to ask ourselves, do we think a set should be 4K for Killer? Is that what we consider to be entertaining to watch and fun to participate in? Or do we want there to be sort of high stages? Where is that sweet spot? Regardless of that, I will shut up now because we are getting ready to load in to the Wrecker's Yard Dark Lord. As we said, a set that has been played a lot, a set that is definitely very well figured out, and teams of this caliber have a lot of experience on it. However, Emmy, I am certain that we will see something fantastical here.
Oh, absolutely. If the Blight set was the uh what's it called? The appetizer, then hopefully this Dark Lord set, if it's any better than that, I think
I give up.
I won't
I
be
go
able
home.
to do a tiebreaker. But yeah, we've definitely been experimenting with Almond Lake Mine on Dracula in Tenax, but that does turn into 4K rather quickly. So we're back to the standard, and we
Oh,
see Turn
wow.
Back the Clock, which I think is a very, very good and interesting progression perk. Hope immediately sees scratch marks off spawn, so our survivors crossing very aggressively. Bat Farm finds Buoy on this very unsafe filler. Hellfire comes through. Can they dodge it?
A lot of holding here. Is he able to do it? Patience is a virtue, and that's going to land a hit onto Buoy. And after Hellfire, you make no distance. You really do not want your first hit to be a Hellfire hit. Great pathing there from Buoy, though, to try to avoid that wolf for as long as possible. However, it was not the case. I do want to take one quick second to talk about, as you pointed out, I mean, the Turn Back the Clock. Turn Back the Clock is a great perk simply because it can also be used while Dracula is in bat form. So Dracula does not need to shapeshift to regress a generator from afar and can remain in bat form. That is just absolutely vital. Another thing I want to talk about quickly is the Killer Doll add-on, which makes it so that it increases the cooldown of pounce attacks from centaurs by 30%. So when you get a centaur, you will get more play in wolf. But what this also means is that it reduces the ability the Dracula can teleport towards. So the distance the Dracula can teleport by not putting on the winged boots add-on, which increases his teleport distance quite significantly. So a very, very interesting pick here from Hope.
Yeah, I also think that in the Tanix balancing, Turn Back the Clock makes a lot of sense because the teams are allowed to bring Blast Mine on the survivor side, and if you just avoid kicking the gen in the first place by turning back the clock, you avoid getting that pesky 4-second stun as well, as we see Hope trying to confirm second stage here. But Elo is close for the pull. The body block comes through. Can we block it out with 2 seconds? No, we cannot. No FTP as well, and Buoy makes it to Shack Pallet, gets the drop, gets broken immediately. But unfortunately, this is a smash it survivor. That is usually not who you want to be. Your tunnel out pounce comes through. Beautiful pathing yet again.
Wow. Buoy, very, very impressive pathing here, and this is going to be the chase that sort of makes or breaks the game. If this chase can last, then it already lasted a decent amount of time. We have to admit that. It already lasted this amount of time. I know I said that at a poor time, Caster Curse the Classic, but definitely that was a decent chase from Buoy here. He's unfortunately going to be going into the basement, and now on the Dark Lord, probably the most important, I'm sure you will agree with me, Emmy, aspect of a Dark Lord from the killer side is not giving a pull for free. If you can always force a Hellfire trade or not give the pull at all because that Hellfire is just so scary from the survivor POV, then that really increases your chances of getting a great result on the Dark Lord, which Hope seems to be well on his way to doing. There is not that much generator progress on the survivor side here. New generators have just been started while Buoy is ticking down into the basement. Of course, however, now said Hope now cannot go as far away due to the lack of winged boots add-on. He really needs to be careful here to not go too far with this distance, and needs to always be able to teleport back to interrupt that unhook. Is able to teleport back. Is he
for the
going to
people
be
comes
able
through
to?
as well.
For the people he needs to hit his
Oh,
Hellfire, and
no.
he does. Not quite a 2-tap, but pretty close. We need to leave Elo here, and we need to go straight to Buoy. If we can get this kill quickly, this is monumental.
Great crouch to manipulate the audio here. The pallet comes down and the Hellfire is just on point from Hope. Landing every single one of them. This is the fourth Hellfire that Buey unfortunately gets tagged by. Just absolutely lethal on the precision of those. And this is the elimination with 3 generators remaining and a very favorable generator split for the killer.
No, definitely. We see here we have sort of a bottom side, mid-bottom generator split that includes some generators that already have had resources removed from them. Wow, so close here to getting a tag from the wolf on the air, and maybe here was where we get the killer doll effect. No, we do not. We choose to go back into the Dracula form. Really confident when your Hellfires are hitting. They are hitting. And they are hitting again. That is such an incredibly risky Hellfire to go for and take, but it does land it. Now we're going to be around the tile, so of course we will abuse the
stun comes through.
The wolf hitbox, but we're not able to make any distance off of that. So we might see quick chase. No, we have the dumpster filler here. Hellfire City. Is Hope gonna be able to treat us?
Oh my god. What the heck? Hope is just hitting everything, making it look like this is not something you need to aim, but it as if there's auto aim involved. Pain resonance comes through, and Elo is still injured. Turn back the clock value, applied as well. This is so beautifully played by Hope.
As a Dark Lord player, I must say I feel embarrassed. This guy's making it look way too easy. Incredibly well played by Hope so far, both mechanically and macro-wise. I think he has made some very good decisions here in general. Although now, the blast mine
coming through, it's so nasty.
It feels so bad. It feels so bad to get hit by a blast mine. That stun feels like it lasts forever. But alas, we are able to put that eruption onto that generator as we move back towards the bottom side here. Maybe even try to catch a reset. I'm sure our survivors will be looking to make some sort of reset happen here. And indeed, it does happen. Is he going to be able to hear it? I don't think that's the case. I think they're healthy. Sees the blood though, knows there's a lot of blood, so they cannot have gone far. Predicts the vault and is able to get the tag here. Just going into the shack. We're going to be able to block here with Lapis. Is that what we're playing for? Now
gets the vault back, triple vault, blocked on the right side, and this is going to be Aaron going down inside the 3-den and potentially in the basement again. Hope is making it so hard for survivors to just leave this area, just keeping them in the bot side, always zoning them perfectly. But Scroily does have a great amount of progress on his generator over in the distance.
We might even be able to get back and turn back the clock that before the generator can pop. This is not the generator with the progress, however, and I believe that was simply a case of maybe Hope guessing wrong, and that is something that can definitely happen. The pull coming out from the basement, the cooldown is still on to that TP. The survivors may not have been 100% aware of that though, so they do go for the people. Now, if you're Hope here, you'll be very happy to take it down to a 2v1, but you should also be very happy.
Oh my god!
I'm done. Enemy takeover. I cannot with this anymore. Hope is just 100 for 100 out of these Hellfires, just doing an incredible job showing off Dracula's most lethal tool.
Oh, nice slow vault. Yeah, Hope hitting an amazing snipe with the Hellfire. Scroily comes in for another hit tank. The whole team is here to support Arcade and Chase. And Aaron is able to make it to the pallet gym. Still has this available Hellfire. Finally misses. Hope
he can
turns off the aimbot. So you're telling me they're human?
No,
Scroily is still here for the hit tank as Elo's working. A lone generator in the distance. Can this elimination comes through? Great dodge onto the pounce. As Aaron makes it to another filler. Hope now takes the tag onto Scroily and wants to play for a fresh hook just to get the pain resonance. Stop the last generator from popping. And does spot out Elo's gen in the distance, applies the eruption, but this means all 3 survivors are injured. Aaron on death hook, Scroily and Elo trying to get a bit of distance, not get hit by the pain resonance. Reset onto Scroily, comes through. Aaron with the reset perks. Great juke on the Hellfire. Elo makes it work somehow on this unsafe filler. Wolf form comes through with the extra speed. Nothing you can do. And Elo goes down.
I just say great temperance there from Hope to be able to really to drop that chase even with 2 people injured, one of them on death, we're completely dead on the next hook, to go back for the gen. Knowing oh, did you see something?
The Kate was right there on the tires. Hope had the game sense, but doesn't quite catch Aaron. There was such a clutch stealth.
So
please go
unfortunate there.
ahead.
Wow, I didn't even see her. On the spectator side where I don't have to think about as much at all, I didn't even see her. So you know what? Very, very well played. And now, however, we did not even go for a pain res onto Elo. So this generator has indeed been regressing plenty from that eruption pop. But I feel like that is almost a bit risky. I'm not sure. Maybe Elo, maybe Hope looked around earlier and didn't see any pain res hooks immediately available, so didn't want to risk that gen popping just because he couldn't get to one. And yeah, that is definitely the case.
Yeah.
That is indeed what happened at the end. We've all been there, nightlight on the RNG, and now we do manage to get a hook, conserving the pain res for now. But we need to go and make the find of the century happen here if we want to 4K1.
Hope's game sense is so good. Aaron was stealthing right there on the main window.
Wow.
Does get the pull onto Elo. Hope thinks there might be another generator being progressed, and they are right. This is Scroily's gen. A couple of scratch marks left, but cannot find the ace just yet. I spoke too soon as the tag comes through.
This is
Is that
another
onto
fresh
Elo?
hook here. I believe, of course, Hope is playing for the 4K1 in the situation. This is definitely a 4K-able result, but the survivors can definitely put enough pressure in on these generators to where this will be out. So even if you... Oh my god!
The
Oh my
hitbox on that.
God.
That's so
Stop
good.
him! Stop him!
Nobody can stop him right now.
Wow,
He's just
incredible.
locked in.
Hope is incredibly locked in on these Hellfires. But yeah, even if we're not able to 4K1, getting the fresh hook onto Scoily here is going to be very, very big for making this result even more in the favor of the Dark Lord. We have already pretty much surpassed our expected result for the Dark Lord. So everything we get upon here must feel good for Hope, especially when you are playing so well mechanically on the Dark Lord.
I'm just waiting for one little moment of downtime to drop a fun fact. Okay, can I drop it real quick? Okay.
Right now.
I know that Team Onyx did not practice this pick with this balancing. Do you know why?
Impossible. How come?
Because Elo is running FTP with second wind, and on this patch, that interaction is bugged. You don't get second wind if you FTP somebody.
What?
Yep, tell your team, don't waste the perk slot.
Wow. Wait, we have a Dark Lord set coming up, so I will definitely be making that up.
You're
maybe
welcome.
the surprise patch, maybe that fixed it. You never know.
Maybe
but
that
we
was
haven't
it.
seen. Elo did get hooked though after FTPing, so did he? Did he get second
He
win?
manually healed somebody, but if you just use FTP, it doesn't work. We tested it.
Wow. Wow.
Great stun from Elo onto Hope, and Hope has to drop the chase right away. Just one generator being stacked by two survivors, so it's a 2-1 split here. And the gens are looking... Well, this is doable for the survivors. They definitely can pop one more here.
Oh, for sure.
But as you said earlier, Hope has already achieved 4 fresh hooks and above average stages. Oh my god, I got the spectator bug
that was a
where
bug.
the bat is also a big wolf, and I love it.
Yeah, it's a wolf bat, as I like to call it. Yeah, the wolf bat. Fuck, excuse me, the wolf bat. Spectator bug coming out there. But Hope again. Now comes the bane of every Dark Lord
Yep.
player's existence. Time to get stealth for the foreseeable 20 minutes. So I hope you all brought snacks because we need to make a find happen, and we do. Beautiful find here on Scorley. As you said earlier, Amy, Hope's game sense has just been off the charts today, and great timing to not allow that vault. Surely we're gonna pull up the Hellfire, and we shoot it. We're just not even scared of getting flared on the Hellfire whatsoever. All right, in all fairness, that one was not very scary because even if he misses, he doesn't really make anything. However, that is still a very, very scary situation for a Dark Lord, and now Scorley being hooked amongst the 3 gens really tips the power dynamic here. We've gone from, okay, the survivors can stealth and pop, to now the survivors need to make something happen. The only thing that is really good for them right now is the fact that they are both healthy. Never mind. Now it's getting dire. Now it's getting dire. If Elo gets slugged here, this is going to be very
That
difficult.
didn't hit?
Oh my god, that one doesn't hit?
Out of all the ones we've seen? Oh, the down through the pallet. Elo gets tagged, and the last generator pops. They were playing for Adrenaline Scroily, 99 the gen before the unhook, but Hope can take Elo here and camp them to death, leading to a very comfortable 10 stages for fresh. I think,
Great result.
considering how this game went, both sides can be happy with this.
No, most definitely. I think Hope really needs to be very happy with his performance, even though he couldn't 4K at the end. That was not down to any of his mistakes whatsoever, pretty much. he almost made no mistakes. Maybe a slight overcommit at some point for a down that didn't come through, but or a tag if that was, I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, apart from that, he pretty much played this game perfectly. He needs to be very, very pleased with himself. And also the survivors did a great job, even though Hope was doing incredibly mechanically and not letting them get away with anything, they still managed to pull outs out from that. So very, 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 very well played. Now, however, when you have 10 stages win conditions or 11 stage win condition, this is pretty much saying, okay, we need to 4K. If you're
Yeah.
going to get 11 stages, you're going to 4K. So now we really need to see team Team Onyx pull up on the killer side also if they want to win or 10x.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier how this set is either 7 stages, 3 fresh, or a 4K. So we saw what has to happen to make it an above average result. You just need to be on point when it comes to finding the stealth, finding the unhooker, getting the hellfire on both the unhooked person and the rescuer, just exerting so much pressure as the Dark Lord. So if we want to 4K here, what needs to happen to get an even better result than 10 stages for Fresh? Because it felt like Hope was doing everything correctly.
Yeah, I mean, your chases can always be shorter. I mean, this is just a fact. Unfortunately, while you have both, if you hit all of your abilities, if you hit Hellfire into Wolf Pounds, Hellfire into Wolf Pounds, your chases will be even shorter than that. That is a lot to ask for, might I tell you, because Hope was really putting on a great performance. But the survivors need to make a mistake more likely than not in the 3v1. Maybe have their stealth found really out of position or something of the sort. But again, it's going to just if you need to rely on survivor mistakes. You can afford even if your mechanics are not incredible. And by that I don't mean that you are missing left, right, and center with your abilities. I mean that not you're not having 100% Hellfire success rate somehow. Uh, it is definitely still something that needs to happen. You need to have excellent mechanics, but you can even be a bit more like last one of them if the survivors make a mistake. Of course, they're very unlikely to. They're very unlikely to make the mistake needed to 4K, but I suppose you could also technically, I mean, be blessed with a very solid gen split that is corrupt at the start maybe and it's not popped properly. Something might not go well. I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being honest with you, what else you could possibly do. If you play perfect mechanically and the survivors don't make mistakes, you need luck. There is no much else
Yeah,
left.
definitely. And I think we saw a fair bit of great decision making and mechanical display on both sides. You probably don't want Smash It to be the first survivor in chase just because it's the least reliable out of the available exhaustion perks. So if you can avoid that, maybe that is one way for the survivors to get an immediate advantage. Other than that, even though Bui had very little to work with when it came to exhaustion perks, I do want to credit their pathing quite a bit. Like just buying an extra second or two by getting a little obstacle between you and the wolf form, delaying the down. Every second matters in comp. And yeah, even if you're being a very ungrateful tunnel out, right? Not a lot of resources, immediate BT hook, hit off hook. You're still buying some time just by having a good death spot, by having good pathing.
No, most definitely. There is nothing much more to ask for. If your chases with the Dark Lord, that's the thing with these sets. The chases against Dark Lord are not expected to last. You're not expected to be able to get long chases with Dark Lord like you would be able to get with some less powerful killers. That being said, however, if your chases last, then all the better, right? Of course, always.
Yes.
Every coordination set is also in its core a chase set. If you never go down, you never have anything to worry about. Guess maybe we're I don't know. There might be a killer that can no even on your condemn. No, you still need to go down. No. There might be something, but even if I cannot think of it right now, that does not mean that it doesn't exist. And yes, so even if your chases can be better, but your coordination is definitely what matters more in this set. You need to make sure, especially in the 3v1, I cannot stress this enough, that is when the real Dark Lord set starts, when you're in a sort of comfortable 3v1 position with the survivors where they have healthy people working on gens. We need to go play for our stealth to go make it happen. So apart from that, yeah, I think the survivors really need to just play a solid game versus the Dark Lord, and they should be able to make something happen.
Yes, and the survivors do need to make something happen. Quick reminder, Team Onyx is up 1-0. So if the killer gets 11 stages, that is going to be Onyx winning the grand finals. 4K, of course, the win as well. So it is on to Oh Boy to make something happen. We know Mathis has been chasing the Tenax trophy for a long time. Would be really
Oh, the
happy
lore.
to get that today. But Onyx are definitely putting up quite the fight, and I'm very happy to see this newly formed team perform, which is a bit of a mix of Team Astral and Team Mercy. Super exciting players on there, and definitely an up and coming team to keep your eye out for.
Most certainly, most certainly. And I have to say, even though Scroily has proven time and time again that he is an excellent player from the Mercy days, is he still on the roster of Mercy? Has he remained?
I'm not sure.
I because he's definitely listed in the rosters for where I am staffing the servers, but apart from that,
He's definitely main roster for Onyx, that much I know. Okay, we're seeing
100%.
a switch up here. We're not going for turn back the clock. Instead, we're prioritizing hook position with agitation. Big fan, personally.
I agree. I agree. I think if it is allowed, turn back the clock is a great pick. But apart from that, agitation, Call O'Brien, or turn back
Oh.
the clock are your go-to perks for the Dark Lord, and a great early find here onto Kawhi.
Two
Oh,
survivors here.
two survivors here indeed. But Elo, is he going to be able to make something happen to convert? We seem to have gotten a slight bit lost there. And maybe even some technical difficulties I can see on my spectate, that there seems to be almost a bit of lag there. Not sure 100% what that's about, but
Oh,
hopefully
it
it's being
does
resolved.
indeed look like that. That would be a terrible time. Onyx, a team that has been plagued with unfortunate technical issues outside of their control, would be a true shame to see that happen in the grand final. So Elo, empty-handed so far, does see hope, trying to stealth away on the edge map. Can we get the first injury? Yes, we can. Beautiful pounce onto our detective tab, who makes it towards the shack. No, chooses to play the crane instead, wants to stay far away from the active generators.
I think that is the correct decision here for Hope. Even though this is not the safest against the Dark Lord, there is a way to completely outplay this. This is it. This is exactly it. If you charge your pounce while going around that corner perfectly, even if they go for the pallet or up the ramp, the Wolf second dash will hit. So very, very well played there. That is the experience of Elo on this map and on this
Ooh.
killer showing through. Now we have our very first hook firmly planted on the bottom side of the map, and we need to make something else happen. Thankfully, it isn't worth noting that I was not the for the people survivor, so that is definitely a play that can still be made. Choosing to go back, having thought to bait it out the rotation from the pool, from the savior. If he is able to find Kawhi stealthing for this pool, that would be absolutely insane. And it doesn't seem to be the case that that's going to happen right now, but instead we're going to find the most progress generator and more likely than not try to get a tag onto Daimao.
Another thing to point out here, it was also not a pain resonance hook, even though there was one available on this active generator as the For the People comes through from Kawi onto Hope. Down through the pallet again! Daimao is not lucky today. Quick, fresh hook from Elo. Probably gonna choose the pain resonance this time. Look at this. They're all like in the same corner here. And
That is
Elo
just
decided
so
to hook
unfortunate.
against, to not hook on them. I think that would have been a pretty decent play onto the first hook, but I'm sure they have their reasons why they didn't go for it.
Yes, I don't see them myself right now, but I'm sure there is definitely a reason here. Yeah, those pain raises are very, very unfortunate, but we do in fact find the For the People Kawhi here. We're going to be able to time this properly just so off.
Barely. Wait, what?
What?
That's a bug right now. So if it's inconsistent, but if your second wolf pounce goes into a wall, sometimes you insta reset your cooldown, and that's exactly what happened here. It's an unfortunate side
Wow.
bug of this update. There is a couple of changes to Dracula right now. For example, you have the same speed in wolf form while going backwards as you have while going forward. So very strong killer right now, the Dark Lord, even stronger than usual. Results into a basement hook onto our ace. And very strong control over all of these generators while fresh hooking.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, of course, you want to be progressing towards some sort of tunnel out when you want to get to the 3v1 as soon as possible. But even if you're able to rotate fresh hooks, play off of pain res, not in this case maybe, but in general, play off of pain res, and try to make things happen. This is still very, very acceptable. If you can have the pressure, you should take the pressure. And now this is definitely what's happening here. And we are able to get a tag onto Hope and get the pallet out of him here. If we go into Dark Lord, no, he's not even playing the Shack. He's staying onto the hill. We make the pallet with a great juke. We need to make something happen though. Switch to Dark Lord? Yes, the switch to Dark Lord, and this is an unwinnable situation pretty much. Oh, he's not
Except
able to
if you hope and you just win by dodging.
Again,
No.
Hope is the Dark Lord player for them, so he knows
No
what's
way.
up. And again,
Elo
the
does
bug
get
came
the
out again.
insta cooldown reset again. So
did,
not
in fact.
losing as much distance and just getting the down through the dropped pallet here. But a lot of gen pressure coming through from the survivors right now.
Definitely, and this is looking difficult. I think Elo will use that agitation to try to get Hope down into the basement here. As we said in the previous game, very, very defendable position for the Dark Lord. Almost impossible to hook, but not going to the back hook. I can't say I agree with that decision, as the back hook is a guarantee that even if you get the Hellfire, it will not be possible to make it all the way out of a window or a pallet. Pallet being broken here, and I'd like to take a look around at our gen split. It's as I feared. It's not looking great for Elo here. These gens are quite far apart on the... We have two relatively close by here, but then this one being on 2-6 quite opposed to each other. No... I think actually that TNL teleport might prove to come in clutch later. For now, we'll put on that eruption. I would say we try to commit for a tag. If that's not the correct play, then yeah, that is the risk of committing for a tag there, is that the pull can indeed come out and before the people come out. So now we really have no choice. We need to get Hope out of this game right now. We need to 4K, and we cannot do that while we are in 4v1.
Yeah, Elo expecting the survivors to not be around for the Anok immediately. This was the second time that they kind of overextended after having a very defendable basement hook, and the Overwatch survivors have been punishing it beautifully. Just as beautiful as this dot from Hope. Able to stay in the game just a little longer, knows there's the tunnel out really to make something happen. But you can't dodge the Hellfire if you're locked into an animation. Can we get an heroic cracker or flashlight save by any means? No, we cannot, and this is going
Is
to...
this a pain res? Yes, this is indeed a pain res, so that is going to help out. Getting a pain res on the very, very last hook is a surprise to the survivors, and definitely a welcome one for the killer. As before, you can see, I apologize for my slightly intense reaction to Elo breaking that pallet. As a Dark Lord player, I know that it's very, very risky to try to wolf charge around that dumpster filler, as breaking it will unzone the survivor 100 times out of 100. So even though personally I wouldn't go for that specific dash, Elo made it work in the long run. But now finds in the injured Kawhi here, so if he's able to get a hook on this active gen enemy, that will be a great position and a potential to 4K, even though there is still quite a bit of progress on these generators.
Yeah, great life usage by Kawhi here, the only injured survivor, and we're seeing a lot of gen progress all across the map. Survivors splitting right now, and this down does not come through. Great slow vault, and Elo has to leave the chase. Somehow scrambling to defend these generators. This one is so high, and we do see Dystopia, who represents the last fresh hook. So if you're Elo, what do? You need to get the down onto Kawhi quickly. But this ace has so much distance right now, and a strong filler to play if you're in wolf form. This down needed to come in earlier, because now the last generator is going to pop, and I don't think from this position you're getting 10 stages. You need to get Dystopia and then some.
Beautifully played by Kawhi there in the
Absolutely.
chase. Did a great job there, single-handedly won that for his team. And yeah, as you say, I mean, I don't believe this is a 4Kable position. And oh my god, what is going on with Dark Lord this patch? I have no idea. I will be scared. we definitely will be scared to play them in a match later on this week, but definitely we need to work out what's going on. Yeah, Dystopia, yeah, Daimao and Kawhi are both out. No matter what happens, the game is already set in stone here.
Yeah, I'm really curious if there were some latency issues at the start of the game. It did kind of seem like Elo was lagging all over the place, unfortunately unable to get an early injury when maybe one should have happened, and even having to drop their first chase onto two different survivors entirely. Overall, I still think that this is a great result for the killer, but unfortunately, and fortunately for Oh Boy, this is not enough to win the set for Onyx, which means we're getting Ghoul.
My my pleasure cannot be measured. I am so excited. We have indeed a ghoul tiebreaker coming up here for us. What better way to end off this iteration of Tenax than with a ghoul set? There's nothing better to be done. There is simply nothing better to be done, in my opinion. So I'm very excited to see what will be the gameplay situation here. And yet, do you know what is also very interesting here, Emmy? I think across multiple Ghoul Lake Ormond, excuse me, Ormond Lake Mine games with the Ghoul, I still people cannot have a consensus on what the expected result is for this killer on this map. Thoughts?
Do you have a preferred number of stages that you like to call for this?
I don't per se, but well, I do think that in most rule sets, of course, the rule set and what perks are allowed is a very big factor as to predict the outcome of a set. But in most situations, I always, if somebody were to ask me just overall, what do you think Ghoul Ormond Lake Mine will be? I would say that it is high stages, like very high stages. So almost around sort of 10 stages, give or take, something of the sort. I would not say that this killer should 4K. It's not in the same way that you say about Blight. Oh yeah, Blight should 4K, Dredge should 4K. I would say that this killer definitely can 4K, and a lot of the times it's not even close, and it feels like it's a sweep. But I do also believe that greatly relies on the fact that Kaneki is a very high skill ceiling killer, a very mechanically demanding. I'm not just saying it because it's one of my mains. Before everybody accuses me, I'm not just saying it because of that. I think the amount of control you can have with your dashes over the mobility of the killer, over the just in general map pressure of the killer and the chase outplay potential is huge. If you can make it happen somehow, you can, and you know how to make it happen consistently, then the killer becomes so much stronger. So it really is a lot up to the hands of the user, and that's why you see with very proficient users of Kaneki, like for example Nightlight, um, you see that 4Ks are almost every time occurrence, and then other times you might not see them go quite as, how should I say, quite as one-sided as that if the user is not quite as adept on the ghoul.
I have one question about outplays on Ghoul. Of course, you can do
Oh,
all
tell
of
me.
these fancy cutoff tags. You can
Oh, irrelevant.
cancel your power early. But the biggest outplay is the self outplay. So, how many times do our killers overshoot the target, end up giving the survivors more distance, unfortunately allowing them to make another tile? How often does that happen?
So it can happen quite often. So I think it's also important here we talk about the enraged versus non-enraged slingshot. And forgive me if I'm going to get too technical. All my ghoul haters, you can plug your ears. I don't care. I'm going to talk about ghoul now.
I
Essentially,
set you
as a
up. Send it.
thank you. The alley oop of the gods. So essentially, the difference is, I'm sure you're aware, Ghoul has an enraged state. So when you get a bite or you are able to attach your Kagune to a survivor, even if that gets broken, you get a specific time for which you are enraged. This gives you one very important, well, two very important things. One, first and foremost, is the access to an additional Kagune leap, which then makes it so that you have a lot of extra momentum and a lot of extra map pressure and mobility. I'm sure we can all understand this. We've all seen this. The other very important thing is that it makes your second Kagune leap not stick. It allows it to have the same forward momentum that that your first leap always has. So you will notice if you were to try to attempt a slingshot tech while out of the enraged, while not being enraged, you will find that you get to your intended location that you aimed for very fast. However, if you do it while enraged with the first and second dashes, you will get way past the location that you aimed for also very fast. And that is the big difference. So if you have that momentum going on the enraged Kagune leap, then you can easily overshoot that. And that is why, in general, when somebody asks me about how to play the ghoul, I will say do not try to slingshot onto a survivor mid chase with enraged status on, because you will more likely than not end up overshooting it unless you have specific experience against a particular tile or particular object. You know exactly how it interacts when you bump into it. Some of them are sticky, some of them are not so sticky, some of them are hard, some of them, there is a lot of different aspects you can play for with the bounciness and all of that of the ghoul. So if you overshoot it, it's probably because you try to slingshot in enrage mode, and you shouldn't do that as bad. Of course, you can do it, and it's not like it's going to lose you the chase completely if you overshoot it, but then you have to fend with other situations. So if you're going to slingshot in chase, do it enraged. Otherwise, just use the first dash, cancel it, and you're all good from there. Or wait a little bit between the dashes to kill that slingshot momentum, and you can use both of them.
Thank you for this very intensive tutorial.
My apologies.
Listen,
I
I love hearing someone who's passionate about something talk about that very thing. Is one of my favorite things. So I'm very grateful for that explanation.
Oh, thank you, thank you,
I
thank you,
just,
thank you, thank you.
I just think it's funny when you loop main and they overshoot the slingshot and they hold themselves. I think that I like that when I'm the survivor.
No. That has never happened to me and will never happen to
No,
me. Thank you very much.
it's a mind
That could
game.
never be the case. Of course. When I do it, it's a mind game. When they do it, they're silly.
I've got to be the bearer of bad news. All
No.
Shaking Thunder, unfortunately banned in our balancing. So
Oh no.
we're not gonna get any Thunder Thighs here. What do you think of the perk? I've seen it used on Unknown on Ormond Lake Mine, and it caught every survivor off guard. It was so good. It was so fun to watch.
Oh, it's such an interesting perk choice because it's cool on command, but it has a universal sort of audio cue that,
Yeah, you
that the
get
moment it
warned.
goes off, you get worried like, oh my god, wait, coup is in play for the next, I'm not sure, is it 30 seconds, 20 seconds? I'm not exactly sure how long
Yeah,
the
something
active
like that.
duration. Yeah, it's something like that. It's not really long. But the active duration of that perk is everybody is aware for it. So it is definitely a perk that can turn the tables. But despite it being a haha funny perk that can sometimes get you a lot of value, you need to always weigh it up versus what else you could be. So, for example, on a killer like Ghoul, which sometimes obviously pop eruption is usually banned. So your fourth perk is kind of up in the air. Some leagues might allow turn back the clock. You might have agitation. You might have Call O'Brien. You might want to run solo ruin, something like that. So you need to weigh it against what else you're planning to run. Obviously, corrupt intervention, pain res, and eruption are going to be a standardized pretty much pick. You're never going to see anybody not put that into their build, and if they don't, they better have some good ideas as to
Yeah.
what they're playing for. But for the what is it for the all shaking thunder, I think if your current rule set allows it and doesn't allow you to run something like maybe agitation or Call O'Brien, then it's a good idea. Otherwise, I would definitely not prefer it over the perks.
I see, and I understand. I think Naked Ruin is usually something we see, but we gotta keep in mind that Wretched Fate is allowed, and I think whenever that perk is allowed on a high tier killer, the likelihood of it being played is very high. I think back in DVD League when it was allowed, it had like an 80% pick rate or something like that. It's just slowdown that forces you to slow yourself down by cleansing the totem to make yourself faster again, right? So it's you're gonna get value unless you actively tunnel your obsession, which sometimes can be influenced by the Sasu Strike, but of course that is not allowed in a ghoul set. So I'm thinking we're gonna see Corrupt Eruption, Pain Res, Wretched Fate. I think it's just
Very, very possible.
the
Yeah, that's
cookie
another.
cutter standard build that's just gonna get you there.
Yeah, that is a perk that I don't really consider. I can say that I've never participated in or practiced or scrimmed for a rule set that allows Wretched Fate on Ghoul. So it completely skipped my mind. I did not think about it whatsoever. So yes, no, I would also expect to see Wretched Fate. I would run Wretched Fate if I was playing here. For sure, because again, agitation. I love agitation. I think it's a great perk. I love Call O'Brien. I think it's a great perk. But Wretched Fate, it's just slow down and you have to do nothing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, if the survivor don't pop the gen and don't activate it, I mean that's good for you too.
If you manage to
Then-
4K5,
Then you get a 4K5, exactly.
then we go home and we win Tenax. Easy peasy. But now we're getting ready to load into our game here. our tiebreaker goal. Thank you everybody so much for being with us throughout this incredible,
Yeah.
incredible day of game. What games we have had today! Like what a treat of games we have had today, Emmy.
They were so fun to watch, but also it is getting late. It is a weekday, so thank you everybody for hanging out with us in chat. Thank you for watching all the way. I see you, Alice. Thank you for being the number one
Alice, my
chatter.
goat.
As we're loading in to the final set of the day, we have Rasa, Spirit No Head on the ghoul, and is not Wretched Fate. It is indeed the Naked Ruin instead.
It
Now,
is
where
indeed
did
the
it
naked
spawn? Is what I'm asking
Look around,
myself.
Raza. Look
I
around,
think
Raza.
it's on 6 somewhere.
You think?
Sees a
Man.
crow on 1. Sees it fly up again, so knows the survivor is still here. But is looking for an even easier target than the person on the tile.
Yeah, and I believe the ruin might have swum bottom mid, not quite 6. It might be a bit more exposed than Raza would like it to be here. Again, I haven't had quite a good look yet, but I believe it is looking to be the case. And Raza going quite deep here, even though he knows the survivors have had time to definitely rotate out of this position, which should be very near their spawn. Going quite deep to look for them, taking advantage of that Kagune mobility here. And for the add-ons, very standard add-on, black coffee, you will see it in, fresh coffee, you will see it in every single pretty much ghoul game of all time. And then my preferred Kaneki Satchel, which makes your third dash even faster and much more usable. This is an
I
add-on.
spawned on Shack.
I spawned inside Shack, so yeah, that will definitely be seen. There's a gen there. That will not last forever. But now the survivors are doing a very good job of playing this slow, not giving any free tags, which is a killer you expect to get free tags on, Emmy.
Yeah, Rasa's trying to cherry pick his first chase here. Did see multiple crows getting disturbed and decided not to double check on it. I think could have had a fast chase onto 1 because there was a crow first landing and then flying away, which is both dead giveaways of a survivor still being in the vicinity. But now the survivors are about to stealth out the Corrupted Invention. Ruin leaves the trial already, and Rasa has nothing to show for it.
Am I watching a plague set? We're fully stealthing out Corrupt. Of course, Raja did slightly allow for this, as you said, by not going for his for a potential first chase that he could have found there. Now he has lost his ruin, so we're starting the game with 2 perks.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. Really, really good early game for the survivors, and they got there by doing nothing. They are not having insane chases, they are just being stealthy. And one of my, as Rasa does find chase on the map is here on the V.
Finally.
That was loud.
Very loud. I have also turned down my game significantly. I was aware of the ghouls' loudness, which is more than its normal loudness, if you could see that happening. So here,
So, oh, nice stun by Mathis there on the far lane, drops the pallet, makes it to the double
smash
pallet setup.
that was smash hit. Yeah, that was smash hit on Mathis here, and making it to this double pallet, as you say, going back to this 4 lane here. We're not going to be able to make it to the kind of god pallet at 11 on their particular mine, the actual structure that is called the mine for some reason. And now playing these quote-unquote 50s, beautiful vault by Mathis there to
Resilience
make that happen.
value coming through with the
Yup,
clutch there.
I was about to check. I thought that looked like a resilience vault to me, and indeed it is. But now we are able to use beautiful use of the calculator leap to catch up and get this unhooked. But however, there is a lot of gen pressure on the map from the survivors in exchange for a first down. We have 3 gens, 2 of them that are probably gonna pop. At least one of them is gonna pop before this pain rest
Oh, look
comes
at
in.
that.
No, it doesn't. Oh my god.
And
2
now your
generators
hook
pop.
position is so bad, right? Now you have your survivor hooked where 2 generators have just popped, and you cannot camp those. You need to find a new chase and you need to find it quick. But the survivors know, and they're not just gonna give you that for free. They can take all their time on the rotation, prepare for the perfect time to pull and pressure these faraway generators. Jungle Gym to work with for Hope as well, so really a hard chase for Rasa to commit to, who returns to the unhook that just came through onto Mathis.
Yep, and normally I would say that when you have, oh my god, what a beautiful positioning there on that cutoff. I must say that was honestly tantalizing to watch there. Greatly played, but not
But
enough
Mathis
to
just
overcome.
gets it.
And we're about to run out of our enraged state, so no extra value from
No
that
way.
momentum. And the stun with the smash hit again. This is worst case scenario for Raza here. dare I say
Mathis
this is
blinded himself and got the smash it afterwards. It's perfect.
what? He blinded himself? Wow, I was watching for the killer POV, so I couldn't see that. And wow,
Crazy
Mathis.
again. Rasa doesn't connect the swing, and the survivors are working away at the generators at a record pace. This is looking so good for the All Boys survivors.
They are looking incredible on the survivor side right now, and it is all a matter. Oh, not even getting the bite
even
there.
the injury,
So unfortunate, and this is gonna be. We must say they have to congratulate themselves. They are the ones who have played this game perfectly so far. Excellent early game. Mathis is really doing an incredible job in chases here. And Raza, when you're in this position as killer, you just cannot afford to commit almost anything.
Yeah.
They have a lot of resources left on the map. Every single strong paladin main still left over. The jungle gym on 1. The gold palette 11 has been dropped, I believe. You still have this really good palette here over 6. Tunnel. You have a great palette in the shack, of course. This gen is nice, and it does actually get fall from Mathis.
Mathis with the disrespect in the killer's face, and Rezi cannot save him one last time here, as he finally does go down through the vault. Does Rasa expect there to be another survivor around? He does not. He knows he needs to slug to just get any pressure, but unfortunately our ace is right there to play for the pickup. And yet again, Rasa has nothing to hold on to.
Raza does in fact have nothing to hold on to. He does make it back in sort of the general area. He's going to be able to get the bite here. He instead chooses to cancel a great idea.
Beautiful play.
He's unable to give Mathis the prompt there to take it. That's not what the prompt steal that we normally refer to, but I will do in this case. However, Mathis doing second stage here does really not do that much for Raza. It is an extra stage on the books, yes, of course. However, we have every other survivor healthy. We have not enough progress towards the tunnel out. We have gens that are not too close together, but again, not too far apart either. So this is an absolutely, I would say, unforgivable situation versus these survivors. So you need to start racking up these fresh picks if you want to give your survivors even the slightest chance of getting a better result.
Yeah, and Rasa has even been struggling to find these injuries, just barely having one survivor injured on the entire map in these past chases. Now finally has 3 injuries and does find the reset. Is he able to cut off Mathis? No, Mathis still has Shack Pallet drop from the wrong side by our ace. Makes the pallet gym though. What a disgusting setup on the bot side as the survivors keep working this top side gen. Nice attempt at a cutoff, but yet again Dystopia has something to work with. Another pallet, but does go down on the active generator now with all 3 survivors injured. One person select Eruption Aura. Rasa's getting some pressure here.
Raza is indeed getting some pressure, and great ghoul mechanics there to use up his third dash earlier on Dystopia instead of cancelling. Yeah, that is indeed faster if you're right on top of somebody. And now, however, Kawhi does indeed get healed again. However, a hook amongst the active gens, I mean, could this be the start of some sort of comeback here? Again, I don't believe in my heart of hearts that a 4K should ever be possible in this situation, but Raza has shown us that he is an incredibly smart player and a great killer. If he's able to get a good find on these rotations, if he's able to catch just somebody off guard just this much, with this region being playable, it's something that we can look forward to. Raza, impress me once more.
I'm just looking at this bot setup, and if the survivor ever gets unhooked and just runs it down the map, has a pallet gym into dropped Shack pallet to play, and then just dies 7 edge, that's just gonna cost you the gen. So it feels like Rasa is in a position here where he can never commit onto anything. Finally decides to break this 4-lane pallet. That's been such a thorn in his eyes the entire time.
I was about to say, I mean, out of all the pallets you expect to be such a pain for you, there's so many good pallets on this map, and however, one random 4-lane has dissuaded him from committing 3 separate chases. He's able to get the enraged onto Mathis there, but not able to get a tag for it.
Look at all the pallets that are still down here.
I mean, it's disgusting. We see that it's just unplayable for the killer. You just can't. Great attempt at a cutoff there, I must say. You can really tell Raza has some experience on the ghoul, but things are just not lining up his way this game. Are we gonna be able to get to something happy? We need to win this 50, but we don't. Oh no. We kind of won the 50, but it wasn't enough in the end. And now we need to get back to the other generator. How bad does it feel to leave a 75% generator with 2 survivors there? Horrific, but you need to. You need to make something happen somewhere. No matter how small it is, we need a miracle right now. If anybody can do it, it's Raza, but he needs to do it now.
Oh, the last generator pops right in his face, and Ace is there for the body block. So these 2 fresh survivors are in chase with the killer right now. Can Mathis get there to take it down for the teammate? Just play for the best result possible here, because it is looking like Oboy's survivor side is setting themselves up for success with a huge survivor result in the Ghoul tiebreaker. We see Mathis pressuring the gate, while Hope is still in chase on the double pallet. Rasa has to break it. Very unsafe pallet to play here.
Oh, not if he makes it all the way around this side, it is not unsafe. It was on a balanced landing, I believe that was on the
indeed,
whole.
yes.
However, he's not able to get the clean vault. And now Hope will be going down into the basement here. Don't believe this is a savable situation.
Uh-oh!
No, then oops! We forgot about the shack pallet. This is a savable situation. Now with 3 survivors alive.
Very unfortunate. Unfortunately, we cannot see how long Clean Break is keeping Dystopia broken here, but it shouldn't be enough for a whole hook stage. And with the gate being relatively close and exhaustion perks being available, the survivors can play for an even better result here. Ideally, leaving Mathis in the trial if there have to be any casualties, and aiming for 5 stages 3 fresh.
I really don't think there should be any casualties here, Amy. I think with the 3-man with 3 healthy survivors, one of them is going to get bit, and then they're going to have to perform a 2-man situation, and then the Ghoul has the opportunity to cut off 1 survivor, and yeah, as you say, at worst, we can just offer up Mathis. So, yeah, worst case scenario, I think here we are looking at a 5 hook game, which is insane to say. But this is not going as I expected. We're sending in Mathis for the trade immediately. Hope does get his BT tagged. Not enraged here from the Ghoul player. Wow, what happened?
Oh, wow.
No collision there onto the survivor. I'd be pretty mad there if I was Mathis experiencing
Buster just gets past everybody.
And he's able to get Hope down here, getting himself potentially another hook stage. We're not going to try to get a bite here onto survivor, but oh my god, getting auto-aimed onto that vault is really, really painful for him, actually. Still not able to get any enraged happening, and Mathis and Hope is just crawling closer and closer. Now wait a minute, we don't want to give any more away. Dystopian and Hope are worth the same. That's why Kawhi is going to come in from the sidelines here and take that hit. But however, what is Mathis doing? Mathis is in the back of full deep on 11 pretty much, and it looks like we might get out, and yeah, we are gonna get out here. So in fact, exactly the same result as if they hadn't attempted to pull him. So we see here that we have 6 stages, 3 fresh. That is definitely a below average result, I would say. So the survivor side of Team Onyx has the work cut out for them here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful survivor play from Team Oboy here. Really stepping up their game when it matters the most. And if you take a look at the builds right now, we see that For the People is not on second wind anymore. I don't know if that was originally planned or if they were listening to the cast, you know. But yeah, if you want the best comp insights, you've got to go to Tenax.
Of course. Nobody knows more than us. Of course, I don't clip that. But yeah, no, definitely a situation here that has arisen. I mean, incredible early gameplay to deny 2 perks from a killer that gets easy tags and quick chases and good injury. Like the Ghoul, a strong killer with a lot of map pressure. That's just incredibly well played by the survivors.
Yeah.
Of course, we can't say that it was all the survivors doing. There was a slight misplay on Raza's side with being selective with his first chase and not just taking the first bite that was available to him. But apart from that, there is still a lot of room for plays to happen in this game. Now, the survivors, what do the survivors need to do here, Emmy, to try to match this result and get something better?
It's so hard, right? Because ideally you want to have the exact same early game that the Oboy survivors just had. I don't think it ever gets better than that. They also managed to have their first death be where the first 2 generators popped. So from a macro, and Chase point of view, it couldn't have been any better. So maybe you try to deny the first down with some altruism. You go for the body blocks because the ghoul is very good at injuring you, but he does really have to work hard to make those downs happen afterwards. But I think we will have to see a mix of both incredible individual chases as well as great macro decisions. And what else can I say? If you're looking for the
Yeah.
perfect early game, just look at Team Oboy. They just did it. So
Yep,
if you
no,
can
you're
just
100% right.
replicate that, good luck.
I don't think you should play to replicate that. I think that is far too risky, honestly.
Yes.
That is going to be a very big risk if you have somebody get two tapped early game because they were caught stealthing by the ghoul. Again, as you said, the ghoul in fact gets easy injuries, but really has to work for those downs. Essentially playing an M1 killer. So unless you decide to foolishly run into the open against the ghoul, where he can just they could just bite you. Sorry, they could just cut you off after a bite. Then it's a problem. But apart from that, yeah, what can you do really? What can you do really?
I've got to say, the RNG was pretty
Insane.
insane. We've got the filler on 6 into the pallet gym on 6 into Shack, and we had 2 double pallet setups. But we also had a Fallen and a TNL. So maybe you just pray that you get a couple jungle gyms. Well, they did have a jungle gym on 1. So honestly, well played to the RNG there. But yeah, you just gotta find a chase fast, and you have to end it even faster. I think
we
that
say,
is
though,
going to be the play.
I would like to mention once again, I feel like I said it before a couple times, but I need to say it again. Not a single main palette used, Emmy. Not a single
True.
main palette used. Do you know how well you need to play the rest of the map to never have to go main on Ormond Lake Mine? Well, you do, but do the people at home do? No, if you've tried to play this map on Survivor, you will definitely see that main is your safe haven. So not even have to go to that just goes to show you the chase prowess that Team Oh Boy just showed off. So I'm very excited to see if Team Onyx is going to be able to do the same exact thing. Hopefully this time they actually they can utilize some good palette in main also to give us this result and see if it's going to be even close, because this is one of those results, unfortunately, where it could just be a full sweep from one side. Nobody wants to see that. We have a P100 ghoul in our hands in hope, so let's see what he can cook up for us.
Back-to-back P100 Ghoul, and we're bringing in Call of Brine Eruption. We're not reliant on Totem RNG here. We're playing an honest game. We're kicking gens, and we're trying to beat 6 stages 3 fresh. Very doable, but right off the get-go, Hope is not able to find a survivor. Just patrolling the corrupted gens. And the gen split looks about as you would expect it to look on Ormond, right? You've got the 3 gen on top side, but you don't have a lot of mid-map gens that can sometimes spawn. I do think this bot side setup is potentially defendable. Yeah, I agree. But again, we're seeing the survivors playing it slow. Nobody's on gens just yet. No totem to be cleansed, so they're trying to do the same strategy that we saw Oh Boy pull off successfully. We do see a jungle gym here.
We do actually have FTP second win on the same person this time, so maybe somebody didn't quite learn, somebody wasn't listening to the cast to hear Amy's insight on that. So
that's
you snooze, you
how
lose.
dare they. But we do have a perk that I was missing on the Oh Boy Survivor builds, and it's made for this, which is on Buoy. And
we didn't have that. Wow, yeah, that's
we
incredible.
did not. So being able to run that versus Ghoul, that's going to be the god build. It has resilience, it has made for this. It has smash it, okay, so maybe not as godlike, but if that's the person that's first to get chased, that's going to be a great target if you're the survivors.
I'm sorry, man, but this new plague meta on Ghoul is infuriating. Show yourselves, survivors. Show yourselves. I mean, also, can we say this is a great position to have a jungle gym. Finally, the very first fight comes over. Yeah, this jungle gym leading onto the double field is leading towards the mine gold palette is a great thing to have, and it's gone. Okay.
3% haste though, and some great alert value right away. Can Buoy make something? This palette is not super safe, especially if the killer gets the cutoff. Do the 3% haste come into play here? Not at all. Buoy goes down. Can we get a save? Because the survivors need just that. Elo was hovering with the flashlight and the sprint burst. Instead just gets tagged and has to give up on the teammate. And Team Onyx's survivor side knows that they're in trouble already because all of this stealthing means no gen progress, and that means you are on the back foot right away. Now, Buoy is getting hooked on the one gen that they actually started working a tiny bit. Pain Resonance comes through, swing through the pallet, expecting Scroily to still be there. Hope is onto something here.
He's
Cannot
sniffing him
find the
out.
ace though.
No, not quite able to do so, and this is already obviously a much, much worse game for the survivor side than it was for the survivor side last time. So this is... A lot of you might have been looking at the Blight playing for that flashlight save earlier, playing for that pallet save, something of the sort, and thinking, what is he doing? He's throwing the game away here. This is very, very risky. But when you have such a win condition to meet, these are the kind of plays you need to be making. You need to make something out of nothing. And the hard part about that is that the killer expects it. The killer knows you
Bro,
have to
Hope
play for
knows.
some crazy stuff.
This game sense is insane,
What?
man. I can't.
He finds him. He finds him. Okay, well. I don't even know. What do you do about this? You find Savior in this situation with this win condition?
Nah, that's just over. Right?
Yeah.
Unless Buoy has the cracker. Okay, Buoy does have
Who
the
has the
cracker.
cracker?
Cannot get the save though. Another Pain Resonance coming through. 2 stages, 2 fresh already on the board for Hope. And Buoy is still stuck on the bot side. Pallet gets dropped. Some alert value for Nancy, making just a tiny bit of distance. But you're not safe on this pallet. We saw it earlier. Can Hope get another quick down here? Are we gonna get some smashed value? Unfortunately not forced to play 50s on this pallet. Resilience in play. Great patience by Buoy. Anno comes through. Oh, and the hit through the vault, even with resilience.
Yeah, unable to cut that out, unfortunately. There is only so much you can do, even with resilience. There is really not that much to be done in that situation. That pallet is not the safest of all, especially not on the short side. Now, back to the bottom side of the map for this very, very nice hook here. The resources around bottom have been getting depleted. That Shack pallet is still down and unbroken. Maybe Hope will choose to do so now. He doesn't. He does not feel the need to do so just yet. That is absolutely fine. Colorblind Eruption onto this gen. And we noticed that the Centipede add-on is also in
I was
play.
about to ask, yes. Did you
Yep.
notice something about the add-ons?
Of course, as if I wouldn't. Joking, of course, but yes, no, the Centipede add-on. Another great add-on for the Ghoul, basically as like a mini bamboozle. You've all encountered it in your pub games, I am certain, and you've all been frustrated by it, I am also certain. But here, Hope, again, going around just cleaning up the map a little bit, because honestly, he can afford to. He has so much time in his hands right now. He's in such an advantageous position. Again, obviously, in relation to the win condition. If he was setting win con, maybe he wouldn't be doing this. But currently, right now, he has the time to camp. He has the space to camp, just as importantly. Timing is very, very important, but space is also important. You need to know that if this camp doesn't go well, because it is a high-risk, high-reward strategy, if this camp doesn't go well, where can I go from here? And what are the survivors of our team Onyx doing here? They are trying to bring a two-man situation happening? No, but we see, oh wait, Hope actually found Aaron when I was looking for the survivors. He's not going to be able to give this pull for free. This is body block. No, it's not. It's not body block. Buoy survives. Buoy survives. He's lived to see another day. He's kind of getting body blocked now, though. Are we going to attack the BT? No, we're just going to follow up closely behind. Very, very closely behind. Yeah, this is a safe setup, of course. Oh, the Bluetooth pallet sons of the last couple patches have come through, and that is smash hit, allowing Buoy to make it all the way back to the top side. And now we have somebody trying to pick up the slug, but cutting off the rotation. Great timing there from Hope. What do? You swing through the pallet, but it doesn't come out for as you would like it to be. If we get this down, this is just game over. No questions about it. We're not able to, and somebody doesn't come for the pickup. Okay, so we're in a better situation, and the smash hit does in fact come in. Great chase here, and good recovery happening from the survivors of Team Onyx.
Okay.
The hit tank coming through, the altruism, Team Elysium on the run here as we try to make something happen, Emmy.
Scroily is just him today, winning every 50 on that pallet. The greed into the stun, into the hit tank from Elo. Now the Omentine maybe overextending just a tiny bit. No, does make it through the pallet. Gets dropped immediately, but Scroily goes down as well. Now we were able to get Buoy out of the bot side of the map, but not reset yet. The survivors are just not in the luxurious situation where they can afford to reset. They have to fight this battle injured only Aaron with the medkit able to get a self reset. Everybody else is struggling because you do need to complete these generators, and the time is just running out for the survivors. Now this pallet is already gone. Luckily, Elo had a sprint burst available and makes it all the way to the top side, but Hope knows this is a fresh hook, and we do need 3 of those. Sprint burst is
however,
back
coming out.
up already.
And we
That is
reached
very
the 4 gold pallet here by Ilo. No,
treacherous
Hope
main
does
building
not
pallet.
want any of that. He does instead
Uh-oh.
fight Buey. And even though we need fresh hooks, getting a tunnel out at this point in the game would still be very, very significant. Only 4 survivors to play with. We still need to complete 3 generators, and there is really not been that much time to do so. We have 1 gen high progress, maybe even 2 of them. Yeah, 2 gens relatively high progress, but not quite high enough. So we're going to be entering a 3v1 with 2 generators remaining more likely than not. And now, I don't know about this, Emmy. This is looking very, very difficult here.
Yeah, we're going to need a couple of incredible chases from each and every survivor here. The blast mine coming through is a pretty good start, allowing the survivors to rotate away, and Aaron staying in position to work the generator aggressively. But there is no more room for error. Elo does pop another gen on the top side of the map, and Hope is sticking around, expecting another survivor to be in the vicinity, and he does find Aaron.
Oh my
The
god.
game sense displayed by Hope has been so impressive. I have no clue how they're doing this, but they're finding Scroily in the basement, they're finding Aaron on the locker, they found everybody in the drag set.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane here. Hope coming out and really showing what they're made of. Simply just, it's almost as if they have walls on everybody. They know where everybody is, where they're chilling, where they like to stealth. I don't know if they maybe have played against these players before, but even if that's not the case, even if that is the case, my mistake, then this has been a very, very incredible showing of game sense, as you say, Emmy. And now, what is there to even do? This was our only high progress generator, and even if this pops, look at this monstrous region. This region, even though it doesn't look as close as it really is, for Kaneki, this is very, very traversable. The pallet save attempt did come through because it had to, but it wasn't able to happen. And now we're going to get our 3rd fresh hook and officially 6 stage refresh. This is the Tycon. Anything else will be the win, and I am afraid that Ilo or Elo here has their time cut out for them. Hello? Okay. That was scary. That was very, very scary.
Dangerous check spot there, but this pallet is pretty safe. Unfortunately, you're also looping on the hook as another generator pops in the distance. But the survivors cannot afford to give just a single one more hook stage. And everybody's currently injured or on the hook, so I don't think this is survivor favorite right now.
No, definitely no, but they actually did have a higher gen progressed than I expected them to have. Unfortunately, I didn't look through that. It's Scroily here gets found out. The balanced landing coming in clutch to not give that final stage just yet. We can see
No way.
Aaron pulling them off the hook. I'm sorry, we can see Elo here pulling Aaron off the hook. That second win is in play. Great body blocks here, but after this BT runs out, no, the BT does in fact get tagged. We have that little X-size style pallet here in the corner for Elo to play around. This can be a devious pallet to try to outplay. The cutoff is attempted, but while not enraged, this is definitely not something you can bank on. And Elo doing a great job here. He's gonna, honestly, I believe he's gonna keep greeting. You know? He's trying something crazy here, setting up the pallet
Wait,
stage.
the picking? That's not under the pallet though. No!
No, he's dragged him out. He's managed to drag him out. And now, no matter what, I believe this hook is unavoidable. And that will be the end of our
Scroily doesn't
grand
pop.
finals.
The gen was
No.
99.9, so this might still end up being a 4K. But yes, congratulations to team, oh boy, for taking home the grand finals. They did it. They've tried for so long and they've finally done it as Scroily goes down on the active gen. Aaron is here to watch, has the double pallet still up. But yeah, it's over.
Unfortunately, over it is. Wow. Wow. I feel like I am almost exhausted, Amy, by the quality of games we have watched here today at Tenax. This has been an absolutely incredible showing by both of these teams. And even here, even when it looked like we're loading into a game where all hope is lost, no. not quite yet. We still have the time. We still have the possibility to make
Oh.
something happen. Where there's a will, there's a way, and they really fought to the bitter end. However, the short swing through that pallet, and now we have eyes onto Elo. Let me see it. One more swing for the 4K one. Oh, maybe not this one.
Hey,
Hold on.
good
Oh, maybe-
PM, I
oh.
like it. Winning 50s, okay, Elo.
A bit of mental damage to finish up the set with. Oh my god, Elo.
No way.
Elo.
No way it's gonna work again.
Oh my god. Oh
Finally.
my.
The down
And
comes through. Dwight defeated. And the game is over right there. It's getting late. The players are allowed to disconnect once the win condition has been met, just to make it a little faster. Congratulations to Timo Boy for winning this iteration of Tenax and taking home the prize of $100. We do, unfortunately, have some sad news. This is going to be the last Tenax for the foreseeable future, as we're making some changes to the format, maybe reinventing ourselves in the future. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. Thank you so much to all the teams. Thank you so much to all the players, the staff, you, the viewers, and everybody behind the scenes making this happen. Again, we don't want bad news to cloud the achievement of Team Oboy. So congratulations for Team Onyx for an incredible performance in all of their sets, fighting toe-to-toe, and in the end, to Team Oboy for taking home the prize money. This was my favorite by far. What a way to go out with a bang.
Incredible. I mean, yes, even though I knew the looming announcement was upon us that we have to announce that this is indeed the last 10x, there is no better way to end it off than with two incredible teams making just such entertaining, macro heavy, decision based sets that have just been absolutely incredible. I have no words. I want to also give a big shout out and a big thank you to everybody, every single team that participated from the very first round all the way to the grand finals. We appreciate you. We will not be able to do this without you, with our wonderful community in competitive Dead by Daylight to be here and make these events possible. Of course, thank you so much again to the production in the back end of 10x here. Thank you to our producers. Thank you, of course, to my wonderful co-cast. And thank you, everybody, so much. We hope to see you again, maybe reimagined. Maybe we'll have some other events on the horizon for you. So by no means, do not forget about us here at 10x, because we will never forget about you. Thank you, everybody, very, very much. And we desperately hope you enjoy the rest of your week.
Yeah, for one last time, shout out to Correct Media, who's been the sponsor of this event throughout the entire time. We're very grateful for them. So make sure you check out The Loading Screen, which is an esports news channel on YouTube run by Correct, which uploads every Tuesday, !TLS in chat. XP Share, which is a gaming podcast live on Sundays on all audio platforms and YouTube. YouTube, !XP Share. And the tournament VOD will also be published on the Crack Media YouTube channel, so be sure to subscribe there as well, !YouTube. Thank you so much, Volkers. Thank you so much, Zach, for running this amazing league, and thank you so much to you, the viewer, and the players for this wonderful night. See you in the future. Goodbye.